and then I will let Gay Dream talk. So you can go ahead.
Well, I'm really on the spot, but I like where you're going with this. I do. If you hear my cat, I'm sorry. Could you not, sir? We're doing a thing. So obviously I'm a cat dad. If you heard that, he kind of runs my life. But I'll be 32 this year. I am a Southern gay man. And just that in of itself has been ultra defining in my life, being raised in the South and there's different definitions of oppression. And that's why I'm such an advocate for Black Lives Matter right now, is because I know what it's like to be scared to go into town. I know what it's like to be scared to do something that you shouldn't have to think twice about. But I have a wonderful mother and wonderful sisters. My dad is a homophobic, racist schmuck. So that's I was kind of born of two claws because my mother is so cool and so open-minded. And so when I had the opportunity to actually spend time with my mom, she was my rescuing savior. She taught me that love is love and that people are inherently good and you shouldn't always be in a mental state of judgment. And that is something that's really important to me as a person, that when I meet somebody, I let them define how I feel about them instead of me deciding for myself upon meeting that person. And you allow people to treat you, do unto others, but you have to give them that action space. And that's something that a lot of people don't do nowadays, is give time for that action so you can actually form an opinion on somebody yourself. And that's something that's really important to me, especially as a content creator, because you have somebody come in your chat, you're like, how do I feel about this person? But you have to give time and space for people to show you who they really are, instead of making off the riff judgments about people. But I don't know. I think the biggest priority in my life right now is trying to plant good seeds for myself. And I think once I went into my 30s, and I'll be 32, like I said, it really came to me that if you don't invest in yourself, you're not living yourself appropriately. And I think that's the biggest thing in my life right now, is planting good seeds for myself so I can nourish those and watch those grow and do great things with whatever comes from them. But I don't know. I appreciate this space and the place to talk about myself. It's so weird. But it's I totally see what you're doing. You're humanizing people, and I love that, TK. I think it's a great idea. And I do want to say before I go that I adore you for the person that you are, and I really appreciate your you're gay, we get it rolling somewhere. Oof, imagine. I really appreciate who you are as a person and your spirit and your kindness, because that shows through. And I appreciate it more than you know.
I think I appreciate that. And Blake, now you see why I did
Blake,
this.
you can kiss my gay ass.
Because
what you could do.
That right there, your ignorance. You're not hurting gay dreams to. I'm just letting you know, you're not hurting gay dreams. You're only hurting yourself. So you've officially shown everybody your ignorance. You've officially shown everybody where you stand within this community. If you can disrespect him, you just disrespected me. So I'm going to give you a lovely timeout because you're an asshole. And if you want to be that open about it, you can take these next 2 hours to think about it. So enjoy. So now you see, there's a purpose for everything. You can see that even when Gay Dream talks about himself, there's going to be somebody who's going to be disrespectful, disgusting, and just immature. And you guys are the type of people why hatred still exists. He doesn't even sound like a bad person. Literally. I gave you guys the opportunity to get to know him. He's not a bad person at all. You know where he stands. You know where he's grown up. I mean, he has a family who supports him, except for his father. And there you go. Hatred still stands in this community, in this world. And he's not a bad guy. So, there. Seriously, Gauging, thank you so much for talking and speaking out. And I'm sorry that there are people who are still ignorant. And one thing I have to say is continue to be strong, continue to be exactly who you are, continue to represent yourself. You are a positive beacon, a positive light within the community. And I appreciate you. Not just me, but all of us appreciate you. You have amazing talents. You sing. You show massive love to every single person, regardless of who they are and where they come from. You are not afraid to just tell someone you love them, even if they might be your enemy. And that is like the strongest quality anyone can ever have as a person and individual. So I freaking adore you for that. Okay. Let me get another person here. I definitely need to get the Go team in here as well. Let's see. There we go. AK, there's nothing that can be said in a bad way unless you say exactly what was said earlier. K, you're gay, we get a roll on somewhere. No, and no. I gave everybody the chance to speak up and share themselves and talk. So if you're already tired of listening to someone, it shows you have an issue. You have an issue. That's it. So, AK, I mean, listen, you don't have to like him for his sexuality. We don't care. You have to respect him. Period. He's human. He bleeds red. If he dies, you're just going to see nothing but bones. You have to respect him. That is all. That is all this is about. Just learning about each other and finally seeing that you guys are no different from one another. You all struggle at some point in life. You've all found happiness at some point in life. So therefore, you all should learn to respect each other. Period. That's all. But seriously, Gay Dreams, you are an amazing person, amazing individual, and I hope that you continue to represent yourself and your community and just everything about you to everyone else.
DK, what's up? Can you hear me good?
Hey, what's going on? Give me 1 second. So, you right there it's just an eye opener. You're a white gay male, and yet you still have just as much love and positivity as me, a black man. There's nothing different. between you and I. White gay male,
Oh,
black straight
snap!
male.
Oh,
There's nothing
hi.
different. We still represent each other in such a positive light. So that right there, like, hopefully everybody will truly understand, and hopefully everybody will learn to love one another. And that's literally all I can say. So we're gonna go with this amazing human being right here who decided to join us, Raven. I'm super excited about the community enriching the world with full souls we have around here. Kindness knows zero conditions or at
Oh,
least it
snap!
should. And
Oh,
that's what people
hi.
should learn. Exactly, Gay Dreams. Exactly. All right. Raven, I am
Yes.
opening up a platform for you as well. Right now, everybody can hear you, so I want you, I don't care how long you take, I want you to talk about yourself, allow everybody to get to know you. Whether you want to bring up some personal information like, you know, struggles you've gone through, accomplishments you've made, just whatever. Just give everybody a chance to get to know you and
Oh,
get to know
snap!
who you are.
Oh, hi.
So people can see that regardless of the color of your skin and who you are and where you come from, they will still not judge you unless they know your character. So I'm gonna mute myself and you'll have the entire floor, the entire platform to yourself, and just, you know, share whatever comes to your heart.
All right, and I'm talking to everybody on your screen currently, or
Yeah, you're talking to everybody in the street right now. So guys, this is Raven, and he's going to talk about himself. So I'm gonna mute myself now and you guys can listen to him.
cool deal. Thanks, TK. Appreciate it a lot. First things first, I kind of just wanted to get a disclaimer out of the way, you guys. I do work for FedEx Ground, so you may hear me in the background talking to maybe a business. I'm actually coming up on a couple businesses and possibly my truck in the background. But enough about that. As you guys know, I'm Raven. My real name is Nick. I'm just a guy like everybody else, just like TK, just like anybody in the stream or anything like that. You know, I'm a guy living in the U.S., doing my thing with a lot of video games. Try to not, I could go on for hours and hours talking about myself and stuff. So I'll try to make a condensed version. And me, I'm just a guy who's 6'3". I've got a very try to have a very positive outlook on life. I like video games. I love guns. I like to joke a lot. And you know, with that being said, you know, not everybody, you know, TK was talking before he gave me the floor, talking about you know, just loving your fellow man or woman, you know, just loving your fellow person, whether it's, you know, your fellow American or your fellow, you know, human being in, you know, the UK, Asia, you know, it doesn't matter where it is. Just everybody.
Oh, snap! Oh,
I
hi.
wholeheartedly agree that, you know, it doesn't matter. You know, you should not judge people based on just looking at somebody. And, you know, with that being said, it's how I've been raised. That's how I decide to live my life. You know, I don't judge anybody for anything. You know, I overheard him saying something about, you know, I guess maybe a guy before that was talking was, you know, a gay white male. And my philosophy has always been, you know, I don't care what you do, because that's your choice, it's your decision. You know, whether or not my views agree with it, it's not my decision to make, because I'm not you and you're not me. So that's a little bit of the background that I have with you guys. I have to give to you guys. Continuing on, you know, like I said, I love video games. I'm just a guy trying to get my grind on and learn to grow as a person. and and I apologize. I go off on tangents a lot, but I just want to learn how to continue to learn myself as the days go by and learn how to grow as a person. And hey, how are you? What's the last name? Flores. Okay, thank you. Sorry about that, y'all. Just like I said, to continue to grow as a person, because we learn new things every day, and I'm always open to listen to other people, listen to their viewpoints, things like that. That's why I got into streaming in the first place. Since I love playing video games, I like to be entertaining. I love to talk. You'll notice that real fast. So I thought, what better way than to start streaming, start creating content on YouTube, and just have fun doing things that I love. I originally started YouTube over 9 years ago. December of 2010 is when I first started putting videos on YouTube, and the quality was terrible. I mean, we're talking an old digital camera from back then. The graphics are probably like 480p. We're talking about putting a digital camera on one of those TV dinner snack trays and filming the TV.
Oh,
That's
snap!
the kind of videos,
Oh,
and you'll see that on my channel, and I'll tell you guys a little bit about my channel later. And it grew from there for about 3 years, and then I just kind of lost track of things, trying to find myself, learn more about myself, trying to steady a job. And now I'm back, and I love what I do, and that's why I'm in the Starfleet with TK. TK has been an awesome human being, an awesome person since the moment I met him. And he along with quite a few other people have actually given me the motivation to start doing this again, to start getting back on streaming and getting back into YouTube. And it's just awesome to be surrounded by people who welcome you with open arms, who have a positive influence on your life. And I mean, there's other people. There's a buddy that I know. His name is Sanders. Another guy, Lucky Day. There's quite a few people that have been like major influences in my life of getting back into the swing of things. And for a while there, I just wasn't really interested in it. But and not because I didn't want to, not that I wasn't interested because I didn't want to do anything, or like, it just doesn't, it's boring. I just honestly was probably more on the depressed side and never really didn't have the motivation during my downtime to really get into it. Unfortunately, I still do struggle with that here and there. Nobody's perfect, and I'm definitely far from it. And but with the positive, with positive people, being surrounded by people that have good positivity, excitement in their life, and I'm sorry, I mean, I'm sure even TK possibly struggles with it too. But if y'all hadn't noticed, I mean, he's always got the energy, man. I mean, always hype, full of energy, lively, and it brings positivity and energy to people that meet him, me included. So that's got me back in. I unfortunately, with the circumstances that we're currently facing, the pandemic has kind of put things on a little bit of a back burner as far as streaming for me goes. I'm working quite a few jobs. I work for FedEx Ground. I'm a delivery driver. I deliver packages every day, and there are a lot of people that unfortunately can't go out and buy their necessities and their wants too. Everybody's got their wants. So, I'm delivering paper towels and couches and grills and, you name it, people are ordering right now because a lot of people want to stay home and stay safe. Unfortunately, I don't really have a choice in the matter. If I'd like to get paid, I need to deliver these packages, and we're really busy. So, I work there. I have a part-time gig delivering pizzas for Domino's, and then I even own my own business. I do automotive detailing, and the top three things I'm passionate about is cars, music, and playing music too. So I'll get into that in a little bit later. And video games. That's my top three non-family, religion, and friends things that I'm passionate about, because family is a big thing for me, and having good, close friends there for you when you need them most is a good thing as well. And I know religion can be a touchy subject, so I'm a Christian, and I can leave it at that. But I do take that seriously as well. Going back into the automotive detailing, that's one of my bigger passions between the three. I've always had a love for cars. My dad had a couple of nice classic muscle cars when he was a kid, a teenager. My dad was actually born in '61, and as a teenager, he had a 1967 Chevy Chevelle SS with a 396 motor in canary yellow. And I think it had the stripes too. I'm not 100%, because unfortunately he totaled it. Because I asked him one day, I was like, "Well, what happened to it, Dad? Man, that'd be a sick ass car." And he's like,
Oh, snap!
It's like, man,
Oh,
what you gonna do that for? So, it really stemmed from a young age, and honestly, even with that being said, I haven't had the perfect childhood. My dad, the one I will always refer to as Dad, is actually my adopted father, who adopted me when I was 3, and up until he passed away in 2012, he's what a father should be, and what my
Oh, snap! Oh, hi.
father should have been, but didn't have the kahunas to do so. And so, I could say that my life wasn't perfect, but the dad that I did
And
have
to everybody
in my life
listening right now,
wasn't perfect. I think I could
we're
have
opening up in a
asked for.
dialogue. We're allowing Raven to talk about himself. So
His
you
love
listening
of
to
cars,
Raven. There will be a few people coming
his
in
love
to
of
talk
country
about themselves.
music,
It's just to help with
as well
just
as
all the hate and struggles that's going
his
on
love
around
for
us.
joking. I mean,
Opening a platform so
you
we
would
can
not
all,
believe this guy, man.
get to know
This
each
guy
other
would
without judging one another based on how we look.
99% of the time,
So if
this
you guys
guy
are
would
just
have
coming
a
in
joke.
now and you would like to be part of this call, just send me a
I'll make a quick
whisper
reference.
and I will bring you into the
When
Discord
my little
call.
brother, he did it with my little brother and my little sister when they were both born and they were babies, or like just old enough to sit in the little seat in the shopping cart. The cashiers and like Food Line or your local grocery store would say, "Oh, you're so cute," and without even skipping a beat, y'all, he'd be like, "Oh, I thank you," and then he'd be like, "Oh, you were talking about her, or you were talking about him," whether it was my little brother or little sister, and then everybody would laugh, and we'd have a ball. But at the end of the day, it did not matter how much he had joked that day. It didn't matter if there was a joke just before the sentence. But when he told you he loved you, he meant it. And that's, like I said, that's probably the closest to having the best father I could ask for, because nobody's perfect. He had problems handling his liquor, and we had to deal with that too. You got to take the good and the bad, and nobody's perfect. Everybody's got their flaws. But I couldn't have asked for a better father. I couldn't have asked for a better mother. And my mother, thankfully, she's still alive. She works at FedEx Ground along with me. She works for a different boss than I do, but we're still at the same building. So, so growing up, I've had the fortunate pleasure of, being raised by a willing and loving, family, and being able to learn things about life, such as cars, how they work, music.
Oh, snap! Oh,
My dad
hi.
always wondered how I got into rock music and metal and things like that, but that actually stemmed from a girl I had a crush on in middle school. Oh, funny times. She liked Guns N' Roses and played it on Guitar Hero 2, the Sweet Child of Mine song, and it grew from there. And so as the years have gone on, and more recent with the music, I've started to have a better and deeper appreciation of country music than before. I used to play trombone and tuba in high school, and my love for music thoroughly extends from that. One of my goals with YouTube and streaming on Mixer is actually to raise up enough money to or earn enough money to buy a tenor saxophone and a cello. Those are two of the instruments that I would really love to learn. All I know how to play is the guitar, the trombone, and the tuba. And there's just so much more beautiful, wonderful music out there that you can play and learn to play by playing other instruments. String instruments have always been a huge influence on me. I just know they can be costly. The cheapest cello I found is probably not the best quality, but as far as the beginner, it should be fine. I think is $200 or $300, and with everything I've got going on, that's a sizable amount of money. So, with that being said, if I do get an instrument, I would love to actually make content on my YouTube channel, showing you guys like progress, beginning stages of learning how to play tenor sax or the cello, because I know how the tenor sax works. I don't know how to play any notes. The finger positions are different than a tuba, because you've got at least 6 main buttons, and then you've got a bunch of side buttons and things too. Whereas a tuba has 3 or 4 valves, so you can only it's a lot harder to mess up on the tuba than it is a tenor saxophone. So yeah, I kind of covered that music there a little bit. Cars, that's just over the years, that's something I've just more and more as the days go by I've gotten into. I like the idea of modifying vehicles, making them faster.
Oh, snap! Oh,
changing
hi.
the appearance of them, changing colors. One of the 3 vehicles I own, or I only own one of them, I'm still paying on 2 of them, is a 1995 Jeep Cherokee. It's a red 2-door Jeep. 4-wheel drive, works, it's a sport trim level, and it's a work. It's a piece of work, and I eventually want to change the color of it. It's red. It's called flame red, and I don't really care for that color. not a big fan of driving red vehicles, and says the guy who has 2 red vehicles. That's probably very hypocritical, but the other red vehicle is my girlfriend's car. She drives it. It's under my name, but she drives it. So, you know, that's one of the plans I have is fixing up my Jeep and having fun with it, and just just living life, you guys. And like I said, it sounds from listening to me, it sounds like I go off on tangents and stuff, and it's it's just because I love to talk. So I apologize for any tangents I'm running on. Hopefully you guys can kind of follow along with me still. I touched on cars. I know I can't really see the stream since I am driving and working, but if you're in the Discord, give me a tag. It's at MBH Raven. If you're in TK's Discord, just give a tag and let me know what your favorite is. Give me a couple of favorites. Maybe a favorite car from the 50s, 60s, and 70s, or even decades, or maybe your all-time favorite car. I'm a huge Challenger guy. I love the classic Challengers and the classic Chargers. I just love those 60s bodies, 60s and 70s body styles, early 70s. I love some of the classic, like the Ford Deluxe from the 40s, and those classic like 1920s and 30s body style vehicles. And I even love some of the newer cars. Porsche's always had a huge place in my heart. I love the 911s, and I hope to one day own one. But it's obviously, if I get one the way I want it, it's going to be well over $100,000, and that's a lot of money, a lot of savings. Probably 40 years worth of savings before I can get one of them puppies. But like I said, just let me know. Let me know what you guys, what y'all's favorite vehicles are. Maybe, like I said, your all-time favorite, maybe your favorite from a couple of decades worth, whatever. Just let me know. Even if it's not a car, even if it's a truck, I'm cool with that. And video games, man. Where do I begin with video games? I've played video games for as long as I can remember, but I think it originally started on my granddaddy's Super Nintendo. We would play Dr. Mario on it and Glover. TK, I don't know if you remember Glover, but that was a weird game. So for those of you who are a little bit younger than me, you may not have played this game, or maybe you have. If so, even better. Pretty cool. But this game, Glover, is a game where you're literally a glove and you walk around. It's kind of like Super Mario World, or excuse me, like Super Mario 64, where you have the open world kind of thing, but with a glove. Instead of Mario, it's literally a glove. And it's different. And but it was fun, and as time went on, I got a PlayStation 1, a PlayStation 2, and after and let me know, TK, if I'm cutting out at all. I'm stepping inside a building to pick up some packages. But
You're good for now. You're good for now.
Okay, cool. Just keep me a heads up. So I went from PS2 to Xbox 360 around my what was it, like 15th birthday, something along those lines. And a lot of people will say, oh, video games are they increase violence and this, that, and the third. And I'm a huge supporter of that BS. And I'll tell you why. I've been playing video games for the better part of 15 years. And never once have I hit anybody, shot anybody, or anything of that nature. And another cool thing that's come out of video games in my personal experience has been friends. And not just, I've never met TK in person, like face to face. But I still consider him a friend. There's different levels of friends, and obviously over time, his and mine friendship will grow. But I have a friend that has been my friend for 10 years now. He's like my brother, and I met him playing Xbox 360 back in 2009 when I was starting the 10th grade. I finally got an Xbox Live membership on the 360, long time ago.
Oh,
And
snap!
I started playing this
hi.
game because I only had a limited amount of games at first. Tom Clancy's Rainbow Six Vegas 2. And I finally unlocked this handgun. I love revolvers. I finally unlocked the Raging Bull. I was super excited. Everybody kept one-shotting me with this gun. I was like, I'm going to unlock it, and then I'm going to pwn some people with it. And so I did, and I went into a lobby, and I found this guy on my team who actually had a mic and was using it. His name was OSU Nut 97. And I say kid because it turned out to be a kid. This kid had a deep voice, and I thought this kid was older than me. Turns out he was 3 years younger than me. And we hit it off. We became friends.
Hey, Slavic, what's going on, man? It's been a while. Thank you so much. We're just opening up a dialogue at the moment, allowing people to talk about themselves. Despite with all the stuff that's going on outside, I decided to open up a platform and give people the opportunity to just, share who they are and help break barriers so that we don't judge each other based on how we look and where we've come from, but we will judge each other based on what we know. So this is a chance for everybody to, if you want, Slavic, you can also join the Discord call. You can talk about yourself and just
Bling Pro.
participate in this.
That was what it was called. Where
I don't know how long I'm going to be doing it for today, but I felt like this needed to be done, and it will be done multiple times until this level of hatred goes away.
And I think F and J.
So,
and unfortunately,
I'm hoping this actually sparks an interest,
but we were
and allow everybody to truly love one another for who they are, not what they are.
More and more close friends.
Oh, snap!
Fast forward to 2012, my father was in the hospital. Very serious. This was the week before I graduated high school. And he started losing coordination, balance, and some other things, and we were really worried about him. As I told you guys before, he had a history of alcoholism. So some people played it off as he was drunk. He didn't have alcohol on his breath. And the whiskey that he liked to drink, you can't hide that smell. So I knew something else was going on. Well, fast forward to Sunday, when we had our commencement thing for
oh snap
the thing that the event that they do previous to graduation that the seniors attended, and we thought it was mandatory, but when we got back he got worse and we had to take him to the hospital. Well, that following Tuesday or Wednesday, no, the following Monday or Tuesday, my best friend, the OSU Nut 97, he and his stepfather actually drove down all the way from Ohio. This is a 12-hour drive if you've got to stop more than once or twice. From Ohio to hang out, meet me for the first time, and be there for me while my dad was in the hospital. 2 days later, my dad ended up passing away from a UTI that went sepsis. And who was there for me? Some kid that I met 12 hours away in a different state on Xbox. And that's why, I mean, we're still friends to this day, but that is why I am huge about video games. And I don't care what anybody says anywhere on the Twitterverse, Facebook, or whatever, that video games are bad and things like this. I have many friends growing up in high school or middle school or elementary school. And that was one of my friends.
Oh,
At a
snap!
time when I needed a friend the
hi.
most, he was my friend. Now, everybody else, they felt sad for me because, my dad passed away. And so people were being like, oh, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry for your loss. And bullies were being nice to me. And it was all just for show. They were always getting the attention. And they thought, oh, man, well, we can't have Nick have all the attention. So let's feel sorry for him. Let's be nice to him for once so we can get that attention back. So 2 days after my dad died, I graduated. And 2 weeks after that, I turned 18. What a wonderful year, right? Well, 3.5 months later, I joined the Army. And this was already in swing before my father passed away. But, it was different this time. And so I went in. I passed everything. I passed shooting quals. I passed combat life-saving courses.
And if anybody wants to be part of the call so they have a chance to speak up, here's the Discord. Feel free to join the Discord.
Oh, snap! Oh, hi.
Please be patient. I'm just like scrambling all over the place. But if you do join the Discord, give me some time. I'll give you the role, and then you can join the Discord call. When you do join the Discord call, mute yourself if possible. Just mute yourself, and then I'll give you the platform shortly after.
What jobs you're qualified for and how smart you are for the military. The maximum grade is a 99. And I got an 88. Well, the only thing I couldn't pass was push-ups. I unfortunately got a entry-level separation, so an uncharacterized discharge, which isn't negative. It's failure to pass PT test to the Army standards. And this was also back when the former President Barack Obama was downsizing.
Snap! Oh, hi.
So if it was an excuse to send you home for downsizing purposes, they did it. So I didn't get a second chance. And I struggled with that. I struggled with that for a long time. What could I have done different? Am I just not good enough to chase my dreams? What's going on with me? And that's something I still struggle with today. Whether or not I'm talking to you guys and I'm in a decent mood. I've got a little bit of reminiscing on old memories, and it's a little tough, but I still struggle with that. Am I good enough? You know, am I good enough to be able to chase those dreams? But as far as video games are concerned, you know, my best friend's still beside me today. You know, we have our moments where we're annoyed at each other or whatever, and we play different games that I get pissed off and rage at, and games he's fine with, you know. But as far as a video game aspect, he's still my, you know, we still play games together, and he's still my brother, always will be. So, you know, with all that being said, I'm now back into a position to where I'm ready to try again. I'm ready to go back in military, try my hand at it again. But I've got a tough road ahead. And I'll be creating content covering my journey to this time the Air Force. You know, work smarter, not harder. Chair Force, as people like to call it. But I've got a long way to go. I've got to go through all the paperwork again. I've got to go through basic training again. And before I even do any of that, I have to lose 40 pounds, 40 more pounds. When I made the decision, okay, I'm going to go for it again. I'm going to try again. I was 265 pounds around September, October of last year. I'm currently at about 250. Unfortunately, back in April, I caught the coronavirus. So since I was sick at home for 5 weeks, I had nothing else to do but eat, sleep, play video games, and watch TV. So I backtracked a little bit. I lost 10 pounds. Or gained 10 pounds. My fault. So I gained 10 of those pounds back. So another thing that I'll be doing is my journey, my weight loss journey, as I get down to my goal weight of 210 pounds. And there's a lot I have to do to get to there, but I am perfectly fine with going through those struggles and getting there. And that's part of the reason why I'm getting back into the streaming and the YouTube. It's that accountability thing. You know, I'll provide you guys with weight loss updates on a bi-weekly basis. And if I'm not losing weight, you know, I got to be held accountable. You know, how many pounds have I lost this time? You know, and that would be something that I feel would boost my confidence, as well as just confidence overall as a person. And, you know, I probably said it plenty of times already, but, you know, I just kind of want to thank TK for letting me hop on my soapbox here, because as you guys have thoroughly found out, I can talk a lot. And, but TK, among others, has actually helped giving me the motivation to, you know, like I said before, get back into my creative side and get back into chasing my dreams, you know, and with this with the opportunity to talk to you guys, I mean, it always helps to talk things out, talk to people, you know, tell people about your struggles and your, you know, your positives and your negatives. Because, I mean, there's not a lot of people, whether or not the business is making millions and billions of dollars or not, there's not many people that can say at 21 years old, they started a business. At 22, they made it official and registered with the counties that they're working in and pay taxes each year on their business. Not many people can say that. Now, yes, anybody can start up a business to a point, but sticking with it is a whole different ballgame. As an automotive detailer, I come across this all the time, where people will, as soon as the warm weather hits, they're an automotive detailer all of a sudden. Come the wintertime and come next year, you don't hear of them again. It takes courage and commitment to stick with that game plan, stick with that business and that goal of one day possibly becoming a full-time automotive detailer. And that's all you do. You wake up, you detail, you go home, you eat, you play Xbox, you go to sleep, and you do it again the next day. You know, that, along with my goal to one day become a musical composer, like my idol and somebody I look up to, Hans Zimmer. He actually directed and composed the score for Modern Warfare 2, which is where I got my interest in string instruments. So, you know, that's another one of my goals is, you know, I've got multiple things I can do, multiple things I want to do. And I'll be honest with you, it's definitely actually really helped out to talk to somebody besides, you know, there's only so many people I can talk to. And those people that I talk to, the more you repeat it, the more it seems like dead weight or beating a dead horse. You know, you can only tell my other half, my mom, my brother, Bryden, from Xbox, and friends. There's only so many people that will listen to you, and only certain people will actually support you. You know, they can be like, man, go for it. But there's a difference, and it hits you differently from somebody genuinely wanting to see you happy and see you succeed in life, and someone who's just there who's just supporting you from a distance, if that makes sense. And, you know, as I've said before, I may be rambling, I may go off tangents, but I didn't really realize I needed this. And, you know, talking, I've got the Discord call in my pocket. I don't even see the screen. I think there's a third person in the Discord call because I heard it chime in. But I don't even see the stream, you guys. You know, obviously I can't because that'd be super dangerous. I'm driving a 12,000-pound truck, delivering packages, and trying to look at a video. But you know, I don't know who's watching and who's not. You know, I hope a lot of you are actually, you know, are there listening and kind of, you know, maybe some of y'all can see where I'm coming from. Maybe you're in slightly the same boat. You know, I don't know who's there, but I know that it's helped me because it's just something I've really needed, and I didn't really realize I needed it. You know, it's really awesome to be able. I don't care if TK's got 5 people listening to me blabble on my podium, or he's got 500 people. It doesn't matter to me. I know that at a worst case scenario, it's TK and a couple other people. You know, and I think that's what I think that's probably the biggest reason why. Even after I was in the Discord, TK was like, hey, this is what you're going to talk about. Yeah, I still had the option. Nah, man, I'm not going to do that. I was actually excited for it. Didn't know what to say. Didn't know what I was going to say. But here I am, you know? And I really thank everybody who listened in. It kind of felt good. It felt like I got some stuff off my chest. as far as, things I'm dealing with and coping with, as a human being, through loss and through my gains and my struggles. And I've got one more thing that I just remembered about that I kind of wanted to explain a little bit, because I haven't explained it to everybody, but I explained it as people ask. You may wonder, well, Nick, how'd you get the name Raven? Where did that come from? And this will be the end after this of my my soap talk, soap opera, whatever you like to call it. And that there's I struggle a lot. I struggle a lot with my self-image. I've always had a low self-esteem, low self-confidence. And yes, I'm proud of having my dad's last name, and I wouldn't change it for the world, because like I said earlier, he's the best father I could have asked. But the Raven, to me, symbolizes a new identity. I guess a coming out of your shell kind of thing. And, maybe not, maybe a phoenix would have been better, right? Because, rising from the ashes. But I just kind of thought that was kind of cliche. And I'm a huge, obviously, I love music. I'm a huge supporter of fine arts. And fine arts includes poetry. Well, Edgar Allan Poe is one of my favorite poets. And the poem, The Raven, is where that comes from. And I chose it back. I chose the nickname Raven probably, let's see, and Modern Warfare 3 came out in 2011? Somewhere during 2011, it's kind of where I first thought of the nickname, and it didn't really stick much. But once my father passed away, and I had my experience in the Army and things of that nature, that's when that identity really started to form, mold, and take shape. And because of that, that's what I go by. If there's there's two Nicks at Domino's where I work at. Well, they just call me Raven. That's my nickname. My business is Raven's Vehicle Detailing. I've embraced and absorbed that identity as me, and it may not be my name on paper or on my birth certificate, but it is something that has helped me with my confidence, with my esteem, and just because you guys don't know me as Nick Hare, you guys know me as Raven. I mean, now you do, but you guys don't know me as the Nick Hare that you went to school with. You guys know me as Raven, the guy who just spent 30 minutes spilling his guts to you guys. So, you guys know me as a different person, and one that you can take in a different light, instead of, oh, well, I went to school with him and I didn't really like him in school, so I'm still not going to like him. Because I still get that. Does it bother me as bad as it used to? No. Because they don't know the real me. They just know the Nick from high school. And, with that being said, that's what I've evolved into now. And, Ravens, they're pretty smart. They're self-sufficient. and
Oh, snap! Oh,
those birds can
hi.
even talk, and like parrots do. So it's just kind of like it's a strong-willed bird, strong-willed human being. But that's it on my end. I'll cut it there. I've got quite a few businesses that are coming up anyway, and business might think it's weird, think I'm talking to myself or something.
Oh, you're good, man. You're good. I was actually gonna say that I had somebody coming up next. So
thank you for sharing that. That was awesome, though.
Definitely. Thank you for that. And I want everyone to literally, with just what was being said, I want you to think about everything he's shared so far. With the loss of his father and just growing up, going to school without friends, and just literally the hardship that he has endured up until this very moment. And you guys will see, just like the last person that has spoken, he's a good guy too. There's nothing different about him. There's nothing about him that will make you guys say, hey, you're white, I don't feel comfortable around you. This guy has just the same amount of capacity and love as myself and Gay Dreams. So seriously, Raven, thank you for speaking up on this. I'm gonna pull Gopam next, if you don't mind, Noodles.
No worries.
Can I
say one
perfectly
quick
fine.
thing?
Oh yeah, you can say one more thing.
Yeah. So speaking on the compassion and love, and just a cool tidbit. I actually had a friend. I did have some friends in high school in band, more so than others. But one of my friends, his name was Avery. He was a black kid, and I never grew up. My house, I never grew up thinking of anybody differently. And turns out the dude was gay. He was still my friend. So I mean, that piggybacks on what TK said. It doesn't matter who you are. And
Oh,
if you
snap!
treat me with respect as a human being, I'm going to treat you the same way unless you give me a reason not to. I love being around people. That's why I had the FedEx job. If I didn't like people, I wouldn't deliver packages. So I just kind of wanted to throw that out there because that's who I am as a person. I don't care. I would prefer you not to, but you could snort crack behind closed doors if you wanted to. That doesn't make me think less of you as a person. It makes me think that, I would love for you to, talk about why you're resorting to that and find a healthier alternative so that way you can live life longer and live life.
Captain Diabetes, thank you for the follow. What's up? Give me what's up, you officially. I'd like to how you're doing. And I, Charlie, thank you for the host as well.
I'm going to treat you the same way.
And
that's it on that, TK.
You're good, man. You're good. Thank you so much for that. Hopefully everybody understands. It was definitely a lot to absorb, but you know what? I definitely appreciate you for actually sharing all that because you honestly didn't have to.
Thanks for sharing.
But it definitely...
I don't even know how I'm going to outdo that.
It definitely makes it that much easier for us to get a better understanding of you. So we're going to pull Gopam. Noodles, I was gonna pull you next, but I don't want to take away from Gopam's time too much since he's running a charity stream. So I'm going to pull Gopam in now. And Gopam, the only thing that really that we're really doing is I just want you to introduce yourself. Just talk about yourself. Where you've come from, just anything that has to do with you, where you've come from, just the struggles you've endured in your lifetime, and just if you want, you can share your goals, share your ideals, because you're another positive person, and I don't think anybody really knows you. So I'm just opening a platform so others can actually get to know you. And hopefully your community as well will get to know you. And regardless of you, being a white man and whatnot, then people can actually judge you based on who you are as a character and a person, and not based on your skin, because there's been a lot of judgment going on, a lot of hatred going on. So I'm just opening the platform for you, and you can talk about whatever you want, and I'm going to mute myself now.
Okay, hi, I am SS GoPalm, also known as the Palm, whatever you want to call me. I run the Palm family. I run a mental health stream here on Mixer. I grew up in Wisconsin on a dairy farm with 3 older brothers, 2 younger sisters as a middle child. At a very early age, I was diagnosed with ADHD, and being a middle child, obviously that has some repercussions and stuff, and then having ADHD on top, it really affected the way I saw the world and how I treated others and what have you. And I guess I have a lot I could cover. I have a lot I could say, but that's just stop by one of my streams and I can give you more in-depth stuff. But long story short, I'm just going to fast forward to the last 5 years of my life and keep it pretty simple for you. Right now, I am running a charity stream for mental health awareness. Last year I hit a really rough patch. The last 5 years I dedicated myself going to college. I graduated with a pastoral degree, minor in counseling.
Oh, snap!
And I spent many years. That was the one thing I wanted to do, was to make a difference in other people's lives. I've dealt with depression, and last year I hit a rough point where I had applied to so many different places. They said I wasn't good enough. Things did not work out like I thought they were going to, and I got super depressed to the point of suicidal thoughts. And I had just moved with my sister, and I was living with my sister and her husband. They were so nice to let me into their home and stuff, but for me, it was a sign of failure that I couldn't take care of myself.
Oh,
that
snap!
All these dreams and aspirations I had failed, and I wasn't going to make it. And I eventually called out for help, and I just did this long post on Facebook, because I tend to be a pretty positive person. But for the longest time, I used to mask my feelings and how I truly felt. That is no longer the case anymore. I think life is too short to beat around the bush. I think we need to be honest and open with one another, because you never know when it's going to be that last time with someone. And I would rather let someone know how much I love and care about them. And so I often will tell people they're awesome, they're rock stars, let them know in chat how I truly care and how much I truly feel about them. And I think that's something we should all do, especially now more than ever. But I had a friend, because I was looking into getting counseling and stuff, and I was too scared. I was too afraid. What would my family think if me, the super positive individual, just said, "Hey, I'm super depressed and I'm thinking about taking my life." It's a very dark situation. It's something I think we need to normalize it, because people are so afraid that they'll say the wrong thing and push someone over the edge. We just need someone to talk to. I think we need to normalize conversations concerning mental health, depression, ADHD, and those things, on letting people know they're not alone, that there is hope. And so I called out for help, and I was looking into getting counseling and stuff, and I couldn't afford it. And my friend Paul here in North Dakota is like, "No, you go get the help you need. Don't even think about costs. Don't even worry about that. I will cover you." And it really helped me just let out all this stuff that I had been carrying for baggage for so many years. And I started learning like different coping mechanisms, and just learning more about myself and who I was as a person. And streaming in part has been a huge help with that as well, in the sense I've gotten to meet a lot of other gamers and reach out to other people across the globe, and in Canada, in the United States, in South Africa, in the UK, in Australia, Iceland. And I'm able to talk about like my struggles with depression, and we're able to normalize it. And I know I'm not the only one, and I like to remind people they aren't alone. If you need to talk, if something's going on in your life, reach out to me. Just look up SSGOHPOM, SSGoPom on Twitter, on YouTube, on whatever. Shoot me a message. If you need to talk or something, I'd rather have a conversation with you and hear about what's going on in your heart, than hearing that you took your life, or you're headed down that path.
Snap!
I truly care about people, and I truly want to see people find their passions, what they like. And so that was a super low point. I'm still doing counseling. I've gotten a lot better. I still struggle with depression and stuff, but I've got an amazing supportive community. I've got TK here. I've got my brother Nautical Yak. The Mixer community has just been so amazing and so supportive in helping me grow as a person and develop and build this community, the Palm family. Now we're legitimately running a charity stream to essentially, in honor of what Paul did for me, give back and pay for somebody else to get counseling who needs it, who can't afford it. And I feel with the way the world is and how things are going, like that's something we need to do. Like I try to focus on what brings us together and what we can do together instead of what separates us and brings us apart, because we're all cut from the same cloth. We're all human. We all have feelings, we all have emotions. We're all capable of great things. And I think we need to find those things and find like-minded people and come together and shine a light on the darkness in this world. And maybe the darkness won't be so dark. It'll be lighter. It'll be brighter. And we can come together and do that as a community. And TK is just always bringing in positive streams. Like, I love what TK does and like what he brings. This was kind of spur of the moment. I know what to expect, but I didn't even question it because I knew it was TK. I was just like, guys, I don't know what we're doing here, but you know what? I trust him. I love that guy. And I'm just super blessed to be a part of his community and like have gotten to know him and see him grow on the stream and see what he's doing. And it's just an amazing thing to be a part of that. And I try to always keep in mind that when it comes to streaming, there are millions and billions of people in the world. And out of the thousands of people that there are, like if someone steps into your stream as a first behind that screen as a life, who has a story, and if you live with that philosophy and you live with that ideology, when you walk out the door and someone's having a bad day, instead of being like, man, that person's such a Chad or such a Karen or what have you, they're hurting inside. Something's going on. Maybe ask them what's wrong. Ask them how their day's going. Maybe they just need to blow off steam. Find a way to make that connection and not like make it worse. And I think the world will be better off for it. And it's not always easy, but the more you do it, the easier it's going to become. And I've tried to keep my goals simple. I used to have very high ambitions and things when I was dealing with depression and stuff. And he's like, you need to be kinder to yourself. And so now my honest to God goal, every single day that I get up and every single time that I stream, if I can make one connection with the person, if I can put a smile on one person's face, the day's already been won. I've had an amazing day because I was able to bring something of value to somebody else's life. And you just can't put a price on that, especially now more than ever. And I hope to continue streaming on Mixer. I hope to continue building community. I hope to continue doing that. And I invite you to be a part of that if you're not already. Check out TK, check out his community, check out the Palm family. We've got some amazing, talented people here. And yeah, I guess I'll leave it at that. That's just any questions and things you want to say, man. I'm happy to be here.
Yo, seriously, thank you for sharing that. One thing I will definitely say.
You're muted. I can't hear you. I'm not sure what's going on.
Oh, my bad. I didn't even know I was muted on Discord. Definitely, thank you for sharing that. One thing I will definitely have to say is, it's not just me that most people should like really focus on. It's just the only thing I try to accomplish is making sure everybody else is okay, because we've all grown up at some point in our lives where we've all dealt with some form of abuse, hatred, discrimination, depression, anger, whatever it may be. We've all dealt with it, and at some point in our lives we've all dealt with being unheard. And one thing that people don't understand is that it doesn't matter if you're black or white, Hispanic, Asian, Polynesian, Indian, it doesn't matter, Middle Eastern, it doesn't matter. Yes,
we're all family.
Black lives are being affected at the moment, but listen to those who are not being heard. That is where true anger is coming from. That is where true hatred is coming from. So this right here is just saying, hey, I love you. And I want you to finally get out of your chest what you're feeling. It's an amazing feeling to actually be able to share who you are as a person, to share who you would like to become, what you want to accomplish, and give other people the platform, giving other people the stage to say, this is me and this is who I hope to become. And if anybody asks, I'm not afraid to admit, like, I used to practice discriminating other people. I used to be racist as well until I joined the military. And it's just like what I shared with Angry Spexican. It wasn't until I joined the military and they literally broke me down to the very cell within my body and remolded me that I finally saw everything wrong with me. And what we are experiencing now is an entire world being brainwashed into hating one another rather than being taught how to love one another. And one thing I definitely want you guys to focus is that you heard Gopal. That is an amazing dude right there. He's running charity streams. He's trying to figure out ways to actually create a positive atmosphere for his community and for the rest of the platform. He's trying to create a world where everybody can just continue to grow and be who they are and prosper while still being themselves. Create a world where everyone can enjoy who they are as a person without being feared. If you ever go to Gopal's stream, you're going to feel like you're part of the family. This dude will talk to you. He will interact with you. If you're having a bad day, he's going to make sure you're okay. And that is not, and it's not because he's a streamer. It's not because he's trying to, create that safe space for all viewers because he's a leader for his community. No, it's because he is a person who understands what it's like to go through certain hardships, and he doesn't want another individual to go through what he went through. If you were to visit countless platforms of all streamers and you were to voice out your concerns, your thoughts, your troubles, how many of those streamers can you say will stop what they're doing to make sure you're okay? How many of them will strictly enforce a positive vibe by telling you not to share that with them because you're going to ruin their the direction of their stream, their vibes, their mood, their atmosphere? How many of you can actually say they will honestly be there for you? Not many. There's really not many. And you should be able to feel what we feel. This man right here, he's happy. He's always smiling. This guy, I mean, I will tease him. He's constantly playing Fortnite or Animal Crossing. I was like, dude, all you do is play this. I can't watch you play this anymore. Well, TK, you always coming at the bad time. Yeah, damn right I'm going to come in at the bad time. But this guy still maintains such positive atmosphere and light. And if you guys were to be in his chat, it's not a small chat. It's not a big chat. It's just a chat. If you were to be in his chat and be around his community, be around his mods, be around him, you will come out feeling so much more refreshed than that sadness and anger you felt as you walked in. And that's what it's all about. And hopefully you guys heard everything that he said, because right there sounds like a good man. You can look at him right now. He's white. And he's not evil. That's another thing I want to emphasize. He's white and he's not a bad person. He doesn't believe that there's no other life that's worthy than another. He makes sure that everybody is okay. Everybody is okay. You had Gay Dream who came in here, white gay male. You had Raven come in here, white straight male. You have Gopam, white straight male, myself, black straight male, and you're gonna have another person who's gonna speak up shortly. and you're going to be able to hear his story. And guess what? You are talking to every single one of us. You're listening to every single one of us, and we are all exactly the same individuals as far as our heart posture, our characteristics, our personality, and our humanity. We are all exactly the same. The only thing that has changed is how we look. And if that's not proof enough for you guys to understand that no matter what someone looks like, judge them on their character, not what they look like. And Martin Luther King said that best. And I'm just helping you guys see exactly what's been preached in our past. Judge someone based on their character. Don't judge them based on how they look.
Actions speak louder than words.
Exactly. And
we just have different stories, the way I see it.
Exactly. And the thing is, guys, like, keep in mind, we are being angry at the wrong people. We shouldn't expect Gopalm, Raven, Gatrin to understand what other people go through. I don't expect them to understand what I go through as a black man. I don't expect to understand what they go through as a white man. But all that matters is that we actually create a dialogue and platform so we can all understand each other. Dan. We can all understand how we've grown up, where we've come from, and where we're heading in the future. And with that, we will learn to be each other's strengths for every weakness. I just want you guys to literally see that. So seriously,
are you gonna happen to have a recording of this afterwards?
What happened?
Are you gonna have like a recording? Like it says podcast with TightKidd. Is there going to be an actual podcast recorded that we can like share with those who missed out? Or
I'm actually I'm just going to pull the clip of this and I'm gonna post it on YouTube.
Sweet.
Hopefully tomorrow morning before
I have some other friends who could definitely hear everybody's story. I think this is just awesome. I just y'all are awesome. Love y'all. You're just amazing.
So are you, dude. Honestly, thank you for sharing. It's nice to hear some laughs and smiles. You know.
I'm just trying to figure out how somebody can smile more than TK does.
I tell you what, like I've seen a lot of shit. I've experienced a lot of shit. I know everybody else does, and sometimes you gotta have a good sense of humor. And in a world there's a lot of darkness, you gotta be a light. And I don't ever want to say that like if someone's having a crappy day, oh just smile and get over it. Like no. What's wrong? Let's get through this. Let's go buy some ice cream, man. Like I hate just plain vanilla. Give me some chocolate ice cream. Get some marshmallows on there. I love me some Rocky Road. Like let's have a conversation. Like like let's make whatever we find. Let's make it better than what we found it. That's
exactly.
Can you buy me a cupcake instead of ice cream? I'm not a big fan of ice cream.
I can do that. You got it, brother. You ever come in ND, I will get you a cupcake.
Look, I was tongue tied as a kid, so I couldn't lick the ice cream off of my lips, and I need ice cream. So I just kind of like me and ice cream. We go back, and we aren't the best of friends.
True struggles right there, man. I can relate. That if the ice cream falls off the cone, whew, man, worst day in the world, Tell you what.
What you just said about the don't just tell people to put a smile and get over it. That piggybacks right on what I said. There's people that support you, and then there's the people that actually support you and want to see you succeed. And it was the same. It was the same with those kids when I graduated high school. You're talking about kids who the day before were, if it was, the picking on kind of died down as we got closer to graduation and closer to senior year, but it went from, these are kids that 2 days ago, if we were in, 10th grade instead of 12th, they're picking on me about the clothes I wear or whatever, calling me, one of my infamous nicknames was because my name's Nicholas, and I've always gone by Nick, but they always called me like Dickless Harry Balls. And you know, so that was one of my infamous nicknames, you know, that or the, you know, I mean, I've been called faggot, I've been called douche, I've been called, you know, I've been called every name under the sun, but these kids who would have picked on me were all of a sudden like, oh, you know, I'm so sorry for your loss, you know, and it doesn't mean as much.
Oh,
You know,
absolutely not.
It doesn't matter if 1,200 people told me I'm sorry for your loss. There's a difference between someone who's doing it just because, oh, well, we need to get in on the attention since Nick's getting all the attention. Oh, I'm sorry for your loss. It's so terrible. And someone who's actually decides they want to drive 12 hours away to me to be there for me. You know, and that's why I put that in there, my best friend, because there's a difference between people who are going to be there for you and people who are just there for you.
Yeah,
there's a difference between being there and just there.
My friend Paul, I don't think I would honestly be here if my friend Paul hadn't intervened and said, no, you are getting counseling. I'm going to pay for it and you're going to get the help you need. That is a true friend right there. Like,
I definitely remember you talking about that.
Yeah, honestly, people don't care about how much you know until they know how much you care. And I think that's exactly, you couldn't, I've been there. I could go on and school about that stuff too. Like this, life sucks. I mean, it's made you a stronger person. You didn't let it overcome you. You didn't let the darkness consume you. You let it break the darkness and you became a light. And I think that's just awesome. Like, you keep sharing your story. That just, my heart really resonates with that right now. Like, thank you.
Thank you, man. I mean, that, damn, this girl flying down in the neighborhood.
And I definitely,
like,
I can feel the bromance coming on right here.
And literally
this girl is in this little Toyota Camry, man, and I'm in a residential neighborhood, and she had to be going like 40 down this. I'm like, whoa! I'm trying to filter myself. Why I'm about to yell some cuss words.
And that's literally what this is all about. Just like right now, this is what I want us all to be able to accomplish. Like, you're hearing each other's stories and you guys are already starting to connect. You guys are already starting to form a bond. And that right there is literally what I hope to accomplish. Noodles, you can tell her to join the call. Just have her mute herself. But that's what I want, you guys to like really see. That's the bigger picture. It's just really us. It's just us small individuals, but that's the overall bigger picture. You guys are getting to know each other, and just from hearing each other's story, I don't know if this wasn't done, if you guys would still talk to each other the way that you guys are talking to each other right now. If you guys would still see each other the way you guys are seeing each other right now. If you guys will respect each other and actually immediately love one another as brothers or sister, if you guys didn't get the moment to know each other right now. And that's the overall big picture. So seriously, like, thank you, every single one of you.
Thanks
not much.
For having us. Like, we wouldn't be here without you having brought us together, man. Thank you so much for what you do, and don't ever quit, man. If you ever get down on yourself, I'm gonna find you on Twitter, man, and I'm gonna support the living crap out of you. So get used to it, man. Accept it, embrace it.
Oh, definitely.
I suppose with all these things that we've been speaking about that have been part of our lives so far, I think maybe we should focus on some positives all together as a group, because that might actually be something that would help each and every single one of us.
And it will be.
Even the chat, if they are reading. Something that makes you happy. We can start with you, TK. What makes you happy? Hold
on. Before we get to that, I still want to give.
I'm I'm running a charity stream.
Oh yeah, that's
so
what
I think
I was gonna say. You can head out, GoPalm. Thank
I'm gonna
you.
head out. I will say what like truly makes me happy, what truly like, and if you ever come to my stream, like I'll just like that makes my soul happy, that makes my heart happy, like that literally puts a smile on my face. Is like when I can make a connection with someone across the globe, like break all barriers. I don't even have to see them. I don't even have to know
Mm-hmm.
their full background, where they've come from. But I know they've had struggles and life sucks, and I've been through it too. I'm trying to get through the same thing, and like your stream really spoke to me. Or like I like that says a lot. That means a lot to me coming from like someone who grew up on a dairy farm in Wisconsin, who was really hard on himself, had really high standards. I treated myself like crap. Is to like know that people I looked up to who inspired and encouraged me growing up, I can do that for somebody else. And to have like people just say like, hey, you made my day or something like that, really just like, gosh, I don't want to cry here, I don't want to get emotional. We're very positive stream here, but like my heart is just filled with complete gratitude, and I want to keep that going. And with that, I will opt out and I will get back to my stream. But I look forward to listening to the podcast, connecting with you guys later. Remember SSGOHPOM. If you ever want to stop by, Palm Fam is waiting for you. We love you.
To ask you, yeah.
No
yeah,
worries.
thank you for joining.
You're already getting a shout out as we speak.
Is it on Mixer, yeah?
Yes, I'm on Mixer. I'm on Twitter. You look it up. You can't miss it. It's got that weird guy with the hairdo and the beard. You can't miss the logo. There we go.
I was gonna say, yeah, that's me too. I'm the goofy looking guy with tattoos and a beard. Yep. I mean, that's just me.
Yeah.
We're the same already.
Definitely.
I will catch you later. Love you all. Have an awesome day. Seriously.
You too as well, GoPalm.
Yeah,
Thank you for talking,
you as
man.
well,
Keep doing
man.
what you do.
Thanks for sharing yours.
TK, thanks for pulling me away. This was I can't thank you enough, but
No worries. I'll catch you later, man. I love you. Yo, Professor Kane. Thank you for the 1,500 embers, man. I didn't do it for any incentives, but I truly do appreciate that. Thank you. So you guys already heard GoPalm. Definitely like amazing dude. Seriously,
Super cool.
He's one of many people with the same characteristics as me, I can honestly say. And I just want you guys to understand what he is trying to accomplish for himself and his community, as well as we are all doing. And it's just not for the streaming platform, but for just what we are all trying to accomplish and do together to help,
Unity.
with the world. So I am going to bring up Noodles. I'll give you a chance to introduce yourself, and then right after that, I'll let your lovely lady Kitty introduce herself, and
Thank you.
she can share her story. So feel free to open up about anything, like just whatever you've gone through in your life that brought you to this very moment, and just help us understand who you are. And
Okay.
I'll leave the floor to you.
Okay. So I'm Noodles. You can Vinny is my real name, but Noodles is probably where you can call me. I wouldn't even know where to usually start with this, but I have my lovely girlfriend with me, so that's probably a plus side as well. My basic interest at the moment with everything that are going on is more or so pretty much myself and the people that I love and people to care about. It's easy to get lost in hysteria and a lot of things that are going on around the world, but it's also easy to lose yourself through all of this, which I would admit I've done, probably more than I'd want to admit, but I have. I like to perceive myself to be a very charismatic and outgoing person that can do a lot of different things and a lot of things that I've always wanted to do in my life. But behind the curtains, especially in the world that we live in right now, it's very, very difficult to focus on things that you enjoy or things that have motivated you, because it's struggle to see reasoning behind it. But then you see people like this right now, the stream that we're going through, people like TK, the people in the chat, my girlfriend, the people that have spoken. That's reasons for you to keep on going. And if I'm honest, I try to stay away from a lot of reality because it's so hard to comprehend at points in my life. I struggle with pretty severe anxiety, so it's difficult for me to do a lot of simple things during my days. Like, it could be something as simple as just going to the shops, walking around on my own, which is still a struggle for myself. And it's something that I've been trying to work on for a very long time, which probably could help me.
Snap!
And I would admit through medication and things like that, but I genuinely do not agree with like taking that personally. That's just my personal opinion. Nonetheless, I'm a musician. That is my passion. I love writing music. I love singing music. I love playing the piano, the guitar, the drums, anything I can get my hands on that makes a sound. It could be a little tap on the table. Look, I've got a table right here. That's a beat to me, you know. That makes me feel good. So that's my passion. I love music, and that's definitely something that I want to. Well, if it's even possible with how many talented artists there are, you know, in the world right now, something that I'd like to follow through in my life. It's not necessarily been the easiest for me. I won't say that I haven't had everything I needed, because I mean, sometimes I have, sometimes I haven't. When I was a child, I didn't really have much at all. As I've grown older, we've learned to become stable and learned to actually kind of look after ourselves. Not to an extent that we should probably, but I'm saying this as my family as well. My childhood wasn't necessarily the greatest. It was a bit of a struggle. Something that, well, a lot of things I don't really want to discuss right now, but it's a huge part of the reason why I have so much anxiety. And sometimes I can wake up in the morning, I can feel fine. I can wake up in the morning and I want to get out of bed. I'll put some clothes on. I want to eat food. That's as small as it may seem. That's something huge to me. If I'm eating during the day, or just maybe even, you know, going and having a shower or something like that, just in the morning when you wake up, that's a big thing for me, because that takes a lot out of me to actually do that. And the only escape that I ever find myself having through this whole kind of mental confusion, especially like we're talking about the world at the moment and just ourselves and everything that's going on. It really doesn't help, because I'm the type of guy to look out my window and like see a star that's moving a little bit too quick, and I'm like, oh, aliens, we're all gonna die, you know. Yeah, it doesn't really help too much. But things that make me happy, let's talk about those. Things that make me happy is my girlfriend. She's been a huge support. I met her nearly a year ago. We've been together for nearly a year or so. No, wait, I met her over a year ago. We've been together for nearly a year. My bad.
That is correct.
Be careful.
Of course, she's
testing you now.
We're going to be 1 year on July the 14th is when we got together, and it's been because I'm not necessarily the most, you know, pleasant of people to handle sometimes, because I have my own issues going on, just things that have really dragged me down through life, things that I've had to conquer alone, and it kind of it makes me scared when people try to reach out to me, or when I try and open up about it, because I don't really know where to look for help, or I don't really know how to accept help, is probably what I'm going to say about that. And when it's offered to me, I guess I feel like I'm taking something that I don't deserve. And I guess that's what people do all the time. They take things that they don't deserve, but they probably don't feel like they deserve it at all. And that's an issue that is like a huge part of my anxiety, because I don't really know how to handle that emotion. But the way I can actually handle this is by, just like I said, doing normal everyday things, and my music as well. I love playing the piano. It's one of the things that have really helped me through my life. I'm not floating my boat, but I ain't too bad at it. So, you know, I'm kind of happy with where I'm at with that. But I mean, this is the thing that drags me down with music, for instance. Where do you even start to produce or do anything that you really wanted to focus on? Like, I lay in bed sometimes and I have so many ideas, so many different speeches, poems, lyrics, tunes in my head, things that I could say, different ideas for videos, etc., etc. But I just never find myself with the motivation when I wake up in the morning, and that's the problem. But you know, I still try. I still try, and that's I think that's all that matters. Sometimes maybe you can, well, people may say that I don't try my hardest, but I think that's okay, because I'm still getting out of bed in the morning, you know, and I'm still dancing like you, by the way. I still love my dancing, the beautiful dancers. Phoebe, you know that one, right? I got some good moves.
Oh, I know.
My story, my my story isn't very in depth. There's not many things that I could probably publicly disclose, which I'll just keep to myself, because you know. But my struggles of life are just, I think, losing myself, losing who I was, that person that was always smiling, and not just because he had to, but because he wanted to. The person that could socialize with people and just, you know, not have to put a show on for everybody else around him, just for the sake of, you know, not having to deal with the anxiety, I suppose. Have you ever struggled with something like this? If we can bring you in, TK.
What was that?
Have you ever struggled with anything like I've been speaking about? Anxiety-wise,
Yeah,
or
but I'll talk about it once my time comes. I do
okay,
plan on sharing later. I'm just gonna wait
okay,
for everybody to talk first.
yeah, that's fine. But yeah, so I met this girl called Phoebe. A very spontaneous meeting. It was kind of one, like somebody I knew told me to message her, and we did. And now a year down the line, we're here, and yeah, I'm happy. I'm definitely happy. You have your ups and downs. Sometimes I do have a temper, which I will fully admit. I've struggled with ADHD, which isn't an excuse to act the way I act, but it's definitely, it plays a role in the things I do, and my concentration span, and just, you know, my overall thought process. It's difficult to comprehend a lot of things that I do. Nonetheless, I feel like I am moving forward, which is great. And I hope everybody that is listening right now in the chat, I see 26 eyes, so I hope we are all moving forward. If we could all post one thing in the chat that makes us happy, instead of focusing on just all the negatives in the world, I think that could help also. Yeah, Phoebe, do you want to say anything?
I don't even know
Oh,
what to say
snap!
myself, so.
Oh, hi.
Well, okay, TK, start her off. Ask her, like you did for me, because I think that kind of helped.
Pretty much, Kitty. You could just talk about anything that will allow us to get to know you, especially as a woman, because we know you.
As the only woman currently here.
Yeah, because I mean, there are things that you may have gone through that, you know, we won't understand, and as a woman, you know, just help us to understand your world, help us to understand your struggles, and, you know, just talk about things that you would love for us to know about you, things that will help us get to know you better, help us get to love you better, and just pretty much anything you're willing to share that's not going to be too, you know, whatever you feel is not going to make you too uncomfortable to share, pretty much. So yeah.
So the floor is mine. I've not had like the most amazing life, but also not had the most boring life. I went through a lot of bullying and self-image problems in school, which went right through all the way until college, until I left. I actually managed to do all my coursework like 4 months earlier than the rest. So yeah, there was that. I got into a very bad relationship during that time as well. It didn't. It's fucked me up, and I'm still trying to work that out from here. But after about 6 or 8 years, I'm on antidepressants, and so far so good-ish. Although I have accidentally forgotten to take them for about 3 days. So I think that's why today I'm not feeling that great.
Kitty.
um, but as far as being a woman in this day and society, a lot of it is around looks over personality, and Vinny would argue differently, but I'm not the most attractive person in the world. I'm far from it, and I've had a lot of bullying because of that. Also went through a great period of my life, and I'm still recovering from self-harm and suicidal thoughts. I am getting there, but it's not been fun. Being a girl is not fun. I actually tip my hat off or give props to the trans women of the world, because being a woman is not all it's cracked up to be. I've had 22 years of that. Don't want it anymore.
So
Uh,
something. What about something that makes you happy?
Video games mostly, as I'm currently playing RuneScape. I love playing Doom. That makes me happy, but I have to be in the right mood to play that. Been playing RuneScape for about 2 months now, give or take. Gotten higher stats than you.
Why do they make you happy?
It gives me something to do, so I don't go stir crazy. Like every single day, I wake up, I go to work, I eat, I go to sleep. That's it. I'm trying to set small goals, like little milestones, so that when it gets down to it, at least I can say, yes, I've done that. And so far, my new recent goal is to be getting a tattoo once the parlor's open again. I can't wait for that. I'm excited.
Then the other thing, I will definitely, if you're okay with sharing, just because most of the issues that we actually have been having that we've been having that's literally been triggering all sorts of things. Yeah, we definitely I would definitely get to the Black Lives Matter shortly, but yeah, we do have our issues with race, but um one thing I would definitely, if you've experienced it, what was some of the things that you've gone through as a woman, because you know sexism still, it very much exists as well. What are some of the things that you've actually gone through and endured that most, well, that every man would not understand? Because as much as I would love to, you know, allow everybody to understand, um, everyone from black eyes, Spanish eyes, male eyes, I want them to understand just how far their sexism, their hatred can go, and how much it affects a woman when they treat you any less than who you are. So if you have any experiences of that, definitely feel free to share that, because I think that's something else that we should also tackle.
Mm. I went through for 3 years of my life being a chef, so I was always in the kitchen. So as you can kind of think already, I did have the "oh, women belong in the kitchen" kind of jokes and stuff like that. That never helped, and because of my mental health, that I couldn't actually continue doing that. But I loved it. I loved doing that. I loved doing it at home. I love cooking at home and cooking for the people that I love or that are around me and stuff like that. But I've always had, issues of like guys talking behind my back or spreading rumors and stuff like that. And it's really hard as a woman to kind of put on a pretty smile or a happy face and kind of go like, yeah, okay. So you can say that, yeah, that's fine. It's it's hard to explain really, because most of the bullying that I actually experienced was from women. Um, but I have had quite a few, guys saying stuff and really sort of damaging my self-image, and I'm recovering from that slowly. A previous relationship never helped, as you can imagine. But Vinny's helped me a lot with my body image and making me feel better about myself, because it's something that I've never had throughout my life. But with all the stuff that's going on lately, I can't personally relate to it, as obviously I'm white and I don't understand. But I'm all for like the Black Lives Matter and stuff like that,
We
because
keep
all the
going.
people that say it, but all lives matter. Like, yeah, to a degree, all lives do matter, but it's not the white people that are getting like oppressed. It's
I agree.
this
I
world,
agree.
man.
And you know
Yeah.
what? That makes a lot of sense. I actually dealt with that this morning on Twitter, and I've just been on a rampant. That's literally all it's ever been for me for the past week since this situation arise. It's just been nothing but damage control as much as possible, doing my best to try and educate everybody as much as possible. But it doesn't matter what you do, no matter how hard you try to talk to people, no matter how hard you try to be there for them and just guide them and open their eyes, some people will just blatantly turn a blind eye and just ignore everything that goes on. But you know what? One thing that I can definitely say is I admire your strength through this whole situation. Yeah, you're not black. Okay, that's cool. But you know what? You endured everything that you've gone through as a woman. And that's tough. It's tough because I can only imagine what it's like to be a woman and you're playing video games. The kind of comments you get as soon as you talk in a lobby, the kind of comments you get as soon as you start a stream up, the kind of comments you get when you're going out to the store, you're going to a party, you're going to a club, maybe you're going to the gym just to work out. Maybe you're going to the park just to get some fresh air and run, and people are attacking you and think, well, men are attacking you. So I can only imagine like the amount of stress it puts you through, the level of fear you have to endure when you're going out. Because in my lifetime, I've already witnessed so many women getting killed because of a simple rejection towards a man that they were not interested in, especially in the club scene. A guy will
It's
make a
so
move.
difficult to actually like put a man down. Like if you're not interested in them, they take it as like a personal offense, and then they start like really attacking you and stuff like that. I've had one case like that once when I went to a club, and this guy was like, he was clearly trying to flirt with me, and I was just like trying to like hang around my friends and stuff like that. And in the end, I just said, no, I'm not interested. And he just started trying to attack me. And he actually got taken out by a bouncer because of it. I've not seen him in the club since, but I've also not been since.
Exactly, and that's the
I,
prime example right there.
I
Just that itself.
actually. Oh, sorry.
Oh no,
Sorry,
no.
carry on.
Oh,
Apologies.
oh, you're good. You're good. I was just gonna say, and that itself is just a prime example. And as messed up as this is going to sound, and I apologize to everybody. As messed up as this is going to sound, this world was built to benefit and profit straight white male. Period.
I agree.
I agree.
And
No, I agree.
as bad
Um,
give me 1 second. As bad as it sounds, like you would think that people of color are going through issues, the LGBTQ community is going through issues, and women in general are going through issues. Yes, they are. And at this very moment, when it comes to those three levels of minorities, the way the world works, Black people are at the very bottom of that food pyramid. Right after that, it's women. Right after that, it's the LGBTQ community. And it's messed up when if you're just an LGBTQ, you can be a white gay male. You get treated better than a woman. You get treated better than a woman, and nobody can tell me any different. Because as a gay male, men are very good at lying. they don't show who they truly are until their backs are up against the wall. So you won't know what and who they are until that moment comes. And everything after that, everybody else below just gets treated like complete trash. And that's what the world has really set us up to be. And when you actually have different people coming together, different experiences, all looking completely different, all just coming from different corners of the world. When you have all of them coming together and they're all talking, they're all voicing out things that have gone in their lives, you slowly begin to see how you are the same as me. I've went through depression just like you. I've gone through anger just like you. I've gone through losing my job just like you. I've gone through losing a relationship just like you. I've gone through being an alcoholic just like you. Being dependent on drugs just like you. Wanting to kill myself just like you. I literally grew up the same lifestyle as you. The only thing different is because of the color of my skin, or maybe because of Kitty's gender, things have been like tipped out of equality and balance. So what you may have gone through, even though we share the same thing, okay, let's go with mental illness. You may have gone through mental illness and I may have gone through mental illness as well. But because of my skin color, I can go and seek help. And they'll just look at me as another crazy, delusional, angry black man when I finally talk. You can talk. And they'll see, okay, we have a young man who's in trouble. Let's see what we can do to help him. They'll look at a woman with the same issue. Okay, she's just being emotional and irrational, and we don't know if she's even telling the truth. She's probably just speaking out of pure emotions, exaggerating every aspect of the guy who raped her. And then you listen to this guy who's been sexually abused. Oh, well, he's definitely going through something. We're going to do everything we can to heal his mind, heart, body, and soul. So the way the world treats every single one of us is all just straight whack, tipped far from its balance, and there's no such thing as equality. People talk about equality, but there's no such thing as equality because the world refuses to give that to us. So,
well, TK, if I may interject
may I just
a little bit,
correct you on one thing there?
wait,
Because the world is a beautiful place, but it's society that doesn't allow us to do that.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I still see society as the world. Because wherever you go, you're going to be in different. Yes, society is different wherever you are, but no matter where you go, society is still going to be the world. We are still connected to the world. And majority of the world, they love people, but they're so afraid because society is ruled by the elites. There are very few people that hate. But the people who hate, their hatred is so strong that it will literally silence those who love. And that's what is bringing us to right now. I'm not saying that the society or world or anything like that, they're not the same or they are the same. I'm not comparing and contrasting. I'm just saying, like, in a general aspect, no matter where we look at, in some part, society is going to be different throughout every corner, but you're still going to see it as the rest of the world. based on where you are. That's why I said, you know, the world instead of, you know, society. I just said the entire world because it just makes it so much easier for everybody to see that bigger picture than just see society itself and they minimize it to their current location. Because my society is going to be different from yours. You guys are part of the English society. I'm part of the American society. There are people part of the Mexican society. Like it's different. So when I say the world, then we can all just like literally expand our minds and just like pull our eyes straight out of our sockets, throw it up in the sky, and just see everything for just the view that it is. So I just say world instead of society.
May I ask one thing from you?
What's up?
And it's something that's been on my mind for quite a while.
Mm-hmm.
It's do you see any sort of foreseeable future that is built around understanding and equality? Or do you feel like we're going to have these huge events that happen around the world until we just eventually become extinct or go into a world war or something that is excuse my language. I can't speak. I can't say the word. Phoebe, get it for me.
Incomprehensible. There you go.
Thank you. For everybody to even fathom in their minds, you know. Are we going to sit around and? I'm not saying this is not something great that we're doing right now. I'm saying this is like a mass joint effort from everybody around the world. Are we going to sit around and try to build a union and understanding? And
I mean,
because race has been a huge issue for years, loads of years, more years than I would ever like to imagine. You know,
Hundreds.
And it's I don't know where it all started. There's definitely got to be a source for it. But I see from a British person's perspective. I can't speak at the moment. I'm tongue twisted.
You're good.
Perspective. You're good. I apologize. Perspective. I see a lot of this stuff that does happen, and I don't mean to. Obviously, I'm not pinpointing Americans overall, but a lot of this black on white cops killing, you know, black people and things like that. A lot of it is sourced from America.
It is.
Because of gun laws and things. You know, a lot of it is based around there, and I feel like a huge step in the right direction for especially racial matters should start in the USA. And that's just my personal opinion, because there are a lot of like secret people doing secret things around all these things. You've seen the protests and the cops, you know, spraying people in the face, targeting. I've seen a group of 20 whites and one black guy, and he's got targeted and sprayed in the face, and they pulled his mask down just for peacefully protesting. You know, this is a real thing that is actually happening around the world right now, and we are just sat here letting it happen. And the only people that can change this are us. We can, but the higher ups have all the power, all the control, everything that gets decided in this society around the world is from these higher ups that just don't give a flying fuck. Excuse my French. They hire these people. Do you know it takes more time to train, to get into a hair salon, to work for one, than it does to become a cop? Did you know that?
Oh yeah, I know.
That is,
it takes everywhere else in the world. They have anywhere between a 2 to 8 year process of becoming a cop, but here in the United States you have about 8 to 10 weeks.
8 weeks is absolutely
even the military.
Absolutely absurd in my opinion.
That's insane.
That's ridiculous. Especially to not only protect your community, people that you're meant to be looking after, because when you ring the police, what do you expect? You expect to be looked after, comfort. You expect resolutions. You expect them to do exactly what you called them up to do, because you'd expect them to help you. What they see as humans, because you have got to see it from a human's perspective, because they're not robots, they are humans. Humans wearing a uniform. They see a big situation that's blown out of proportion. They target the biggest picture that they can find from that, and they will try to diffuse that. It doesn't matter whether it's holding them down on the ground. It doesn't matter whether it's to do with, you know, trying to calm a situation down to the left, to the right. They will always go for the bigger picture and do anything they can because they wear that badge. You know? With this person, I've tried to avoid it as much as possible, and the man that got held down by his neck for 8 minutes and 43 seconds. So there's actually a website up right now called 8minutesand43seconds.com, I think it's called. You can sit there and try and sit in silence with that timer, and it seems like an eternity for a man to be held down by police. And it's okay. We've had stuff like this happen in the past, but have you seen how much it's blown out of proportion now? We have like such easy access to social media. It's so easily accessible. We can share everything that happens. People have cameras. Everything has, you know, stuff documented nowadays. Like, people think they can just get away with this. It's probably happened for hundreds of years, all this stuff. But now, because we are all coming together and we can share these things and actually get our names known, protest, of course, not violently, like some people have been doing. We can actually really start to try and solve the problem. But on top of that, how many other problems have we got to solve right now? We've got COVID-19 on the left-hand side. We've got all this protests and things like that happening on the right-hand side. And in the middle is just a mass fucking trash pile of everything else going on in the world that we should be worrying about. You know, CO2 emissions, you know, climate change, things like that. It's just too much for one person to do, and that's why we need to really come together and make a change. Otherwise, nothing will happen, and we will all die. That's just how it's gonna work, you know.
That makes sense.
Well, I mean, how else can I put it?
No, you're.
I mean, I've
right.
always, if I, my philosophy and my vision has always.
What do you think on that matter,
why,
Phoebe?
Wait, hold on. What was
Oh,
Raven
you
going
got
to say? I want to finish hearing what Raven's going to say real quick.
Oh, sorry.
No worries.
Oh, no,
I felt like part of the time you couldn't hear me.
Yeah, sorry, you were making a lot of
You
rustling
had a lot of
noises, so I
background
muted
noise.
you. Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's
Apologies.
The truck and stuff. I've tried to mute,
okay.
but I forgot to mute. But I really wanted to say something during this
Oh,
part, so
did you hear what I said?
Tried to wait my turn.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I
Okay.
heard everything.
All right,
you said.
apologies.
Yeah.
All right, dude. Yeah, sorry.
No,
Carry
you're
on.
good. No, you're good. You're good. I understand completely. No, I just wanted to say, you know, because my biggest philosophy on the whole matter, period, has always been, why does it have to, you know, because yes, you know, most, it's a complicated matter, and that's why I say most of me agrees with TK's original statement, but at the same time, there's why does it have to be about race, about gender, about sexuality? Why my biggest thing is why can't we all just get along? You know, like, it doesn't. Everybody has something to bring to the table, and no, I have not had. I most likely have not had near as much experience with racism as TK has, or my friend from high school, Avery, who's a gay black man. You know, no, I have not had the same, but I've had people, because I'm white, play the race card to try and benefit them. I had for example, I had a lady who she was in a rush to get somewhere, and she tried to cut me off, and she clipped my the right front corner of my bumper. And so when we pulled over, you know, it was a black lady. I don't care if you're black or white or purple. If you hit my car and it's your fault, your insurance company needs to pay for the damages. If it's my fault, my insurance company got that. That's just the facts of life. That's the law. You know, so I don't care what color you are. But we pull over, and she gets out, and she's getting all upset at me, and then she all of a sudden, right in the middle, I said, "Look, ma'am," I said, "you hit me." I said, "We're pulled over. We need to." And she's like, "I'm getting my phone out because I've had this before, and I've dealt with racism before, so I'm gonna get my phone out and record everything." And I had said nothing wrong to her. And I said, "Ma'am," I said, "I'm the furthest person from being racist that you'll meet probably in your lifetime."
Mm-hmm.
I said, "I'm not trying to be ugly to you. You hit my car because you were in a rush, so I'm trying to solve the problem the right way, which is as adults, we need to exchange information, let them know there's no injuries because I'm out of my car. Just my girlfriend's in the passenger side. She's scared because and that's what was really cool is I relate to Noodle's anxiety to a point because my girlfriend has it, a terrible case of it, and she's in the passenger crying because this lady's out. She's yelling at me. She's being hysterical over. I'll be honest with you, there wasn't really much damage. It was really just a fender bender that when which insurance company? Allstate. When Allstate did the damage assessment was like $900.
Right.
I needed a composite because it was a 90s. It's a 96 Oldsmobile, and it needed the header panel composite redone. It needed a repaint from a scuff that was too deep on the fender, and a couple of other small things. But it was only $900 of cosmetic damage. It was not that big of a deal. If she had been like, "Hey, I'll just give you a couple $100 if you just want to just go our separate ways," cool.
Oh,
I'll
snap!
use that, and I'll pay
Oh,
somebody
hi.
that I know, because I know plenty of body shop people that I can fix it on the low because I like this car and I want to keep it.
And
So
this. Oh, continue.
it was just crazy that she wanted to just all of a sudden, and that made me nervous. I was like, when she did that and started pulling that phone out in front of me, I started getting nervous. I started getting jittery, like my girlfriend does when she's getting her anxiety's running high. She'll get shaky and jittery and upset, and I was feeling that. I don't have anxiety as a full-time thing like I do with ADHD and some depression, but I was feeling that all over a small thing that got blown out of proportion. And I've always had this vision for as long as I can remember, as long as I've been alive. Why does it have, unfortunately it is, but why does it have to be, oh well, it's I'm black, I'm white? Why are we still thinking like Neanderthals? It's 2020. We need to. It's 2020, but we haven't grown up as a society, as human beings.
That completely makes sense.
Grown up,
and that's
why. It's just why. That's all I can say. I mean, I could go on all day saying the same thing.
No, I got you.
Why does it have to be that? Oh, because I'm a straight white male. That because there are.
Oh, snap!
There are successful.
Oh,
I've met a bunch of successful black people in my life.
Mm-hmm.
I'm a huge fan of the American football team, the Seattle Seahawks.
Mm-hmm.
Russell Wilson.
Mm-hmm.
He's black, he's famous, and he's successful. And he married a black woman who's also successful. I think Sierra's a singer or something like that. I haven't really.
She is. But that's where I wanted to go with you on that one. Because, so this is why I'm having this talk today now. And I'm not shaming you and I'm not attacking you in any other way. This is literally the prime example, and I'm glad you brought this up. If you've noticed
I'm not gonna get
her, I'm just saying, just in case. If you've noticed her body language when she realized the truck that she hits belonged to a white man, That should already tell you exactly what she's been through. Hands down, that's already a red flag, and that should tell you exactly what she went through. So at that moment, your approach, you could have been just allow her to react and be calm. Because if she's already pulling out her phone and she's already afraid of you, it means that somebody in her past has attacked her in a way that it triggered her PTSD. She officially, automatically, as soon as she sees a white man, she jumps and she runs. She pulls out her phone. She's cowering in fear. Just like you explained, like what your girlfriend did. She's doing the same exact thing because somebody in her past who is a white man with power messed her up so hard that she cannot look at any other white man the same. No matter how great of a person you can be freaking Luke Bryan for all I care. And you can hit her car. You step out of your car, she's immediately going to jump because that fear is already in there. So the best thing that you could have done, even though she hits you, hold up, Raven, can you mute yourself real quick? Although she hit you, the best thing that you could have done was apologize to her. When it comes to someone who's dealt with that level of fear and racism, I've done it before. Apologize to them, even if they're at fault. Because saying, "I'm sorry, ma'am, is there anything I can do?" Like, just saying that will immediately de-escalate their emotions and what they're going through, and then they'll finally snap back into reality and see, oh snap, I am so sorry for that. They're not going to say it to you, but they're going to think to themselves, why am I being irrational right now? Why am I being such a radical? Let me calm down, assess the situation, talk to him, see what we can do to assess the damage. Just the way you approach them makes a huge difference. And that's what I explained to everyone earlier. Like, you can be a white man, you can have such a good heart, but people are already going to paint the image of you because of what they've gone through in their life. Just like how I can be a black man, I can approach you with love, respect, and all that stuff, but you're already going to see me how you want to see me because of all the other black people you met in your lifetime. So with her immediate reaction, that's where you lower yourself, take the low road, humble yourself, take in all that humility, think, and say, "I'm sorry, ma'am. Is there anything I can do to help you?" At that moment on, she snaps back into reality. She calms down. Then you can officially engage with her and talk to her on how you guys can work out this small little fender bender. And it's not just her, but it works like that with everyone else. For some reason, especially those who face PTSD from racism and hatred and abuse, for some reason, approaching someone with PTSD by saying sorry helps them feel more comfortable and relaxed than immediately going in, engaging in conversation with them, expecting them to rationalize everything. Once that person's PTSD kicks in, they're already one step closer to anxiety. Once your emotion starts kicking, your adrenaline starts rushing, you're not going to think about anything else. You're not going to think about anything else but that main fear and focus itself. So she may have gone through that, but you could have approached her a little better. That's why I said, hopefully what I say doesn't offend you or make you upset, anything like that. I definitely understand your side completely. You did nothing wrong, but just because of her experience at that moment, you should have understood her a little better. Especially her just being a black woman.
Snap!
Especially her just being a black woman. You should have understood her situation a little better. And this literally goes towards like everyone and everything. Society is really sensitive. Society is broken. We are so broken as individuals. Like I can meet Professor in person, accidentally bump into him, and he can already have a bad day. And you never know, he might drop the N-word on me. He might say, yo, I hope you get lynched. Don't ever touch me. And that's because he's having a bad day. He made a mistake. He made a bad judgment. And all that frustration built within him just immediately came out with pure hatred when he saw my skin. You never know. But how we all approach each other, and I'm not going to say that, you know, the protest should not have happened. Protest of any kind is okay. The rioting, the looting, this is where people are going to like literally judge me, and I'm just going to say this. This is not the first time we've gone through this. It's been a thing back in the 1800s with the Boston Tea Party. It happened again back in the early 1900s when the Great Depression kicked in. It happened again in the 1950s, the 1960s during the Civil Rights Movement. And it's happening again now. We're constantly in this cycle of just hatred, just spewing and turning. And we're in this literally, at this moment, we're nowhere near close to how hatred operated during the Civil Rights Movement. We're right there. We're literally right there at the tip of the iceberg with this entire situation going on. But we're not there yet. Because right now, all the violence happening is the exact same violence that happened then.
Watchy sent Radworth
60, 70 years ago.
Hope you being safe, my dude.
Yo, Watchy, how
Lots
you
of
doing,
support.
man? Thank you for the embers. So, with the protests, people have every right to express themselves freely. Whether they're angry, depressed, sad, happy, they have every right to express themselves. The major issue that we have is that not everybody know how to express themselves in a manner that we can actually absorb. We're dealing with thousands of personalities within one protest. Some people within the protest, they are going to be calm. Others are going to be violent. Others are going to shut down and immediately go into anxiety. Others are going to scream. Others are going to encourage others into violence. Others are going to try and stop everybody. Others are going to approach it with love. Others, like, there's so many different personalities. So now you're in this big, huge pot of just thousands of people with all different ideas. Not a single person with the right leadership skills to bring that all together and bring a society, a city, a community together and think as one. Think positively. Everybody's just like literally wandering all over the place, and there's not a single person that can herd the sheep in one direction in unison so that the world can properly hear them. The world actually does hear the Black community as strong as ever, but we don't even hear our own Black community as strong as ever. The United States is the only place that actually has issues. It's not even just about that. It's just literally how our country was built. We've never given Black people a voice when the United States first established itself. If you spoke as a Black man, it led to you getting whipped. It led to you getting lynched. It led to you getting assassinated, getting chased off as a sport, being hunted down by ravaged dogs and whatever else they can possibly think of. And you're going into the future. You're going 200, maybe 250 years into the future, and you're dealing with the same thing where nobody wants to listen because they weren't given the voice in the past. nobody wants to listen to the same people that have not been given the proper voice, the proper platform to express themselves. And when you finally give them that voice, they don't know how to deliver it, because all that's going to come out is hatred, because that is something that they've been going through for generations upon generations upon generations upon generations upon generations. It goes far back. So now we're actually trying to make it in a way that you are going through something and I want to listen to you. I want to help you. My people are not going to listen to you. So please whisper in my ear exactly what you want me to say, and I will be your voice. I'm white. I can pass that message. Black man, black woman, black kids. Whisper into my ear and let me using the megaphone, let me scream the words out to my people. And let me get the rest of my people to scream out those very words, so that we may understand, so that we may grow in unity and be better as people. That's literally what's happening. So hopefully you understand that, Raven, and everybody in chat who listen to Raven speak, hopefully you guys understand as well. There's no wrongs or right in the situation. There's a huge lack of understanding because we are not the same people as far as race goes. What if you guys understood what Raven said from his side of the story? It's completely different from what I'm seeing. I was able to understand more about what the black woman was feeling before I understood what Raven was feeling, because her fear, the moment he explained her fear, I immediately focused on her fear more than how he felt, because something was already there. And that's me being unbiased. That's me without even like prioritizing anyone or anything. Like I immediately caught that. So there's no wrong or right in the situation. The only thing that we lack is understanding. And until we actually have that understanding for one another, we're going to be thrown in this vicious cycle. None of us understand each other, and that's why I started this today. I want us to understand each other. I want us to listen to each other and literally understand.
We need.
That is it. Yeah, exactly. Just build that unity. I mean, right now the rest of the world is attempting to unite to help the black community in the US. We're the last individuals who have yet to unite to defend our own home. And you have people of power who are using fear to separate us even further. And no one's going to understand that. Like, we could have dealt with this a long time ago. But we haven't been able to, because people with power have been using us to split us more and more and more and more and more, to the point that we can't even come together right now. So now we're going through all this violence and hatred to finally come together. And it sucks. It really sucks. And Raven, I will definitely give you a chance. If there's anybody else in chat who wants to join the Discord call, if you guys have anything that you want to share, this is my Discord. You can join. Just let me know that you would like to share your experiences, that you would like us, like anything you want to share for us to help get to know you better. If you would like to voice your concerns, your experiences, your stories, definitely join the Discord. I will do my best to keep this going for as long as possible, because I want everybody to actually, at the end of this, I want everybody to literally come out with a brand new mindset. I want everybody to come out with this more empowered love and understanding for each other, and this motivation and inspiration that they can help somebody else. We are all different sexually, through
TK, I wanted
race
to.
and gender. We are all different. What were you gonna say?
I wanted to ask. Assuming that I forgot his name that he goes by, the VXLA.
Noodles.
Noodles. Okay. He left, and I had a few.
Oh, he went to go
I
take a
had-
shower. That's why.
Oh, okay. Well, I had a few topics I wanted to discuss with him on some things that I could relate to,
Mm-hmm.
and maybe he's still at least listening to the stream. And one of the things I was trying to make it kind of positive a little bit was he was talking about, he's like, oh, he corrected himself on how long it's been since him and his girlfriend met. And I was going to make a funny thing because he remembered the anniversary. I was going to tell him something about, hey, thank goodness you remembered the anniversary. Because I know my girl's the same way. If you get caught slipping, you in the doghouse. So I thought that was pretty funny that he, because she was like, he had corrected himself, and she was like, yeah, and I was like, uh-oh. He's in trouble.
An icebreaker, as you would call it.
But no, I had some things I had I didn't touch on much about like the ADHD when he I related to that a lot with him. Anger, I struggle to this day. I struggle with anger, and maybe that's partially from what you talked about with the the PTSD of things, reactions. I've been in so many accidents. A lot of my anger is tied up in road rage. When people fly by me, they cut me off and almost hit me, especially when I have other people in the car, like my friend and family members. I get that rage, and I get angry.
Yo,
I get
hey,
upset,
Mr. Wilder, how you
yell
doing,
in the
man?
car
If I have any mods, can we give Mr. Wilder a shout out, please?
Sometimes I flick them off because
How you doing, bro?
it's like a scared flight or fight response, not necessarily. I just want to be, rude or ugly.
Yeah.
It's and I have a hard time controlling it because I'm a passionate person, and I love the people who are in my life.
Right.
And if you come within inches of sideswiping me to where you almost knocked me into the median on a bridge, and I could have actually gone through the concrete barrier off of the bridge. Yeah, I'm going to be a little upset because that's a scary thought, a scary feeling, a scary event / circumstance.
Right.
But I struggle with that. I struggle with, hey, Nick, just take a step back,
Right.
Like, you're the Raven, just like chill out and just flap your wings, do your own thing, like just be calm.
Mm-hmm.
And I struggle with that.
Hey, hold on. Give me a second. Give me 1 second. Hold on. Let me just bring this to light real quick. And
okay.
Here's another prime example, guys. You see XDI Boot? That is a prime example of somebody who was raised and grew up in fear. And he is using his hatred to attack, not knowing that it's really not hurting me, but it's only hurting himself. And this is something that people who don't really understand others as individuals, this is what they do to make you feel less than yourself. And just in case Boot doesn't understand, you've actually given me more power over you with your hatred, because I actually feel sorry for you. You can attack and hate me for as much as you want, but I have enough knowledge to really make you look back into your life and make you change your ways. This is what people do. When you don't understand something, if you don't like something, and you're afraid of a particular thing, you attack it with hatred because you don't know how to absorb, you don't know how to comprehend, you don't know how to process what you're witnessing. So, boo, you can continue to hate everyone, but I just want you to know that you're not going to get what you're attempting to achieve and succeed. Because for every hatred you show, 10 more people gather around with love stronger than you. That's literally all I wanted to point out. And wait, let me read this whisper. I'm with you though. Love can
I
win.
wouldn't, dude. I wouldn't have even gave that the time of day, man.
No,
Just
like
some people,
that's what I'm saying. Like for me, I don't give it time of day, but with what I am talking about right now, that deserves to have that time of day because I want everybody to understand exactly what to look out for. These are the type of people you're going to deal with, and I know it's a little kid. It's a little kid who's attempted to troll. He's following what he sees. He's literally following what he sees. But this is exactly the prime example. When I stated earlier, we are in this vicious cycle of things that are repeating. And if we, okay, here's a better way to explain it. If you guys saw a troll like that talking in anyone else's chat, would you just go ahead and ignore it and just time them out, ban them? Or would you rather like literally say something to him? Like maybe he's not going to listen and maybe there's a 5% chance that he will actually listen and absorb it. So I can let it just go away, or I can just literally address his hatred, his issue, and maybe he'll leave my stream and take that knowledge with him and just look himself in the mirror at the end. Because if we continue to ignore people's action, we're just literally enforcing them to do it to somebody else. I'd rather him do it to me and me say something to him than me just keep quiet, immediately ban him. He goes into another stream, he does it. We don't know who else is, we don't know where everybody is at mentally, because this, since racism has began, yes, Black lives is getting affected now. And because Black lives are getting affected, the entire world is getting affected too. But ever since this protest has begun because of what happened to Brianna, Armand, and George, we are so tired. And there are people who are at a breaking point right now. So I'd rather him show that hatred to me so I can say something to him rather than him get ignored by me because I banned him and then he hops into another stream and he starts attacking another content creator of color or another content creator who is supporting Black lives, and they are already at a tipping point mentally, and because his comments affected them, you don't know. Maybe they start feeling worthless about themselves, and once they start feeling worthless, they're going to start hating themselves, and once they start hating themselves, they're going to feel like they don't matter to anyone in the world. Oh snap. Guys, oh,
I get that. I get that entirely.
Wait. Guys, can we, I'm sorry guys, can we let me shut off my mixed play buttons for now. Thank you guys for the love and the sparks, but I don't want to like distract myself or distract anybody with current topics. So we're going to end the mixed play buttons just for now until like this is all settled. Damn it, now I forgot what I was about to say. Yeah, I don't want somebody to feel like, you know, they feel worthless because somebody's calling them an ape. Somebody's saying, yo, you're black ass, you're ugly, you're ape, grandma glasses, and that person takes it personally and they start feeling less than themselves. They start feeling worthless. And what do you have? You have another casualty because words just killed another person. So I'd rather take it and say something than ignore it and allow it to travel. That's the only reason why I gave him the time of day. That's the only reason why I gave him the attention. And that's
I mean, I don't
literally
know why
what I'm trying to do.
hate on your glasses.
Oh no,
You rock those grandma
I don't care.
glasses.
Like I'm just saying that I just want to give everybody the attention that I think they'll deserve, which is what all today is set up. When you talk, everybody will hear you. They will officially make their judgment based on what they hear. You guys will officially be able to see each other's experiences and lives and know that, hey, I am black and I've gone through this and I'm still a good person. I am white, I've gone through this and I'm still a good person. I'm black and I'm not a thug. I may wear, pajama pants and a do-rag, but I am still as articulate as freaking Bill Gates, Steve Jobs. I can look like straight Justin Timberlake, and I'm gonna talk to you like I'm Ice Cube. I want people to don't focus on how somebody walk and talk, but focus on how they explain themselves in their stories through their experiences. That's literally what I wanted to do. Yo, Wolf B, what's going on, man? Wolf, I know you've had a lot to say earlier, Wolf, and bro, if you want to share your experiences, man, my Discord is right here. You can hop in the call because I've been wanting to get you as well. You definitely are someone with a lot of passion with this. And I know you had a lot of experiences when it comes to this because your anger truly showed, your frustration and your hurt truly showed. And I definitely would, if you want to come in a Discord call and share your wisdom, share your experiences, bro, the platform is yours as well.
While we have time, TK, another
and I definitely caught what you said, Mr. Wilder, and Kill Count, thank you for the 50 embers.
Another thing I really wanted to, another lightning topic, I'll call her Kitty because she was Kitty on the Discord, but Noodle's girlfriend Kitty, she was talking about, cooking and stuff that she, something that, and I was going to tell her that better not be hogging up the ovens and stuff because I love to cook too. And if you're in my way between me and food, somebody's getting hurt.
Yeah, but nobody's going to ever say anything about that. That's the thing. Like we are so what's that word? We are so prideful in ourselves as men that we're not going to say the same things that we say to a woman. We're not going to disrespect any other individual the way we disrespect women. And they go through so much too on top of that.
They do.
And the fact that you guys can literally just blatantly attack them and make them feel less than who they are and their worth in society and their worth as a woman. These are the same people, the same species that gave birth to you. Yes, it required a man, but they are the ones who carried you for 9 months. They are the ones who risked their own health to make you come out as healthy as you possibly can. They are the ones who spent 18 years of their life molding you to be the person, the individual that you are. They are the ones who put so much of their love into you, hoping that you will grow up to be an amazing man or woman who shares that same love to everyone else around them.
Now, you didn't think I was being ugly with
No.
Okay. I was just making. I love to cook, so I was just like.
No, I was just.
Hopefully, you didn't take that the wrong way.
Nah. I was just because you brought that up, and I was just letting everybody know. Like, they are literally the ones who paved the way for all of us. If it wasn't for women, we wouldn't be here. And the fact that we can disrespect women as well on top of all of this is beyond me. You wouldn't disrespect your mother like that. If you can actually go up to a woman's face and disrespect them, grab their asses, touch their tits or whatever. Talk to them however you want. You might as well look your mother in the face through that woman's eyes and continue to do that, because the same way you disrespected that woman is the same way you disrespected your own mother. That's how I see it.
Hold on.
That's how I see it.
My
Just like,
headphones.
oh, you're good, man. But back on topic, like all this stuff that is going on right now, we literally have to do better. And you know what? Here, I'll share my experiences. Okay. I have never, ever been exposed to racism or discrimination until I moved to Georgia. Back when I was in New York.
Before you get into your story, I
What's
just
up?
wanted to kind of, I apologize. Just kind of wanted to, I'm going to hop out for a little bit. My AirPods need to charge.
Oh, you're good, man. You're good. No
So-
worries.
So I'm going to hop out for now, but I'll try and hop back in about 20 minutes or so.
No worries, man. No worries. You're good.
All right.
Thank you. For me, like I've never ever experienced racism or discrimination until I moved to Georgia. I'm originally from New York, right? Like I'm from New York. I'm around all kinds of people, especially Hispanics and Asians. I'm around all races of people. Okay. I came to Georgia in 2007. Even when I came to Georgia in 2007, I was still moving back and forth between Georgia and New York. So I wasn't really I didn't really see myself as an official resident in Georgia until I officially moved here in 2012. But I did not experience any of it until I came to Georgia. The first time it happened, I didn't know how to take it. I actually thought it was funny. I laughed because I was like, I'm not a monkey. I thought it was a joke, okay? Like, I saw nothing of it. Saw absolutely nothing of it. It wasn't until I graduated high school and I started going to college and I got my own car and I was driving around, experiencing everything, getting to know people, just going all over the place, right? It wasn't until I actually started going out being my own man that I slowly started seeing people and how they judged me. But I still didn't take anything of it until, later on. So I went to the gas station, and I've shared this to a few people. I went to the gas station, right? I was sick as hell. I had the flu. I had my hoodie on. I'm driving in my RAV4, going to the gas station because I couldn't go to the doctor or anything like that. So I went to the gas station to see if they had any medicine that I can use for my flu to at least help with my fever and the coughing and the sneezing and all that stuff. Went in with the hoodie. I am sick as sick can possibly be. I walk into the gas station. A Middle Eastern man, Indian to be exact, because I can tell by his accent, but an Indian man starts eyeing me. I'm going into the fridge. I'm pulling out apple juice. I'm pulling out orange juice, and I'm walking up. I placed them both on the counter, and I was like, "Hey, do you have any Tylenol or anything like that for fevers? I'm not feeling well." He was like, "I'm not serving your kind here. If you want me to serve you, take the hoodie off." And I sat there. I was like, "I'm not taking my hoodie off. I'm sick. The light is hurting." I literally got out of bed with the flu and fever. And because I have no medicine, I came here to get something so I can go back home and hope to feel better. And he literally held up the entire line behind me. And people were like, "Are you kidding me right now? Don't you see that's a kid you're talking to?" That's no kid. I was 17 years old, might I add, guys. I was 17 years old. That's no kid, that's a man. Excuse me, sir. I am literally 17 with the flu who drove here so I can go home and feel better, sleep some more. After a while, it started escalating. 2008, when the presidency campaign for Obama started, was the worst night of my life. That was when I was driving to Walmart. I was driving to Kroger just to get some snacks with my friends, because it was the night of the presidential campaign. The ballots were going and everything like that. They're counting. It was like, yo, we're gonna go to the store. We're gonna get some popcorn. We're gonna get all the snacks, right? We went to Kroger. We went to Walmart, and people were already giving us this dirty look because they saw how hyped we were. We were so excited because we were going to officially, for the first time ever, we were going to have a black president. What's going on, piano? For the first time ever, we were going to have a black president. So we all got hyped. We're like, yo, Obama, oh wait, we're so happy, yada, 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 yada. And people got pissed off. Next thing you know, we had a crowd of white people cursing us out, screaming at us, getting in our faces. We hop back in the car, and what happens? There was, no exaggeration, about 20 cars chasing us. As soon as I hopped in the car, I was not a good driver. I was still brand new to driving. I was not a good driver to get away from everyone like that. Immediately, I smashed the gas pedal. I floored it. Sped out. I did not care if the cops were going to pull me over because I was that scared. I sped out of Walmart. Kroger's parking lot, and floored it in private residential area. And all you heard was honking and lights, high beams of the lights were being flashed at us. There was a whole bunch of people in their car just chasing after us. It was like, what about your black president now? Screaming. And I was afraid. I couldn't even go back home because I was afraid if I let them follow me home, they were going to do something to my entire family. So it was me, my brother, our best friend, and his two sisters, all 5 of us in the car. And I just kept driving around town to the point I literally was just like 1 bar away from E. That's how long of a chase they put us through. I felt like I was driving throughout the entire state of Georgia just to hide from them. We got into this little subdivision and just turned off our lights. I immediately hop out of the car. I close the car, turn off the car, like, yo, shush, let me go. I grabbed my friend Kevin. I was like, yo, Kevin, Cindy, come with me. We're gonna check to see if there's anybody that can help us. We're in a completely different area from where we're used to. We're running up to this house, banging on the door, knocking on the door. And we're like, yo, can you help us? Can you help us? We have a bunch of people chasing after us and we don't know if they're going to kill us or not. Please, please, please. We're a bunch of kids straight out of high school. Me and Cindy, we just literally graduated high school. Kevin was still in 10th grade. We were freaking scared. We're knocking. Somebody finally opened the door, and what happened? They pull out a shotgun at us. How about you, bleep? Get off my lawn. I don't want your kind here. And I screamed. I was like, he got a gun. Start the car. And all you heard was the shotgun cocking. And he pointed, and I ran for my dear life. Hopped in the car, left the subdivision, didn't even look back. And as soon as we left the subdivision, one of the people that were chasing us finally found us and they pulled out their guns. Now, finally, we start seeing guns being pulled out and he fired it at us. He fired that gun at us and I legit broke because I'm only 17 years old and I'm about to die. I was going to die. We couldn't call the police. None of us had phones. It's not like we can drive up to the police department because the police department was on the other side of town and I had no more gas left. So we kept our lights off, did not turn it on. We kept it off and we just kept driving, taking turns wherever we can. I took all the red lights. I took all the stop signs. I took everything because I rather have the police pull me over for every single traffic violation than get killed by a crew of white people for being excited about having a black president. So man, I did not get home until 3 a.m. We did not get home until 3 a.m. We actually didn't even end up going back to my house. We went to their house. We just kept driving around, taking corners everywhere we go. Finally stopped. We waited an hour. And then we slowly, we're looking every direction possible. Turned on the car. Kept the lights off. And we slowly drove all the way back to their house. And we parked the car at the back of their house. At the very back of their house. So nobody knew we were still in the neighborhood. And we went through the back door, turned off all the lights, and we just stayed there for the rest of the night. Did not go back home until the next morning. And at that moment, I fully understood the level of hatred and racism. First time ever. Yo, King, what's going on, man? Thank you for the sparks. First time ever. And I'm just sitting there and I'm like, I don't think we're going to live as long as Obama stays in office. Because people hate us. And we all literally sat there, was like, what can we do to make them love us? Maybe that's when my pastor came to me. And he was like, listen, I want you to talk like you're an educated black man from now on. I don't want you to curse. I don't want you to say the N-word. I want you to start wearing a belt for your pants. Pick up your pants. Tie your shoes. Iron your shirt. I want you to dress up as if you're going to a job interview. I want you to look decent. You know how you dress when you're going out to the party? I want you to dress like that every single time. I want you to impress people on how proper you walk, how proper you talk, and how clean you look. Fix your hair. Make sure you look presentable at all times. Because there's a lot of people who's going to be judging you from here on out. There's a lot of people who's going to hate you because of the color of your skin. And it was hard. It was legit hard. So I did just that. I stopped cursing. That is one of the reasons why now whenever people talk to me, they will never hear me curse. The only word that will ever come out of my mouth is ass. That's it. but I will never say the F word, the B word, sugar honey iced tea, the N word, none of that. You will never hear that coming out from my mouth. And it was hard. But I did exactly what he said because I wanted to live. So I started replacing the curse words with other words that I can use. I got really creative finding other words I can use to disrespect people without actually disrespecting them in a disrespectful way. I started dressing up. Even when I went to the store to buy groceries, I wore shoes. I wore these nice skinny jeans, button-up shirt, looking like I'm going to a job interview, but I was really just only purchasing milk from my mom. I dressed up every day. I made sure I cleaned my language. For the first time ever, I'm going to the barber. I'm getting my hair done. I was doing a little bit of perm, S curls in my hair, doing that fade all around. I made myself look presentable every single day. And that day, that's when I actually started talking with so much hype in my voice. I started being like happy and hyper all the time because I wanted white people to see me as this happy, hyper kid, so they don't have any room to think I was a hood, ghetto kid entering their store. So I did everything to stay alive. Literally did everything to stay alive. Then after that, I left, went to military. And actually, just before military, I started developing racist habits towards white people. Eventually, I started calling white people crackers. Yo, shut the hell up, cracker. You can't talk to me like that. I started disrespecting everybody because all that hatred they had to me started changing me. Eventually, I became racist myself. And when I saw them hurting the way they did, it put such a joy in my... You guys would think I was evil as hell. You would have thought I was evil as hell. But eventually, I ended up joining the military. They broke me down. They remolded me. They rebuilt me into something better. So by the time I left the military, I came back. I was this loving man all over again. Nothing you can say would hurt me because at that point, I already knew that you were going through pain, that you were hurting. So there's nothing you can say to me to hurt me because I already know that everything you're saying to me is coming out of fear and hurt. So that's what I went by all the time. And then we fast forward. Wait, actually, before we fast forward, as soon as I come back, before I left for military, one of the small reasons, I actually was sent so much hate mail, phone calls, emails, because I was a black man living in Georgia, dating a white woman. And people hated me for that. People actually threatened to kill me for that. I couldn't even be with my girlfriend at the time. I couldn't even be with my ex-fiance at the time. Every relationship I've been in did not work out because they were so afraid that they left. So now we fast forward. I'm coming back home from the military. My mindset changed. I'm now like trying my best to be this loving person to every single individual around, even to those who hate me. I did my best to change my heart for everyone else. And it worked. You know, I started making friends of all different kinds of people. Like, shoot, here I am on Mixer, trying to help others understand one another, trying to help people to see more than just your skin, to see more than just the way you talk and the way you walk and where you come from, the way you dress yourselves, the way your hair flows down, whether you have hair, no hair, beard, no beard, whether you wear a do-rag, no do-rag, whether you have an accent, no accent, whether you believe or don't believe.
Oh, snap!
I eventually started approaching people, trying to teach them how to approach me and approach others with the same level of love, hoping that this love will move others into knowing one another based on their character, based on the content of who they are, based on just hearing their stories and hearing their experiences and finally understanding and finally realizing that you and me are both the same. And it's not easy. Juby, thank you for the host. It's not easy. Because here we are now. I love you guys. Every single one of you. Black, white, Asian, Polynesian, Indian, crippled, no crippled, mental illness, no mental illness, disabled, not disabled, man, woman, child, senior citizen, atheist, Christian, Jewish, transgender man, transgender woman. I don't care. I love you. I love you. Because I want the same love that I have for you to fill you up with so much love and kindness that your love will now be overflowing to the point that you show it to somebody else, and we can officially start creating a ripple of love and unity and just finally understanding one another and finally being happy with one another and finally supporting one another, protecting one another, being there for one another, and just doing whatever we can to survive as a human race. Now, as a black man within a black community, I don't have to worry about my people. Now, you as a white man in your white community, you don't have to worry about your people or the Asian community or the Hispanic community, the LGBTQ community. We don't have to worry about that anymore.
Oh,
but it's
snap!
like we're getting to a point in time that so much hatred is taking over. Ashton, thank you for the host. How you doing, bro? So much hatred is taking over. I want to be able to step outside and just grab a police officer, give him a fat ass hug and say thank you. I want to be able to go outside and just go to a random church with a group of white people and hug them and say I love you. I want to be able to go outside and walk up to a woman.
Oh, snap!
Any woman, whether of any color, any race, any religion. Walk up to them and say, I appreciate you. Without things being flipped and turned around against me for being black.
Oh, snap! Oh, hi.
Without things being flipped around and turned around against me because I'm approaching you and you're afraid of what I'm going to do to you when I have no intentions of any harm towards you. Ashton, I hope you have an amazing stream, man. Hopefully it was great. People have been saying it all over the world, man. Like, seriously. The rioting, the violence happening now, it's because people have been going unheard for so long. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. Dead. No, don't touch that boy. That's not a gun. That's a BB gun. But you still pull a trigger on a 12-year-old kid and you kill him for being a black kid with a BB gun. You got the wrong house. You got the wrong house. Pow, pow, pow. You kill a man, you kill a woman in his chair, in her bed. What are you doing? Get off of him. He has autism. He's not mentally well. Let that boy go. But you still kill him. This is why people riot. Because peace is no longer the language. Violence is the language. And I'm not the man who condones peace. I'm a pacifist. I'm not the man who condones violence. I'm a pacifist. Anybody will tell you, the last thing on my mind is to fight you. I will literally kill myself before I decide to kill you. That's just how I operate. That's just how I go about things in life. Yo, Ash, I appreciate the love, man. You as well, Prophet. That's how I go about everything. I want everyone to feel as though they have worth within their own society, within their own community, within their own world, more importantly, within their own life. But we can't do that anymore. Because we don't care for each other the same. We don't want to understand each other the same. We disregard each other's voices because we're too focused on being heard
snap!
ourselves. Like, for example, Ashen, you're white. And I love you. And I will continue to call you my brother. You're annoying as hell, Ashen, but you're still my brother. And if anybody messes with you, they'll have to deal with me. I am not afraid to knock out anybody that talks to Ashen the wrong way. The same as Wolf B. You're black, man, so you already know what I'm talking about. There is already that love and loyalty established because we've both gone through the same thing. So if anybody talks to you a certain way, I am not afraid to knock them out.
Oh, snap! Oh, hi.
I'm not afraid to say anything. So why can't we just find it in our hearts to love each other, to protect each other? Yes, Black Lives Matter. Yes, I am going to hurt just like you. Yes, Ashen, I know you've gone through depression and anxiety. I'm going to care for you the same. I'm still going to bend my back for you. I'm still going to break every last bone in my body to make sure you're okay. But at the moment, Black Lives Matter. Yes, to all the women out there, I know you guys have been going through harassment. I know you guys are suffering. But at the moment, Black Lives Matter. I'm not disregarding nobody. The same person I am today, talking to you guys right now, if you came into my DMs, if you came into my whispers, if you talk to me privately, I am going to pause everything in my world to make sure you're okay. Yo, Hanzo, thank you for the host and the love, man. How are you doing? I'm going to stop everything that I'm doing to make sure that you guys are okay. But I want you guys to understand that at the moment, Black Lives Matter. Because we are going through certain things. We are facing certain things that should not be endured, that we should not have to go through. The police brutality, overall, the police brutality, it sucks. I shouldn't have to get in the car, and if you guys knew how many times I've been scared every time I got pulled over. I've been pulled over so many times. And you guys know what I do? I immediately take off my seatbelt. Because my anxiety is skyrocketing. I immediately take off my seatbelt and I am ready to open the car door and just bolt. because that's how afraid I am. No, I have not committed any crime. No, I am not a bad person. But because of fear itself, for example, there was this one cop. He pulled me over for running the light and for not having a seatbelt on. I told him, I was like, excuse me, officer. I didn't pay attention to the light, but I definitely had my seatbelt on. He was like, if you had your seatbelt on, how is it that I saw you driving past me without the seatbelt? I was like, I definitely had the seatbelt on. You've only had you only had a short 2 seconds to see if my seatbelt was on. And if you actually step away from my car and you see me with the seatbelt on, you won't be able to tell that the seatbelt is on because my seat is pulled back in a way that you're not going to be able to tell whether or not my seatbelt is on or not. Well, you're going to have to take that with the judge. I don't trust you. I am telling you, I have anxiety and I just took off the seatbelt because you're scaring me right now. I have anxiety. Well, I'm going to need you to tone that. No, I'm not going to tone down because I don't know what you're going to do to me. I literally wanted to run. That is my main reaction. Every time I get pulled over by the cops, I immediately take off my seatbelt because my heart is racing. I literally cannot breathe within my own chair. So I take everything off. I roll the windows down to get some fresh air. I put my hands on the steering wheel. I'm pulling everything, putting everything on my lap, and I'm just breathing. And I'm just singing whatever gospel song comes to mind. And I'm just like, I can't do this. 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 And I'm just looking at the cop as soon as he comes up. Yes. There has been so many occasions that when I've been pulled out, I wanted to run because I was so afraid that I was going to die. I've had cops plant weed in my car. Well, I actually attempted to plant weed in my car. The same cop that tried to get me arrested at 17 because I was driving to school on a permit, even though I actually just moved to Georgia. I wasn't familiar with their rules, their laws. So therefore, I didn't know I was not supposed to be driving with the permit. I had to get a lawyer to fight for me so they don't throw me in jail, whatever they wanted to do to me at that point. But I was so afraid. I was sick that night. I had the flu too. He was like, knocking, flashing a flashlight. And I'm like, yo, what the hell? And he said, mind your attitude. Why do you have a hoodie on? Because I'm sick. I have a flu. Do you want to touch me for a fever? Because I'm not feeling too well. And I'm coughing. Are you smoking? I just told you I have the flu. I'm sick. Watch your attitude. I have not slept, okay? I have to go to church for rehearsal with the flu. I should have been at home taking care of myself, but here I am, driving with my brother, going to church to practice, and then go back home and finally get the sleep that I need. Finally take some medicine and feel better. What do you want me to do? What do you want me to say? Can I have your ID, please? Take it. I just threw it at him. I didn't even care. And then a female officer walks up. She reads my ID. She was like, I know you. You're the black kid that I pulled over for driving without a license. It's amazing that I keep seeing you and your brother pop up in our system. You guys are really making a name for yourself. And I was like, excuse you? And then another officer comes in. He was like, yo, have you been smoking? And I was like, no. He was like, do you guys smoke? My brother and I looked at him like, we literally just gave him the most death stare you could possibly give any cop. And I was like, what the hell did you just ask? He was like, do you smoke? I mean, yo, listen, I'm with you guys. I'm on your side. Just let me know if you guys smoke and there won't be any trouble. And I'm like, no, we do not smoke, sir. Can we check your car? Go ahead, check the car, see if you find anything. In the middle of it, they try to plant weed in the car. They legit just try to plant weed in the car. And I'm like, are you kidding me? There you guys go, attempting to frame two black kids who were just leaving their house to go to church at 9:30 so they can rehearse an entire Sunday morning and Sunday evening. And on top of that, they had a black cop who was part of it too. And I'm like, yo, how are you going to allow, we are your people, and you actually support this level of abuse too? Okay, I'll remember that. I got you. So, I've experienced it before.
Oh,
And
snap! Oh, hi.
when I see any cop try to pull me over, I don't react the way I should. At that moment, mentally, TightKidd is not even there. He's gone. He's gone. Like, he's gone. That is not TightKidd. That is a deer who's staring at a headlight of a car that's about to hit him at full force. That is a deer who just heard a branch crack in the woods, hearing the leaves rustle, and he just perks up so quickly to see where the hunter's at. That was TightKidd. There has been so many instances where I've given faith to law enforcement and they failed me. Just like in 2016, 2017, it was 2017 actually. I was driving. No, 2016, my bad. 2016. I was driving to work. I was speeding because I was late. And that was my bad. I went 65 on a 45. They asked for my license. I gave it to them. I didn't know my license was suspended, so I got arrested and I had to go to jail. But that was my first time getting arrested ever, so I cried. And in the midst of crying, my anxiety kicked in too. And they threw me in the back of the police car. Now this time, here's what gets really messed up. This is how you know they just don't care about you as a black person. I have asthma. I was in the back of the car. Anxiety kicking in. When my anxiety kicks in, my asthma kicks in. So I was in the back of the car, gasping for air, going crazy. Like literally, I wanted to just like literally force the door open. I'm like, officer, can you roll the windows out? Can you roll the windows out? Can you roll the windows out? Are you okay? I can't breathe. I have asthma. Can you please grab my asthma pump? I can't breathe. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. I can't breathe. He was like, shut up. So I had my hands to my back and I'm just going back and forth. My stomach is turning. I'm trying to breathe. And I'm like, the entire time. You can hear if you were sitting next to me, you would hear every exhale shaking. Because I didn't know how to control my asthma at that point. I didn't have anything to control it. And no matter how many times I told them, I'm about to have an asthma attack. Please get my asthma pump. And their disregard to me and my health was insane. They're driving casually, laughing, joking. He was like, how are we gonna write this in a report, sir? Well, you're gonna put a code, blah blah blah, and you're gonna say African American male, 26, just everything. And they heard me just trying to breathe back there. To this day, I do not know how I actually made it out alive. So when I see cops, I'm just like, no, stay the hell away from me, please. Do not talk to me. Do not touch me. Don't even look in my direction. Just keep it moving. I'm okay. I'm fine. Even security guards, I didn't even want to look at a security guard because they reminded me of cops too. But that level of hatred didn't stay with me for too long. Eventually, I calmed down because I started coming across really good cops who actually cared, who actually wanted to make sure I was safe, make sure I was protected. And after seeing my friends join the force, wearing their uniforms, proud, protecting their homes, I slowly started trusting cops again. And it took a lot of energy out of me. It was not an easy thing to do. But eventually I did it. And I said to myself, okay, I can now show you love the way you love me. So I thank you for your service. I thank you for protecting me. I thank you for protecting my home. I thank you for putting your life on the line to make sure I was okay. And even though the world hates you and I, even though your kind hates my kind, I still want to give you a hug and tell you I love you for serving me. So eventually, I finally got over hating cops, and I started looking at cops based on how they talk to me, how they walk up to me. Started looking at cops based on their history, their first impressions, their heart postures, everything. How you walk up to me, how you approach me as a cop, I can already tell you if you're a good cop or a bad cop. And I took that love and I started showing it to everyone. Because I don't want anybody else to be affected anymore. And now with what's going on today, I wish I can be angry, but I have no anger left in me. All that anger is gone. The only thing I want to do is just put myself in the line of fire. Whether or not all lasers get pointed at me, I just want to go up to every single person. Black man, give him a hug. Police, give them a hug. Racist white man, give him a hug too. And let everybody know that I love them and that I hope they can see it in their hearts to love me too. I hope the amount of love I can show you will finally warm you up, that you can say sorry to your neighbor. Say sorry to yourself.
Oh, snap! Oh, hi.
And spread that love everywhere else. And we are
Oh, snap! Oh, hi.
We are a long way from that direction. A long way. Which is why I tell people it's going to get a whole lot worse before it gets any better. You're going to see people die. You're going to see people of all races die. You're going to see people of all backgrounds, occupation die before we finally learn how to love one another. Because this hatred has just been installed into our system, into our land, into our lives, into our brains so deep and for so long, we don't know how to pull out of it. I've literally allowed amazing people to talk to you guys earlier. We've had Gay Dream Talk, Raven Talk, Noodles Talk, Kitty Talk, Gopam Talk, and we may have more. And you know what they've all had in common? They're all people. They all have hearts. The only thing different was majority were straight men. One of them, gay man. Majority men. One of them, women. But they come from all different backgrounds. And you heard my story, black man. You've heard every single one of our stories and nothing has changed but our experiences. Listening from all our stories, we are all good people. We just all lived a very different, messed up life. And that's the thing people need to understand. You can be messed up. Mr. Will, you can be messed up as well. But if I talk to you and I can sense humanity within you, I love you. And I'm going to make sure that you're okay. I'm going to be there for you and continue to make sure that whatever you have to share to the world is something that the rest of the world will be able to listen to you. I've already received backlash. I've already gotten people to unfollow me. Hey, Payne, how you doing, love? I've already gotten people to hate me. Okay? People that I consider as friends, they unfollowed me. Because I defended to use my blackness to defend a white woman. and I'm not gonna, I don't regret it. I don't regret it one bit. I'm actually happy that they did that. Because it shows me exactly where you stand. You want to be with the anger, the hatred, and the hype. You don't care about who you're going to affect. You just want people to know that you deserve your opinion to go out there, whether or not it's going to hurt anybody else. So this is what happens. And I'm not going to even say names. She said, Black Lives Matter. But I'm not going to talk about it in stream. I will address it on Twitter, but I'm not going to talk about it in stream because I want my stream to be a place of safety and comfortability to my viewers. There's so much that goes out in the world. I don't want to bring it here. And here's the thing. Everybody wants to hate on it, but we have two types of people, okay? And this is why I love content creators of all kinds. You have content creators who are willing to fight the fight, and you have content creators who are willing to make a home. If you guys read in your history books, okay, do you remember during the time of slavery, when black slaves needed a place to hide, when they wanted to travel up north, they had to go through such a detailed plan on how to escape. And during the escape, they had to navigate the stars. They had to find the right house of white people that supported them and their escape. You had to make a home well enough. You had to make a home that is comfortable enough to protect those black people. There are people fighting between blacks and whites, and then there are people who are trying to make a home so others can escape that fight and find their own happiness. We are literally responding 24/7 as of now, 24/7. We are literally responding to so much hatred that some of us just can't take it anymore. We're mentally, emotionally, and spiritually dead. Yeah, I saw everybody has a curfew now. I have a 9 p.m. curfew as well. And hey, I've seen your responses to things on social media and you are so well spoken. Yo, thank you, Peachy. We are so dead. But very few content creators will not talk about it in their streams because they want their stream to be a place where people can finally charge themselves again. I will not be mad at you guys if you do not talk about it in your stream. I won't. Because every streamer is talking about it right now to their community. We need a balance. Yes, we need people to voice what's going on. We need people to voice and educate the masses as much as possible. And at the same time, we need people who will continue to provide that happiness that we need so that our community, our viewers as content creators, our viewers will continue to feel safe. Shouldn't we all come together? Shouldn't we all work together on, hey, okay, Will Dill, Peyton, I want you guys to focus on the gaming aspect, but I'm going to focus on talking to them. Let's see what we can do. Let's see if we could come up with a list of content creators who are going to go out of their ways to help provide to our viewers. We need a list of all the partners and regular streamers who are willing to speak out against all form of violence towards the Black community, all forms of violence because of police brutality, because of racism and discrimination. We need people who will talk about it, and then we need people who are willing to provide nothing but positive and pure loving content that will help others forget what they're going through, that will help others forget what they are suffering from. We don't need the entire streaming industry to talk about the same thing because we're not allowing anybody to breathe and get away. I don't know if you guys grew up in a abusive household like me, but when you have your parents fighting over and 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 over without air to breathe, without anywhere to go, it's going to kill you. It's going to mess you up. But if you give them just a day that they can actually just finally play video games, finally laugh, even in the midst of destruction and chaos and just no order, you will find people with the energy and the time to finally renew themselves, renew their souls, educate themselves, and finally speak out. I'm not going to force you to talk. I'm not going to force you to play video games. But I do want you to work together. This is my fourth day talking. This is my fourth day talking. And usually I spend an hour and I talk to everybody. I do my best to educate them and then we go straight into video games. But this is the first time that I completely ignore playing video games to talk to everybody because I feel that this is so much more important than it should be. Video games is fun as hell. Video games matter. But this has been burning my soul since I woke up, since I got into the shower, and I just felt I need this to come out of my system completely, and I need everybody to hear me loud and clear. Because I'm going to deliver it in a way that when you go to sleep and wake up tomorrow, you're still going to remember every little thing. So content creators, continue making content. Continue making content. Celebrate in your stream. Party it up like it's 2012. Like it's freaking hell. Screw that. Like it's 1999, just before we hit Y2K. Party it the hell up. Content creators. You are the voice.
Snap! Oh, hi.
You are the people who inspire the masses. You are the light. Celebrities are not going to do what we do because we go through thousands of people a day. Look at your stats. Look at your numbers. You may see that you're consistently at 10 views a day, but guess what? You don't know how many people are actually watching your stream within those 10 viewers. People are swapping out. So you may see 10 people, but you've had 500 people enter your stream. You are the voice. You impact people a whole lot more than celebrities, a whole lot more than politicians. You impact people better than the president himself. Because you interact with people in a whole different level than anyone, because you actually put your heart out there. You actually put your experiences out there, your frustration, your stress, your heart. You put all of that out there. All of that out there. Which is why people listen to you guys more than they listen to anybody else. And if you're not the type to talk, yo, play video games. Make sure you make them happy. Protect them at all costs. Fix their hearts. Fix their spirits. And if you want to talk, talk. If you're black, you already know what to say. But still, talk with love. Show them that frustration, but at the same time, show them that peace, calm, and love. If you're white, talk. If you need somebody there with you to help translate, find a black person that's also a content creator that you admire and that you work well with. And make a web show where he can help translate the things that you have trouble saying. Share your frustration as well. Share your knowledge, share your love, share your care. Don't be afraid to call out your own people too. But don't be afraid to stay silent because you're not black. You're good. I don't care if you're not black. I am good enough just knowing that you support. I'm good enough just knowing that you listen. I am good enough just knowing that, hey, Black Lives Matter. And if you're going to watch my stream, I want you to know that how you treat my black friends is not acceptable. I will not stand for this as a white man. I do not want to see you guys attack them because these are the same people who helped me growing up as a kid. I listened to Michael Jackson. I grew up wanting to be a basketball player like Michael Jordan, like Kobe Bryant. I wanted that same charm like Obama. I wanted to be the greatest fighter like Booker T. Washington. I wanted to be just like them. I wanted to be just as good as a speaker and a rapper like Ice Cube. Don't be afraid to tell your community, because you are literally the voice. Hold on. How we lead our channels is very similar. Also, I definitely have a lot to learn. I've been surrounded by prejudiced people in my life and I've never agreed with it, but not speaking up against it is part of the problem, and I understand that. Yo, Whisper.
Oh, snap!
That right there
hi.
that's powerful. Like, seriously, thank you for even coming out with that, like being honest with it. And if you need help, I got you. Yo, Maji, what's going on, bro? How you doing, man? Thank you for that host. Hopefully your day's going well. Like, literally, if you ever need help, I got you. I'm all about expressing yourself as to the best of your knowledge, to the best of your ability. If you mess up, that's cool. At least you understand from your mistakes. At least you understand how to not take a certain approach. Speaking on this matter is not an easy thing to do. And it's so much easier for Black people to speak on it because, well, we've been dealing with it. We've been fighting it. But, yo, don't ever be afraid to reach out if you ever need to talk about it and you just need someone there to support you. Hell, I'll even mute my mic and just be in that call and just read chat for you. And if anybody tries to fight against you, I'm not going to be afraid to unmute my mic and just tear any of their asses up for you. Because I already know it's difficult for you to speak up. It's something that not all of us are capable of doing. So don't worry. Exactly. It doesn't mean that we shouldn't try. Like, hell, people heard me talk on how you should treat a woman. I'm not a woman. I'm not. I grew up by a lot of women. Wow. I grew up by a lot of women. I've learned from a lot of women, which is why I know so much about how a woman feel and how they should act and than anyone else. And yo, Maji, thank you for stopping by. I do have this platform open for you guys. If you guys want to talk, if you want to get in the Discord call and just allow people to hear your experiences, your story, where you don't worry about trying to impress anybody. Just be yourself. Feel free to be transparent. Feel free to be free. As long as we have the opportunity to understand you, to get to know you as an individual, that's all that matters. Because this is nothing more than trying to break barriers. It's just me trying to help everybody understand one another, and we can officially look at each other and not judge each other on our skins. We can officially look at each other and say, yo, I know you're a good person. Keep doing what you do. Resolve Wig, thank you for the sparks. Thank you for the love. I know. And you know what? Here, I told Angry Spexican, and Will Dill was here for it earlier. Okay? I used to be racist. Now, don't ever let anybody tell you that a black person can't be racist. Yes, to some degree, a black person, any color, anybody can be racist, but don't ever let anybody tell you that it's impossible, because it's not. Racism is not just an act, it's a feeling.
Oh, snap!
And I used to do that. Okay? I used to hate white people. And I've dated white women in the past. What changed? Military changed me. Having to work with people who were not like me at all changed me. Having to actually understand people, and this is why I have this discussion. This is why I have this topic. Americans, thank you for the love. This is why I have this discussion now. You can't hate anyone if you know them. And the more variety of people with different backgrounds and cultures and religious beliefs and just sexuality and race and ethnicity and just all that stuff, occupation, where they classify based on income, low class, middle class, high class, whatever. If you can listen to all their stories and realize how good of a people they are, how good of a heart they contain, trust me, you won't have any room to hate anyone else anymore. Because you've just met hundreds of people who defeated that process for you guys. Space Pope, thank you for the follow. You've just met people who literally took away all of that and replaced it with something more meaningful. Understanding and knowledge. humility. You finally come across people with humanity, who are humbled, who are kind and caring and loving, who are willing to fight for you, who are willing to provide for you, give you a home. And this is one thing that I recently said to my community that I'm definitely going to share with you guys. You cannot hate anyone, because the same person you spent your entire life hating, the same neighbor you spent your entire life hating, the same community you've grown to despise and hate, they're going to be the same people to save your life when you're lying on the floor dying. Are you going to deny your right to live when you're bleeding out on the floor from the very person you hate? No. And it sucks, because I think if we've all experienced death in some way, near death experiences in some way, in a room with someone who despises us or that we despise, we will come out loving one another much stronger than now. But we can't do that because not everybody is knowledgeable when it comes to saving a life. But I truly do believe if you were someone who hates someone so much, I want you to go out there and die. Not die. I want you to go out there and experience a near-death experience and watch that person come save your life. And see if you're still going to treat them the same way after you've been given a second chance at life. I doubt you're going to hate that person ever again, because they saved you. And they could have just let you die, but they didn't, because your life meant something to them. And it opens your eyes and it allows you to see that I've been treating you like the enemy, but you're nothing like my father told me. You're nothing like my grandfather whispered into my ear. You're the complete opposite.
Oh, snap! Oh, hi.
You're powerful. Yo, Wildo, thank you for that host, man. I appreciate that. You're great. And thank you for opening my eyes to my wrongdoings. Thank you for allowing me to see that I messed up. What can I do to heal you and your people? Now, I want you to talk. I want you to preach to your family, preach to your community about how good of a people we are. We're not monsters. There are monsters everywhere.
Oh, snap! Oh, hi.
There are monsters everywhere, but we're not monsters. I'm a good man. And I want to help another good man out. I want your kids to grow strong and healthy. I want your kids to grow in a positive community with amazing friends and never having to worry about anything. They won't have to worry about my people hating your people, and they won't have to worry about hating my people either. That's what I want. Can you do that for me? Yeah, I can do that for you. But can you teach me? Because I don't know how to explain to them the things that I've done to you. Can you show me how to educate my kids? It's not hard. It's not hard at all. Here, I'll bring my kids over. We're just gonna crack open a bottle of beer. We'll crack open a bottle of beer. Do you have a knife? Like, let's just carve some wood. Let's see what we can craft together as men. I also have a water gun. I can bring some water balloons, water guns for our kids. They can just play, shoot each other with water guns. They can make each other wet. But listen, you and I will just talk. We'll let our kids play. Okay. Well, I actually have some remote control cars too. Do you think they'll like that? Yeah, actually, my son loves cars. Yeah, definitely. Okay, we got that. All right, we'll make a plan tomorrow. Come back with your kids. 12 p.m. on the dot. First thing in the afternoon. All right. Next day we come. Yo, Andy, Jake, I want you to meet Michael and Robert. Hi. You just watch those kids be kids, literally. Kids see so much light and innocence in each other. It's insane. Well, except for every now and then you come across a kid. Well, how come you're darker than me? I don't know. My daddy said that, we're just born this way and it protects us from it protects us from the sun. Oh, well, when I stay outside for too long, I turn red like a strawberry and I burn. That's funny. Kids will be kids. You can learn a lot from a kid. You can literally learn a lot from your kid. I don't care about Olive Garden Crash. You can learn from a lot. You can learn a lot from a kid. But allowing our kids to play with one another, get to grow with one another, regardless of skin color. Oh, that is a thing of beauty. We can hate each other all we want and learn to finally love, but our kids, they are going to immediately be best of friends. And I've always told people that, don't worry about your kid being friendly with anyone. Worry about your kid not liking someone. Is it because you influence them to not like a particular person, or is it because they see something in that individual that is too dangerous to be around? Imagine being an adult and you don't know how to approach other people, but a child can do all of that. We're supposed to be teaching them, but they're teaching us. They're teaching us how to love one another. They're teaching us how to accept one another. I'm not sure if you guys even see the video, and I don't even know if I can find the video, but I'm not even sure if you guys seen the video where two kids just down the street from each other, one white, one black, and they're running. All you hear is their little foot doing. That's it. Two little kids running down the street, and they're giggling, their arms spread out, Both of them look like they're about to bust their ass because they're running for the first time ever. They're still trying to learn how to control their balance and their body weight when they're running, but they're running with such happiness, such joy. And they give each other a hug. They give each other the most precious hug I have ever seen. I think both a year. They have to be 2 years old. The most precious hug you'll ever see. And they're giggling. After that hug, they giggle. And then that little black boy, he just splits. And it's like, and the little white boy is right behind him, just running after him too. And they're just running down the street, just playing, laughing. They don't know where they're going, but they're just running. And we can't even do the same thing because we're too focused on looking at our skin colors that it's distracting us from how good of a people we are, how good of a person they are, how good of a community we can be when we finally get together. And I'm saying all of this stuff to you guys because I love you guys. I freaking love you guys. There's not much more that can be done than to just listen, grow, mature, listen. And also, guys, like literally, if you have any questions, feel free to ask. I am open to help anybody understand and learn. There's no offensive question. There's no right or wrong question. If there's anything, feel free to ask. I definitely have a lot to say. This is literally like, there are reasons why I remain quiet on issues. I'm the type of person, I stay quiet for as long as I possibly can because I want to absorb as much as I can, and I won't share until I finally find something worth sharing. Not that this is not worth sharing, but how I present the information to you, how I speak it in a way that everybody can really feel, can really learn. That was what's important to me. And I wasn't ready to talk. I know I spoke about it here and there a little bit for like 30 minutes per stream the last few days, but I wasn't ready to really talk until my heart was there. Hey, what's going on, Austin? Yo, much love to you as well, Mr. Will. Much love to you, bro. I wasn't ready to talk. Because the past few days, I'm pretty sure Crash can vouch, I spoke out of frustration. I wasn't ready to talk. Because yesterday, I felt so much frustration that I was ready to relapse. I wasn't ready to talk because yesterday, I almost broke my own sobriety to get back into drinking. Because I just couldn't handle the pain and anger and the frustration of everything that was going on in our world. But today, I was ready to talk. Today, I felt strong, empowered, and I felt motivated and inspired. Today, I felt I can finally deliver a message with such clarity that no one will ever leave without some form of proper guidance and conversation. I was ready to talk finally because I knew after this conversation it was going to inspire every single individual, and I'll come out even more positive than I felt when I hit go live. And that's when everybody should be ready to talk. Don't force yourself. Do not force yourself. People are going to be angry because you're not talking soon enough. Don't. Talk when you feel as though the message you're going to put out there is going to touch every single heart in a positive aspect. We have enough hate in the world. Everybody is stressing the hell out. And if you rush to speak up on a matter because people want you to speak up to make yourself look good, you've already destroyed yourself. And people saying, I hear a lot of people talking about they're not ready to talk because they don't want to destroy their brand. It's not that they don't want to destroy their brand. It's not that no one's afraid to destroy their brand if they're really passionate about that. Everybody's afraid of how it's going to destroy them. You are your brand. If I was to say one little thing and I slip up in my context of what I want to say to you, I've already condemned myself straight to hell. At that point, people are going to start threatening me. They're going to start hating me. They're going to feel like I hate all black people. I hate all women. I hate all white men. Like, they're going to feel that I am the most racist person ever because I wasn't paying attention to my words. Yo, Austin, I appreciate the love, man. Yo, see, Whisper, that right there is amazing. I freaking love that. I freaking love that. And that's why I said, like, I'm okay if you can't talk. I'm okay if you're not ready to talk. I'm okay if you don't talk. This is peer pressure. This is peer pressure in the magnitude of, this is not peer pressure from when you were back in high school now at this point. No. Ben DeCans, thank you for the follow and thank you for the love, man. I appreciate that. This is not your typical peer pressure that you experienced when you were in high school, when you were a child, when you just wanted to fit in. No. Guys, this is the peer pressure that will literally destroy you if you're not careful. Everybody's saying, yo, content creators need to speak up. I see all you white people saying Black Lives Matter in your stream title, but you're not talking. No, don't do that. Don't do that. They don't know how we feel. They don't know what we think. They don't know what we experience. Let them do their research.
Oh, snap!
Let them find in their hearts and in their minds how to word things out. If they need to prepare a 10-page speech in front of themselves and just read to you word for word what they write, let them do that. But do not pressure them to talk because they do not understand what is going on if they are not experiencing the same level of hatred that everybody else like us are experiencing. Stop forcing them. You're only scaring them even more. It's literally like going to a family gathering and everybody is trying to force you to talk about who are you dating? We see you smiling over there, but you never want to tell us who are you dating right now. But you can't tell them because it's somebody they don't like. And you want to introduce that person in a way that they'll accept it. But by forcing somebody to just share, what is that going to do? You're going to end up hating them and you're going to end up hating that person too. So you want to force content creators to speak up, but not all content creators are ready to speak up. Everybody's is on edge. Everybody's stressed out. Everyone is scared. If you truly care about the matter, you will support your creator no matter what. Instead of saying, I haven't seen you spoken, how about you say, hey, I'm not sure if you have it in your heart to share this, but if you ever feel like talking to your community about this, I'm willing to help you. I'm Black, so I understand. I'm willing to talk with you. So anytime you're ready, we can do a dialogue. Say everything you feel in your heart, and I will do my best to translate it in a language that they will understand too. I want your people to understand, and then I want my people to understand. No, Austin. Black people and white people are not the same skin. As good as the message you're trying to put out might sound, it's not. Skin is not the same. Now, we are all people, yes. But skin is not the same because how you present a message and how I present the message, we can say it word for word the exact same way, but because of our skin color, people are going to take it differently. So skin is not the same. Your skin color will allow others to understand you. And as hard as it is to accept it, I'm not going to lie. I have an issue accepting that as well. Because that's messed up. That is scary as hell. But your skin color will influence what people read from you, what people hear from you. What's going on, Tabasco? It's about fairness and equality, exactly. But at this moment, we don't have that. So we have people working together. That's why right now I went to every single person, content creator who is white. I told them, if you need to talk to your community about it and you're afraid to, let me know. I will join your Discord call and I will introduce myself and I will show who I am and I will do my very best to help your community understand what you want to talk about. Because every time white people talk out, every time white people speak up on the matter, Black people, you have a select few Black people who are attacking them. And I don't want to see another Black person attack a white person trying to help their community, trying to help others stop the hatred. But because everybody's being nitpicky with words and how the wording works and what is said exactly, I've been volunteering myself, letting them know, hey, if you ever do this conversation, let me know. I will join you. And if anybody takes it the wrong way, I will explain it. First I will correct them because you're trying your best, and then I will explain to them exactly what you're trying to say. Because I don't want them to attack you for the things you're trying to do. You're trying to help. I'm white. I treat everyone the same. As you should. As you should. And if you can do me this favor, Austin, continue to teach your family and your friends to do the same. Continue to motivate your friends and family to speak up. Because right now, speaking up is the only thing we have left to protect what's left of our homes. That's all we have left.
Hey,
And
TK,
what's
I'm
up?
back.
Oh,
You
yeah.
mind if I slide in real quick?
Just give me one moment before I don't want to
Yeah.
lose train of thought.
No worries.
I'm okay with you being white. I'm okay with you being black. I don't care your race. I care about your message. But if Austin, you literally have power to influence and to teach and to help others. So I would say give yourself a chance, give yourself the opportunity, and help your family and friends understand. Tell them, hey, how do you feel about black people? Are you okay with them? They look like us. I mean, they don't have our skin, but they're people too, right? Is there something that we can do to help them? Is there something that we can do to ease their hearts and soul and just make them feel loved? Hey, maybe can we do a barbecue and just invite some of them and have them bring their friends and family, and everybody can bring in food or whatever, and we can just literally celebrate and live amongst each other and just be people. You know, things like that.
I don't know about anybody else, but I'm always down for a barbecue.
There's
You speaking
not
my
much.
language.
There's not much that we can actually do. We're not rich, we're not politicians, so we're limited. But if your heart is there and you have the creative mind, I'm pretty sure you can think of something that will help bring people together. Like for me, for example, I'm very passionate about everything I say. I'm very caring with how I deliver messages, which is why I'm talking. I've been talking for the past 5 hours because there was literally that much for me to share. And I use my kindness, my understanding, my way with words to bring people together. You don't have to be great. You don't have to be the best. You don't have to be bad. You just have to have the heart and creative mind and understanding to bring people together. That's literally all. All right. If you want, Raven, you can talk.
Oh, snap!
Because you said you wanted to say something. So.
Yeah, man.
You're a good person as well,
I
Benjamin. Thank you.
I just think we need to, as human beings, just try and teach people to be a little bit more open-minded about things, man. I mean, like, I mean, from the short time that we've known each other, I think that you can tell that I am a pretty open-minded guy and pretty reasonable as well. I mean, I'm not, even though I don't have the same struggles that you do, I missed out on your experience with Georgia, but I could probably sum it up in my head, considering I'm from a state that is below the Mason-Dixon line, and there's not really much surprise there when you said Georgia, unfortunately, and that's sad. It's not, I'm not saying that I'm proud of that, stigma for the southern states, but unfortunately, it is that is there, and I think we as part of this community that we're a part of with you. I just think we need to teach people, to be open-minded and to listen to others, not we just all need to be human beings, man. Just like love each other, because I can't remember who said that we had the same skin, and I got what you were saying about we really don't, and I got what he was saying, because really we do have the same skin in the sense that I don't have pigment and you do, because there's that I don't know if it's a disease or a condition, I don't know what it's called, but where black people start losing their pigment. And so it just kind of go, and I don't want to take that as, and please don't take it as just because we're white underneath doesn't mean, like, I'm not trying to say, well, we're all white, but what I'm saying is we're all, we all bleed red, no matter what our color is. So why do people have to treat each other like we're different? Because yes, we're different because and that piggybacks on my religion a little bit. God made everybody. There's millions of people and everybody's different. Unless you're a twin, and even then, there's still some minor differences. Everybody's different, but at the same time, everybody's the same because we all have bones, we all have skin, we all have organs to a point. Some people don't have 2 kidneys. Some people don't have gallbladders. I think that's the one that you can live without. But at the end of the day, we all bleed red. We all live, and we all die. And in the middle, we have that thing we call life. Why spend it filled and fueled by
Oh, snap! Oh, hi.
It's such a terrible thing. I don't experience it as much, but I still do experience it. It's not on the level where I can be like, hey, TK, I understand exactly what you're going through. Can I empathize with you and sympathize with you? Yes, because I see it. I'm not blind to it. And that's what we need to realize is that, hey, there's no need for all the hatred. There's no need for it. Because no matter what, we're all, at the end of the day, we have a birth date and a death date. Why spend it? Why spend your life obsessed and focused on the hatred for people just because, or just because you learned it from somebody? There's it takes so much more muscle to frown than it does to smile. And part of frowning is what you do when you're angry. When you're angry and you're upset, you don't smile.
Okay.
Why spend all that energy with hatred when if you just had a little bit of an open mind you could realize that, hey, we're all just people. Why can't we just get the hell along?
Okay, then, yo, guys, Stallion, thank you for the host. I appreciate you, and everybody, thank you guys for stopping by and listening. Truly, I do appreciate you guys, and thank you guys for all the love and the follows. Okay, so Raven, the issue is everything that we are experiencing, everything that we are trying to accomplish,
Oh, snap! Oh, hi.
it's been set way before our time. You say,
Oh, yeah.
why can't we just, understand each other and see that we're just people? Why can't we just look at each other's skin and not be able to, not judge one another? Why can't we just see who we are in each other? And the thing is, hate has always been around since the beginning of time. We never had the option to fully love anyone in any way, shape, or form. Like if you were to look back to your life as an example, I'm pretty sure there was somebody that you felt it was so easy to hate than it was to actually love and grow with and understand. Hate is literally is literally instilled in every single one of us from the moment we come to this world.
Yeah.
But
I've had
how
bullies
you
that I think
handle,
hurt.
but how you handle that hatred, like I told you, I've hated people before. I've been racist before. I've discriminated people before. I've used to be the worst person to white people, to Indians, to Mexicans, to those with disabilities. I used to be the worst. I will make messed up jokes about people. I will make fun of them for being, for having Down syndrome or being retarded. I literally would do those things. I used to be messed up to women in the past. Oh, shut up! You have no right to say anything. Make me a sandwich instead, and then just slide that B word right there at the end of the sentence. I will go up to people and like, yo, you have no right to say anything to me right now because you're white. I literally used to say that. Like. That was taught. It was taught through experiences, through your environments and things as such. But it's how you see yourself in the end and knowing whether or not you want to continue hurting those around you or whether you want to continue to lift people up around you is what makes a difference. We're all going to hate somebody, but are we going to continue to hate the same people over and over and over and over and over and over again and creating that same cycle? Most of us are not. But some are because they're still stuck in this environment. If there was literally a way that we could pull every single person who was repeating that same cycle, pull them out of their environments, pull them out of their homes completely, and just randomly toss them at the very corner of each portion of this planet, where they can finally witness diversity. And finally witness what it would be like living in a country or in a town where it's just them and a whole bunch of other people not like them. That might actually help them understand that people are people. But we can't really do anything to help the rest of the world's population. No one is fully going to sit there. If you grew up with that level of hatred, no one's fully going to sit there and say, okay, I officially want to know what's going on. Teach me to no, you literally, in some way, shape, or form, you literally had to force it on them. But that hatred, we were raised that way. We were taught that way. Did you know when I was 18 years old, 18, 19 years old, whichever one it was, did you know when I was 18, 19 years old, and I was dating my ex, she was white. And I told you, I'm here in Georgia. She was white. This is literally what my mom said. And I hope no one take offense to this, please. How can you date that white trash? That white trailer trash, to be exact.
Who said that?
You do not bring a white woman to my home. You've just put our entire family in danger because you want to fall in love with a white woman. What happens when you guys have sex? She's gonna go back to her family and tell her you raped her, and then we're gonna have the police come here, raid our home, kill you, and kill the rest of us. Who are you to bring her here? I was hurt. I had my phone on speaker when all that was said. So, guess what happened? Everything she said, my ex heard, and she cried. She was so devastated. She was so hurt. She was so distraught. I was devastated and hurt for her. Because I saw a person, but my mom saw fear. That is something that is taught. Because if I can eventually learn to love white people, and somebody in my family still can't love white people, what does that say? It says that there was a mistake in our family, in our generations, how we were raised, that this level of hatred was passed down and it stopped where you're at, and it didn't even touch me for some part of my life until it finally touched me, and then I started showing that hatred. But then I found love in my life again, just starting to learn to love myself and starting to learn to love other people. I found that again, and all that went away. But it was taught. And when she said that, I promise you, I literally told her if she was ever to say those words ever again, I don't care if it's my girlfriend, I don't care if it's my friends, if she ever say anything about white people again, that I will literally disown her as my mother, that I will literally remove myself. No joke, I will literally remove myself from the family and be on my own. Because they're all racist bastards and I hate them. That's exactly what I said. And guess what? They haven't made any attempts since then. Here I am sitting here. Now they're finally starting to learn to accept people, starting to learn to love people with regardless of color. Sometimes you just have to literally give it to your own people, because your own people don't even want to understand you. Your epic treasure. Thank you for the host. How you doing, love? Your own people don't even want to understand what's going on, what you're doing, or anything of that sort. Sometimes you literally have to get at your own family. And it took watching my ex break as a person. I've never seen anyone go through that, period. And here's the messed up part about it. We don't know the damage we do to people until it's been done to us. And I think that's the main issue about racism. We don't know the damage that racism do to people until it's done to us. The same way she was hurt, she was destroyed. I literally witnessed a person no longer become a person, but a broken vessel within 30 seconds because she's never had anyone say anything of that magnitude to her. And I felt like, yo, my family is a monster. We're racist too. After seeing that, I finally understood. After seeing that, I finally left, went to the military, broke myself completely down, came back home a brand new man, and started sharing nothing but love, positivity, and education to every single person in my family, letting them know just because you see a white person does not devalue them as an individual. They cook better than you, just as you would cook better than some of them. They know how to cook, they know how to dance, they know how to make music, they know how to do everything that we do too. They are people with skills as good as yours too. You're not better than them. Because if you needed something from them, you will go to them. If you wanted a job, you will go to them. If they wanted a recipe because your food is that amazing, I'm pretty sure you will glow, you will feel some type of pride, and you will share that with them, and you'll show off like, yo, they are asking for my recipes. We're not better than each other. We should learn to work with each other, learn to come together and build a better home for our kids, for ourselves, and practice the same level of love and appreciation and just all the amazing things to the rest of the world. But if I had not said anything to her, that same level of hatred right now would still be going on within my family. Shoot, now at this point, I just bring any white woman I want. Not any white woman I want, because, you know, some of them are like a little toxic and abusive, but I can bring home anyone I want and say, hey, this is my girlfriend. I'd like you guys to meet her. They're like, oh, hi, how are you doing? So you're dating another? What happened to the last one? Well, we're not going to talk about that. Don't you know how to stay in one relationship? Well, we're not going to talk about that. You know, like, this is what my conversations lead to now. Like,
yeah.
But they're not attacking her because now they see the wrongs, the wrongdoings in their own actions. And because no one in the family ever spoken to my mom like that, she changed her approach. And the moment I threatened to leave the family and no longer speak to her and disappear, the moment my mom realized she was about to lose her son for the rest of her life, she changed. She changed. And that's something that we all need. Don't be afraid to, don't be afraid to literally curse your family out if they're being racist to somebody. If you know it's wrong, say something. Your family's going to hate you. They're not going to agree with you, but at least you stood up to them and you stood up for your friends. You stood up for your community. Screw what they think. And I tell everybody this, family is not blood. Family is bond. If they don't want to share the same bond as you, if they don't want to respect other people that you respect, if they want to continue being ignorant and disregard your feelings, they're not your family. Be around people who respect you. Be around people who respect the same ideals and knowledge as you. Be around people who want the same thing as you. Be around people who want to love people like you. Be around people who want to protect people like you. Be around people who want to change the entire world. Oh, Raven, there's a lot of noise in the background.
Sorry.
Be around people, just give me a second. Be around people who want to make a positive community and a positive life for everyone else. Be around people who's not afraid to speak up, who's not afraid to protect, who's not afraid to love, who's not afraid to open their eyes and say, I'm wrong. Teach me how to be better. Be around those people. Be around those people. Because I promise you, they will help you move your home, your community, your people so much better than your own family. Family is important, yes. But if your family doesn't share the same ideals as you, if your family continues to be prejudiced, discriminative, and racist to people, they're not your family. And you're hurting yourself, forcing yourself to be someone you're not. You're forcing yourself to be around somebody who doesn't.
Oh, snap! Oh, hi.
I don't know any other way to put it, but you're forcing yourself to stay with the gang, pretty much. Because you just want to look cool, you just want to be accepted, you just want to be supported. And you don't want to hurt anybody. But you're forcing yourself to hurt because you want them to stick around. But here I am letting you guys know I stood up to my own family. And they've accepted their own faults, their flaws, and they've learned, they've grown. I can bring home anyone I want and not hear a single racist, discriminating comment from them ever again. They accept everyone I love with love. People are not lying when they say you are the voice to your home, you are the voice to your community, you are the voice to your people, to your city, to your country, to your nation. You are the voice. It just, do you have the backbone to be that voice when nobody else wants to? Are you ready to cut ties and bonds with people you grew up with to finally be around people you will feel happy with, that you will feel free with, that you feel some form of accomplishment with? It's hard to let family go. I'm not lying, guys. It's really difficult to let family go, but is it worth it? Staying silent? Let's be honest, guys. I've been as transparent as possible. I've been as honest as possible with my life and my situation, how I grew up. Let's be honest. Have you ever been around your friends or family and they made a comment that just did not sit right with you and you stayed quiet? Here I am, about to be 30 years old, and I'm not afraid to call anyone out on any BS. In the past, I stayed quiet. I laughed. And then I go home, and that's when I text a person, I'm sorry, that should not have been said. That should not have been done to you. Another example, I remember I was hanging out with my friends. I just wanted to be around them. I just wanted to hang out with them. And we sexually harassed a girl. We were in the 6th grade. We were all in the 6th grade. She was walking home alone. Well, she was walking home with me. I liked her. Then my friend, they called me back. They was like, hey, I see she likes you and we want to know if she has a nice ass. So keep her busy for us, please. And I'm like, what are you guys going to do? Just keep her busy. I ran up to her. She's like, hey, what's going on? What do you want to talk about? I was like, oh, nothing. We're good. So I kept her busy. I distracted her. I kept her back towards everybody like they wanted me to. All because I wanted to fit in. All because I wanted to be accepted. I literally watched as all 12, 6, 12. I literally watched all 12 of them run up to her from behind, smacked her ass over and over and over and over, and I just saw a woman break right in front of me. And you know what I did? Rather than defend her and protect her, guess what I did? I smacked her ass right after. I just sexually assaulted my own friend because I saw all of my other friends doing it. And she broke. All because I wanted to fit in. And the next day, this is where the fakeness appeared. I go up to her and I'm like, hey, how you doing? What's going on? What's up? You want to hang out today? She slammed the locker, looked at me in tears, and said, I hate you. Followed by getting kicked in the nuts in such a way that I literally dropped to the floor and cried. I deserve that. But I hate you. That was in the 6th grade. She never spoke to me again. I was 11 years old. Here I am, 30, practically 30, 29 now. But 18 years later, still won't talk to me. And you guys think that not saying something to your family, not saying something to your friends against messed up actions such as racism, sexism, not saying anything at all is not going to do anything? I, to this day, still cannot talk to her. She still won't talk to me for something that happened in 2001. Actually, 2002 now, because it happened in spring. So it was 2002. 16 years, 17 years, 18, 2002. Yeah, 18 years. So, this is to shed another light on you guys. Actions carry a lot of weight. If you're not going to protect someone, don't be around them. The moment you allow someone into your life, that's when you should not be afraid to fight for them. That's when you should be motivated and inspired to protect them for as long as life exists. That's when you should be proud of
snap!
just the people you have in your life and just, yo, we ride together, we die together. We're riding till the wheels fall off. I got you, bro. I got you, sis. No one's going to touch you. No one's going to hurt you. If anybody hurts you, I'm going to be there.
Oh, snap! Oh, hi.
To protect you. I'm going to be there to make sure you're okay. You always have a shoulder to lean on and cry when you're hurting. You always have ears to listen to when nobody wants to listen. That's what we should be doing rather than trying to show off because we're afraid of our own people. And I've been saying it a lot. Yo, if you're not going to talk, you're just a coward too. If you are going to listen, then okay. And I'm not saying there's a lot of people who don't want to talk, just, they don't want to talk because they're afraid. No, I'm not including you guys. I'm talking about the people who sit there idle and watch everything unfold and they continue to turn a blind eye and make up excuses for other people's actions. You are a coward. You have no backbone. You don't deserve protecting. You don't deserve to have any friends. You don't deserve to be part of a community. Because your silence says, I accept everything that happens to you. If you watched anyone get raped at a party, are you just gonna look at it and then walk away and then go home? I bet you won't even be able to sleep at night. If you're going to watch anyone face racism, watch them get beat up for being Muslim or black, are you just gonna look at it, walk away, make a status, and just go to sleep at night? No, you're not gonna be able to sleep. That's the type of people I'm talking about. Don't be afraid to speak up. Words, okay, words is all you have. That's okay. But do you know how much of your words can travel as a community? Do you know how far your words can go as a community? That's where you show you are someone who, that's where you show you are someone who is an ally to those who are in trouble. You are a hero to those who need saving. So I'm not going to stay quiet anymore. Whether you're a woman, definitely not going to stay quiet. I've seen so much abuse happen to female streamers, female gamers. I'm not going to stay idle to that. You guys carry life. That's more than enough for me to stand up for you, regardless if you're a bad person or not. I understand what you're saying, Fable. I haven't even touched topics on what you're talking about. I'm just talking about like some serious stuff, major stuff. Things that literally we can be dealing with if we have not ignored it for so many years. Everyday problems, we all go through everyday problems. We literally do. And that's something that we can actually manage on our own or with, 1-2 person in our lives. But I mean, things that are really, really, really destructive to someone's well-being. And yes, stereotyping is bad. It happens a whole lot. I've recently learned to stop stereotyping. I recently learned to stop that. I've gotten to a point, and I know this is going to sound a bit far-fetched to anyone, but I've gotten to a point that to me, stereotyping anyone is the same as discriminating against that person, and is the same as being racist to them. So I stopped stereotyping anyone, period. That's it. Because I don't want anybody to take what I say. I don't know what you guys gone through. I don't know what you guys deal with. So I don't want anybody to take what I say to heart and get hurt by it and no longer want to associate themselves with me. I want to make everybody feel as comfortable and welcome and safe at home as possible. So I immediately removed all stereotype comments from my dictionary, from my book, from my language, period. I do my best to speak nothing but happiness, positivity, peace, love, and clarity into everyone's life. I want everyone to be able to meet me and they come out with this immeasurable amount of peace and love. That's it. So with that, I removed all negative comments that can harm anyone. Everyone's going to take the intentions the wrong way, which is why I explained earlier, Fable, if you want to speak up, make sure you have people who are willing to speak up with you. Like I mentioned to people earlier, If you're white and you want to talk about what's going on, make sure you have a black friend with you that will help. Because things will get taken out of context, but if you don't know what to say, have somebody there with you so they can explain to you on how you can approach your audience without hurting any soul, without offending anybody. And that right there, broadcasting, that's what I was talking about earlier. That's something we have to watch out for. That's something we have to correct. And it's messed up that they're not correcting that. Me, I'm okay with being friends with anyone. I'm okay with loving anyone. I'm okay with being there for anyone. As long as you have a heart, as long as you're a good person, that is okay. That is truly okay. I will not be friends based on based on your color, based on where you're from, based on your likes, your dislikes, your experience. I will not choose to be your friend based on that. I will choose to be your friend based on your heart posture, how you treat me. Do you honestly want to be friends with a guy like me? That's how I make my friends. Do you share and love the same way I share and love? Do you? If not, okay, I can't associate myself with you. Because there are certain people I want to bring closer. There are certain people I want to reach out to. I can't help you guys if I am friends with the same people who are hurting you guys. It's like me saying, I want to help you get over your drug addiction, and yet I'm still going out to parties where cocaine is involved. I'm setting you up for failure. That's not what I'm trying to do. And that's exactly it. Like, Fable, if you have any flaws, that's okay. It's not going to change how I see you. It's not going to change how I see you. Because I want to help you do better. I want to help you be better. I'm not going to drag you through the mud and then just leave you abandoned. And then I'm going to celebrate my own success. No. I'm going to make sure that you are okay and that you can be the man or woman to the world. If you can be the light that everybody needs in their life. Someone taught me how to be a better person, so here I am trying to teach you how to be a better person. That's how I see it.
Oh, snap! Oh, hi.
Exactly, Raven. We all have flaws. Did you know? I did not know that, Odie. I did not know that. I trust that enough failing, as long as I learn from them. Eventually I say it's enough and I'll do what I know I need to do to change. But I also ask myself, how much time is too much? At this point, I don't know if I'm taking time for myself or just giving up and decided to sulk. All right, Fable, let me ask you this. How do you feel right now? Don't think about it. If you feel uncomfortable, just whisper your answer. How do you feel right now? And if you want to make it easier to whisper, here. Okay, hope for the future, but I believe I have to be the change I want to see. Then it means you haven't given up. You haven't given up. Saying at this point, I don't know if I'm taking time for myself or just giving up, you haven't given up. Because you're still saying you have hope for the future. And you believe you have to be that change. You still have hope for the future and you believe you have to be the change. It means you haven't given up. It just means you have a hell of a fight coming your way. And once you come out victorious from this fight, you're going to be the man that everyone has envisioned you to be. You're going to be the woman that everyone has envisioned you to be. You're going to be the person that everyone has envisioned you to be, and you're going to be so proud of yourself for being that person. So don't worry, you didn't give up. You still got a fight ahead of you, and I wish you luck on your journey. And if you ever need help, you know where to find me. You can always find my socials and my Discord. I am always here if you ever need motivational speaking to help you continue with your fight. Outcry, thank you for the follow. How you doing, man? I'm actually really happy that you shared that. So I'm gonna try this again. You're very welcome, Faber. You're very welcome. If anybody wants, if anybody wants time to just come into the call and you want to share your experiences, if you want to share your story, if you want to share things that are troubling you, you're okay to join Discord. You can immediately jump into the call and I will mute myself and I will open the platform for you. And, just share, introduce yourself, share yourself, and allow people to get to know you and love you for just who you are, not what you are. And broadcasting it's really messed up. We're all disgusted with it, but the only thing we can do is to continue to hold them accountable and continue to fight. Do not let this die. This is the same mistakes that we've made in the past. We witness what they're capable of doing. And then as time goes on, we completely die down and go quiet and give them the opportunity to repeat that again, and then we just come right back. Do not let it die this time. Speak up. Hold them accountable. Continue to do everything you can in your power to see your system reformed. To see your system acknowledging justice this time. Oh, it's not. There's more now, Raven. I've been looking at the news. I've been looking through social media. There's a lot more of that going on now. It's continuously happened more and more and more. Then at that moment, broadcasting, that's when Canada should have said something. The people of Canada, they should have said something. They should have brought that attention to light and not stop until the entire world knows how corrupted this man is, or that police is. And exactly, Bending, let that fire burn. We let it die down, and then we move on to the next thing, and then something comes in and it just knocks us off our feet again, and then we want to continue. We want to just randomly pick up where we left off. No. This time, make sure the message comes across loud and clear. That's what you need to do. If it means even 10 years from now, you're still posting on social media, you're still talking about it, that's okay. I mean, it's not okay that's going to take that long, but that's okay. Do not let them forget. Because think about it. How many times have we gone through things in the past and they told us not to forget? But with racism, they said, oh, you know, racism is of the past. Racism is of the past. But they don't allow other worldly events to be just of the past anymore. We still bring up the 9/11. We still honor those who lost their lives in 9/11, but we can't honor those who lost their lives during the civil rights movement. Racism is of the past, but 9/11 isn't? It's still part of our present? That's interesting. That's really, really interesting. Okay. No, just don't let it die this time. Feel free to speak up if that's what you feel in your heart, but do it the correct way. Do it the correct way. That's the only difference. They're rioting all across the world at this point, Ode. They are rioting all across the world. It's not just the United States anymore. It's not just Canada anymore. It's literally all across the globe. People are rioting. This time, it's actually gotten worse. You're right. The only failure is giving up. And how you doing, Lady Brooklyn? The thing about it is people always want to divide. People always want to split up because there is strength in numbers. Literally. And this was something that I read in the Bible, but I won't get into religion. There's strength in numbers. If you can divide a community, let's put it this way. You get into a car accident, right? The car's flipped over, you can't get out, and you need people to help you. You can get 10 people to work together to save your life. But you have that one person bringing up everyone's beef amongst one another. Okay? So we're going to say the person inside the car is society. It's all of us. The people, you already know, it's us. We're all now, we're trying to save humanity. Humanity is stuck inside the car that's been flipped over from this car accident. And here we are. We're trying our best to flip this car over. And then you have somebody saying, oh, wait, you didn't know? She definitely just said that you suck. Being with you in this relationship was not the best. That you were actually the worst guy she's ever been with. You actually said that? Now, those two are fighting. Okay, they still have that power. You have 8 people left. Oh, you didn't know she slept with your husband. when you were giving birth to your baby. Do you remember that day that he showed up late? That's that. Now you have 6 left. Now it's getting a little tough to save humanity within that car. Oh, do you remember the time your daughter was getting sexually assaulted at that party and you couldn't figure out whose party it was? He's standing right next to you. Okay, now you have 4 people. They're already strained. Humanity is inside the car. They're dying. Those 4 people, they're literally using every ounce of their strength to get them out. Oh, did you know that he never loved you to begin with? He was only with you to get closer to your sister. And look at them right now. Have you ever realized why they're so close to each other rather than you? Boom! 3 people away from that car. It's just 1 person left. And you're leaving that 1 person to flip over a 2-ton vehicle. Humanity is dead. So we are trying our best, but there are people who are whispering sweet nothings into our ears, making us fight each other. When we should be working together to help humanity. And because we're so wrapped up in each other's hate for each other, we cannot come together to save humanity. And so therefore humanity is dying. Humanity is dying. And now we just have to learn to apologize, accept one another, love one another again, so we can have that strength of 10 men and women to flip that car over, open that burning car open, rip that seatbelt out, pull humanity out, and run before the explosion catches us all. That's it. That is the best way I can explain to you guys exactly the situation. So hopefully, we can actually find forgiveness in our hearts and help one another. I don't want black people to continue to hate white people, and I don't want white people to continue to hate black people. I don't want the people to hate the cops, and I don't want the cops to hate the people. I just don't want any of that anymore. I want us all to be accountable. I want us all to protect each other, be there for each other, love each other, help each other if we're going to make it out alive. But you don't want to leave just one person. That's what I'm trying to get you to understand, Fable. You're losing the bigger picture here. You don't want one person to do everything on their own. You're just saying you want one race to do everything. No, you want all of them. That's why I said 10 people. You want all races to work together. It's not about making it hard or making it easy. It's always been hard. It's because we cannot get away from the hurt we inflicted on each other. We're unable to let go. We're unable to reconcile with one another. We're unable to finally forgive one another. We're stacking hatred upon hatred upon hatred upon hatred to the point that we just can't even function as a country because we hate each other that much. We can't function as an entire world because we all hate each other that much. We don't want to leave it to just that one person to have an adrenaline boost to save humanity. We want everybody to use their own source of strength, natural strength, to save humanity. But you won't be able to do that as long as you have somebody whispering into your ear what that person has done to you and why you should hate them so much. We all want to get along. We all want peace. But we still have people breaking us up. We still have people splitting us up. The government has always been number one, but I don't even want to get to the government. We, the people. That's how it's always been. So if we wanted to, and if we work together as people, we can overthrow the government and establish a new government, just like how the Constitution has written. But I don't want to get into the government. I don't want to get into politics, because at this point, it's not just politics that is the issue. It is us. Yes, police brutality is reigniting the same flame, but even worse. But we are allowing that flame to continue to burn. We've all could have just thrown water on top of it and looked towards healing that burned home. But we're all just continuously throwing another match into the fire, another piece of dry wood into the fire, making it bigger and bigger and bigger. We're all doing that. We're going to continue to blame us until somebody finds the courage to say, we caused this. We are going to fix this. Let me help my brother. Rather than, you're a savage. You're a thug. You don't understand my problems. You don't even know what racism feels like. You were never on my receiving end. Oh, you're just a woman. What do you know? You're not from our country. I'm sorry, but you don't know what love is because you've never experienced God. Oh, who says God is even real? Oh, you're just a child. What do you know about love? Oh, you're black. The only thing you know about is, well, look at history. Oh, I'm too white privileged for this. Well, you know what? Okay, I'm done here. I don't really need to listen to you because I have better things to do and I never have to worry about this. So you can continue to fight for your life, and I'm just gonna, continue to loot and not worrying about having to get shot dead in the middle of the street because white power. Oh, why do you talk so funny? Go back to India. Go back to wherever your people are from. That's us. We're finding all the little reasons to attack ourselves with. We're literally splitting each other up. The only thing we caused is voting in leaders that don't lead a leader, the role of the military and the people. Yeah, you're right. But not just that. You also have people like us who just didn't want to vote because we were too angry with the way things has happened and we just didn't want to vote. There's a lot of things that we've caused that is leading us to this point. We just have to fix it. It's not easy, but at this point, we just have to fix it. Hey, what's going on, Burn? How you doing? Raven, I'm not sure if you're still here. I remember you said you wanted to talk about something, so if you want, You can definitely say something. Not sure if Raven is here. He might have stepped away. All right. Yeah, your vote can make a difference. It can. But if you're not educating yourself on what you want, on what you think the country needs, what are we voting for? Educate yourself. Understand what's going on. Do better. Be better. Yeah, one is enough. One is enough. Just the fact that you went out of your way. It's not even going out of your way. Just the fact that you were brave enough to stand for something that is for your home. It's all that matters. You may end up losing, but it's all that matters. Andre, thank you for the follow. Just the fact that you were ready to vote for something that matters to you. At least you participated in that. At least you told people this is what you want to see. And the thing I only want you guys to see is there's 75 of us here right now. Okay? I want you guys to be able to see each and every one of you in this chat and accept one another with arms wide open. Say hello to each other. Show respect to one another. Be there for one another. Love one another. You guys at this point should be able to see that and take everything I've been sharing to you today, take it to your household and practice that with your family. And enforce your family to practice that with the rest of the family, and force the rest of the family to practice that with the community, and just keep enforcing it. 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 You guys, before you start doubting what you can do, I just want you guys to know how much power you have within your own home. I don't care if you're a kid. By the way, do not share your age. Anybody, do not share your age in chat. I don't care if you're a kid. You have the power to change the mindset of your own family. And as you change the mindset of your own family, guess what happens? Yo, this light is hurting. You have the mindset to change the mindset. You have the mindset and power. Wow, I'm messing up my words. You have the power to change the mindset of your own family. You have the power to change the mindset of your own family. And as you change the mindset of your own family, you are spreading the message that I'm sharing to you guys. You're making it easier to now help those around you. Like I said, guys. Yo, Gaming Diesel, what's going on, man? I'm doing good. Yourself? Like I said, guys, I have been vocal about a lot of things within my home. What's going on, Ginger? I have been vocal about a lot of things within my own home. The way things are now within my home would have never been that way if I had not spoken up. But just because I spoke up, yes, it pissed off everybody. Yes, they were not happy to hear it. But when they went to sleep, they started thinking about it. They started hearing the words repeat in their minds. And eventually they started changing. That I agree with, Fable. Some people simply want to be filled with negativity and hatred, sad and disappointed, but what is that to do about that, you know? There's a lot to do about that. You are the product of your environment. People are used to hating, being filled with negativity because that's all they know, that's all we know. It's whether or not you care enough to speak up on it to help them understand. Do you care enough to help them understand? If you do, then you can definitely change their mindset. You can definitely fill all of that negative into a positive. It's not difficult. I've done it before. You can ask multiple people within my community who has entered my community a certain way and came out complete opposite than when I first met them. It's because of that love and that care that I had. I want to see them do better. So I went as far as I can possibly go to make sure they come out better. If these people matter to you, trust me, you will be able to find a way. You will be able to find a way. And oh, that's cool as hell. Ginger, thank you. Burn, you can change the system. And it is that mindset that allows people to continue to do what they do. Why not have the confidence in the fight in you to say that you are willing to be the change? So what you're saying, and I'm not attacking you, this is just me speaking generally now. What you guys are saying is that you are okay with things being the same. You are comfortable living a life of fear, whether you're white or black, whether you're a man, woman, whether you're a Christian or atheist. It doesn't matter. You are okay living in life, living in fear for your life, period. When you say you can't change the system, you are saying you are okay with the system and you are okay being afraid. I can change the system, which is why I'm talking to every single one of you, because I know you guys will carry my message to other people. And that is literally why I've been talking for the past 6 hours, because I know people are going to keep coming in today. I know people are going to want to hear this, and I'm not going to stop talking until everybody understands how I feel. I'm not going to stop until everybody understands how I feel. And I want you guys to feel the same way. I want you guys to carry out that love, that care, that knowledge everywhere you go. Yo, Psycho Brain, how you doing, man? Greetings from Germany. Yo, Psycho, I saw what your people were doing in Germany, and one thing I want to say is I love you guys for standing up. You're not even part of our country. You guys don't even really know what's going on, but just that fact right there, what I'm witnessing there, I want to say thank you to your country for standing up for us. It means a lot. It truly do means a lot. Okay, Burn, here's another thing. Just because somebody failed to do something, does that mean it's permanent? Michael Jordan failed numerous times in his life. Did that stop him from becoming a successful basketball player? Hey, guess what? I failed at speaking like I'm speaking right now. And look at me, I'm talking to you guys with such power. And I failed at public speaking. Did that say I am going to be a failure? No. I succeeded at something. Stop focusing on the bad. Stop focusing on every single failure you could possibly imagine. Stop focusing on how things are not going to change and focus on how you can make the change. I know that it's not going to be easy to change an entire system, but because I actually have the passion to help others, help their community, and help themselves, and actually help everybody to love one another, I want to share with every single one of you, so all of you can take that knowledge with you wherever you go and continue to impact those around you. Here's a great analogy to use. We're cancer, every single one of us. And we spread quickly. Do we want to be the cancerous nation that destroys our home? Or do we want to spread and heal every single cancerous cell in our home until the cancer is gone for good? Do you want to be the cancer, or do you want to be the remission for that cancer?
Oh, snap! Oh, hi.
That's what matters. What do you choose? What do you want? What do you see for yourself? What do you see for your future? What do you see for your home? What do you see for your family? What do you see for your community? What do you see for your platform? What do you see? Do you see sickness, or do you see an opportunity to heal? I told you guys, I'm not going to stop until I can at least reach out to one of you. Monster Within, thank you for the host. I love you. Okay, if you want to be the change, if you want to be the treatment, stop seeing the bad in everything. Fight for what you believe is right. Speak up. Tell people how you feel. Have your family help you express your words and bring it to light, bring it to justice. But by saying that I can't change the system, I can't do this, I can't do that, you're already telling us you want the cancer to continue to grow. Look at us at stage 1. We're practically approaching stage 4 at a rapid rate. Stage 4 means death. And once death comes, that's it. That's
Oh,
it.
snap! Oh, hi.
Be the change. Be the healing. Be the medicine. Exactly. Be the cure. And I completely wait. Our whole nation is based on change. That's why so many people wanted to come here. Exactly. Freaking
Oh,
exactly.
snap! Oh, hi.
But we're not going to be able to bring forward the change we want to see.
Oh,
if
snap!
all
hi.
we see is pain and turmoil in front of us. Period. Period. I know it's not easy to to change the mindset of many, but I love you guys and I want you guys to feel even more fired up, to feel even more confident in yourself. I want you guys to feel as though you got it. I want you guys to come out with this feeling that you can take on the world and that you can get others to join your movement in healing. And with that, you've already started the process of changing the world. You've already started the process of allowing the world to experience all the love it can possibly feel. And Monster, if you're still here, Monster, I'm not sure if you're comfortable, but I've been opening the platform for everybody. So if you ever feel like you want to talk, vent, share, just share who you are, share your experiences, even if it doesn't have to be just Black, just, share your experiences and just allow other people to get to know you. I can invite you into the Discord server and you can join the call and then you could just, share the world your story. Throughout today, I've just allowed many different content creators to come in and talk about themselves and just allow them to introduce themselves to just the stream and give people a chance to know that regardless of who we are, what we look like, what gender we are still people who deserve to be loved. We are still people who deserve to be respected. So if you ever want to introduce and talk, then feel free to. I'm not making it about anyone. It's more of I am allowing everybody to share their story. Because what I want everyone to understand is that we are all humans who love, who feel, who go through wealth and things like that. You don't have to talk about your past, just like, if you want people to just understand you. That's all it is. Because I wanna break the habit of people judging anyone based on the color of their skin, their background, religious faith, their gender, their sexuality. I'm doing my best to break the stigma where we judge people based on what they look like rather than judge them on who they are as a person. I know you're a good person, Monster, so that's the only reason why I was like, hey, if you guys want more proof, here's another person that you don't know. And she has the power to...
Oh, snap!
She has the power to influence and change you as well. I missed something? Days, thank you for the host. Okay, here it is. There is fear in being the only one, but who's to tell you there's embarrassment in standing for what is right? The people who tell you you can't are either the problem or jealous you're doing what they can't. One thing you can do is leave that skeptical person behind. If they're even slightly willing to be open-minded, they have hope for goodness. Exactly what I've been trying to teach Fable. That's literally all it is. And honestly, I'm glad that you guys are open-minded enough to, listen and just support this in general. I'm glad you guys are open-minded to actually see where this is going and what you guys want to see and what you guys hope to change in your homes from just this conversation. Yeah, I actually explained that earlier, Monster. So here, let me. So I will definitely repeat this for everybody. I'm a content creator, right, guys? And there are many other content creators here. We all have a vision for our community. We all have a vision for our community. Monster, she is a woman who believes in just building a positive atmosphere in a place to truly get away from the world. Right? Which is nothing wrong. She will not talk about, this in her stream. There's nothing wrong with that. You have other content creators who have no issues talking about this in their stream. Once again, nothing wrong. So this is what I'm going to say. We have so much problems in the world, and we have so many content creators coming forward talking about it in their stream. But with the amount of hatred and problems going on in the world, there are still people who are looking for a place to get away because this hurts. It still destroys, it still hurts each and every one of us. So here I am talking about it to you guys, right? And here's Monster doing what she knows best, creating a place that will distract everybody from the troubles they have to endure. You shouldn't force any content creator to speak on a subject. You should not expect any content creator to speak on a subject because every content creator has a vision. All of us as content creators should work together on this. Who is going to speak about the matter and who's going to help distract the community from the matter? So at least those who want to get the education they need and require, they could go to that streamer, and those who want to escape from all the troubles and issues that are going on and they just want to find that little source of happiness and distraction they need, they could go to that content creator. But do not bash. Do not attack because a content creator is openly saying they don't want to bring the subject into their stream because they want to set their stream up to be a home for those who are suffering. We're all suffering. We are all suffering. Here I am educating people, and there's Monster. She's providing a safe home to help bring happiness to everyone's lives. Because while I'm talking about this, I'm going through very tough topics, and that's hurting people. That's hurting me. And there she is. She's working on bringing happiness. Education, happiness. They should work together. I am no better than she is as a content creator, and she's no better than me as a content creator because we're both doing the same thing. We're trying our best to heal as many people as possible within the community. We're doing things differently. But we need the variety so people can feel safe. Imagine having every single content creator. For example, you guys remember when the World Trade Center got hit? When 9/11 happened? Every news was reporting it. Every radio station was reporting it. Every school, every family were talking about it. None of us were able to get away from it. We were constantly, for the entire 2 weeks, we were constantly being destroyed because we couldn't get away from any of it. We tried to find other sources to escape that reality, to help us forget that ever happened, just to find some 5 seconds of happiness. But everywhere we went, people were talking about it. People kept bringing it up, and it hurt us even more. We're not trying to do that now. We're actually trying to make it in a way that people can actually find the education they require to know how to get through this, and then find the distraction and happiness they need so they can refuel. We're only humans. There's just so much mental and emotional attacks that we can take from the situation before it destroys us in general. You're only your best when you're happy. So imagine going to every single stream and all you hear is people talking about this you're going to feel demotivated. You're going to feel destroyed. You're going to feel like you just want to give up. Like you cannot continue with this anymore. And nobody's gonna say, and it's kind of messed up that nobody even said it. So I'm going to say it. Thank you, Monster. Thank you, Mr. Will Dill, for actually doing your part in keeping the community distracted with gameplay and content. Because without you guys, there would be so much more unhappy people who are unable to express themselves, who are unable to find themselves through this situation. So we shouldn't really feel like everybody needs to bring it to situation. Not everybody. Those who are actually able to, handle the topic, let them do it. And then you guys can find your way to Monster Stream and you can laugh, you can joke, you can cry because you're finally able to find some form of happiness in such a destroyed society that we're living in such a destruction of a timeline that we're living in. You guys can finally find somebody who's going to do everything in her power to distract you guys. Everything in her power to distract you guys. That's what we need. It doesn't mean they don't care. She's thinking about everyone's mental health. And we're thinking about educating everybody. There's just so much you can do educating people before their mental health wears thin, and you just have people who are grown, sick, and tired of the situation. That's it. So don't attack her or any other content creator for coming out saying, I don't want to talk about this. I want to bring content, wholesome, fun content to make you happy, to make you smile, to distract you. Because you know how hard it is to keep your audience engaged enough to help them forget. It is not an easy task. It is a lot of hard work. You have to keep coming up with fresh ideas. You have to keep coming up with some form of hype, some form of distraction throughout your entire stream. You have to get your moderators to be on top of just canceling out any messages that might just disrupt or just alarm, just stress anybody out. It's not an easy task. So they're doing all the hard work. Yo, what's going on over there? They're doing all the hard work. So, Masa, I freaking love you and freaking thank you for doing what you did since this all started. And I'm pissed off that nobody wants to say that to any content creator who are continuously still playing video games, who are still trying to make a safe place and a comfortable home for all of their audiences. But thank you. You are what the world needs also. We work together. We all work together as content creators. That's it. Now, talking about it on social media, that's a different thing. I truly do believe that we should all, share some light, share some support on social media. Streaming, give the content creators a chance. Some are going to feel comfortable and some are going to want to heal you through video games. Give content creators their chance. They're not robots. You can literally go to their houses right now in the middle of their stream. Watch them end their stream and see how they look as an individual when stream ends. They're human. They feel too. Most of us, after we end our stream, we cry. And most of us are not going to tell you that. If you guys don't stream, if you are part of a community where you just watch the streamer themselves, trust me, we cry. There's just so much that we can handle as creators to provide, to protect you guys, that we cry. Because we don't have anyone to do the same for us. We do, but not in the capacity that we would like them to do things for us for. Which is why sometimes we take breaks. We step away from streaming for a few days, maybe 2 weeks. It's not an easy task. Exactly. Just for the whole fact that most of the creators, they don't have the knowledge. I mean, even iCharlie admitted when she had to talk with her community about it, she had to have her mod join her to help her explain. Her mod is black. iCharlie is white. She was unable to explain it that will actually make it sound okay to her community. So she had help come in to help her. It's not an easy thing, guys. If you really want the nitty-gritty of this entire situation, find a black content creator who's willing to talk. Find a black content creator who's willing to talk. You cannot force any Caucasian, Hispanics, Asian content creator. You cannot force them to talk about a situation they have not grown up in. You're forcing them to feel uncomfortable. It's not that they feel uncomfortable with the situation, it's that they feel uncomfortable sharing something they have never experienced, because one slip up will literally destroy them. And you already know how strong the cancel culture is. You already know how strong viewers are when they want to just destroy people who are not colored. If you want to get the pure thought and emotion of it, you do not expect any Caucasian content creator to give you that knowledge. Go to those who actually experienced it. It's like me going to freaking Ninja say, I want you to talk about this. You have 14 million followers. How about you talk about this? Oh, so you don't want to talk now? Okay, screw you. You're racist. How can you expect somebody to talk about something they've never grown up in? You're just looking for ammo to use against them, to catch them slip up and then destroy their entire future. Let the creators share when they are ready, when they have the proper knowledge. Exactly that. This is irrelevant, but talking about caring for people, but TightKidd, do you need some water? I have half a gallon right here. It can be anything these days. The LGBT community are the biggest problem over this. I won't get into full details, but I'm the honest type. I stand by my opinions, beliefs, and no one should, and so should everybody else. But when you use those beliefs against other breathing human beings, that's when it becomes a problem. I do agree with that. I am white and I experienced the same crap in Toronto. To some extent, broadcasting. To some extent. To some extent. And this is what I'm going to say to some extent. You've experienced this, discrimination. You've experienced some form of racism. But, and I want you to be honest with me, okay? Have you ever experienced a level of hate so strong that you could not leave your house comfortably? I want you to ask that question. And if you have, how many times? Because trust me, everyone in this stream has heard me share my story. There has not been a single moment I have not had a gun pointed at my head on multiple occasions, and not from the cop, just from regular civilians. The Smolians threatened to beat me up. I've had civilians threaten to beat me up. What about the government? What about the police? Have you experienced that level of hatred that you are afraid to even go to the hospital, to call the police, to even ask the government for help? That is what saying government have assaulted me. Then you must be someone of color too. I'm not discrediting anyone. I'm not discrediting anyone, but there is a huge difference to how we all get treated. There's a huge difference to how all of us gets treated. And this actually reminds me, I'm not discrediting anything. All right, so all right, so my ex currently lives in South Africa now. If you guys understand what's happening, Psycho, thank you for the follow. If you guys understand what's happening in South Africa, everything that's happening in the United States is happening in South Africa as well. Like literally right now. But South Africa is not getting the it's not getting the media. So the way racism works in America, the whites hate the black. In South Africa, the blacks hate the white. In America, it's practically 76% white, 5% black, and then a whole bunch of other stuff, whatever. Right? It's not real numbers, guys. I'm just giving an example. In South Africa, you're looking at 85% black, 15% white. Now, in America, the blacks were enslaved. In South Africa, the blacks are now the one who has the power to enslave white people. Here in America, whites been killing blacks for no reason. Here in South Africa, blacks killing white people for no reason. White people in South Africa are actually living in fear. I used to hate the fact that my ex had to spend her time teaching in South Africa. It was her job. She had to go to South Africa to teach there, and I hated it because for no reason she was constantly being attacked. She actually has a license for a gun because that's how dangerous it is. There have been numerous reports where just regular white people will walk out of their homes and immediately shot dead by a black person. Black supremacy is real in South Africa, the way white supremacy is real here. Black privilege is real in South Africa, the way white privilege is real here. It is a complete opposite. Complete opposite. And why am I saying this now? Is because I want you guys to understand that in different parts of the world, everybody have their issues. Yes, everyone have their issues. We're all going through a fight. We're all going through a state of irrational fear and violence. At this very moment, throughout the entire world, those are the only two places that I truly do fear and feel for: America and South Africa. Because in South Africa, you can truly feel the hatred every single black person feel because of what the white ancestors done to their people. Now they actually have full practice to do everything they want. And it's messed up. Just as here, whites have the full practice to do whatever they want. Messed up. Hatred is hatred. Period. Hatred is hatred. Period. But we're here. Okay? We have the power to change. We have the power to influence. We have the power to actually do something. So why not do it? So I'm not discrediting you, old, at all. But you have to understand, no matter what, your skin color, come to America. Okay? Come to America. And you will really see what we're talking about, what we feel. I'm not saying you're afraid of all black people, okay? You're good. But I'm just saying, like, we're human, but our skin is completely filled with different experiences. Okay, yo, Sparky, thank you for I couldn't remember exactly what my ex told me. I definitely remember it definitely has something to do with the citizens, because she's currently in Johannesburg where it's really high, but I just couldn't remember the whole situation. So thank you for informing me of that. Lucky Realm, thank you for the love. I appreciate that. But the only thing I was trying to bring to your attention, Ode, is yes, white people face discrimination and racism. But it's never going to be to that level that black people face. Yes, we all face hatred. But it's never going to be the level of hatred that the black community faced. And that's literally all I'm trying to share to you. It's never going to be that level of hatred. Oh, trust me. Oh, I've been called that because I dated white women. Trust me, I've received hate mail for it. I remember announcing that I would never date a black woman again because I couldn't stop seeing myself with a black woman anymore after I was raped and sexually assaulted as a child. I was only 7 years old when this black woman took advantage of me. In every relationship I've been in, every single black woman who made an attempt on me, they all reminded me of that black woman. I literally broke. And since then, I said I can't do it anymore. So even when I explained my story to my exes who were black, I was still called a traitor. I was still told that I'm not a black man anymore. I go back to your whitewashed girlfriend or whatever. Go back to your trailer trash. Trust me, I've felt everything. Everything. But I didn't let it stop me. I continue to do what I can to educate people and to help other people understand exactly what I am dealing with. You can't fight hatred with hatred. Okay, my exes hate me. They all despise me for dating white women. That's okay, but I'm not going to stop loving them as an individual. I'm still going to be there for them as long as they are willing to reach out to me. I'm still going to protect them from any form of hatred ever. It's just the fact that every time they kiss me or we get into sexual contact, my PTSD kicks in. I freak out. So I said, I love you, and it sucks that I can't even touch you, but you deserve to be somebody who's brave enough to love you, because I can't do it. Not when I keep seeing the woman who's destroyed my innocence in you. And I told every single one of them that. So, yes, I've been called many things, but I don't let it stop me. Allowing people words to stop what you're trying to do is allowing them to win. And you want to win the fight, not them. Allowing them to win the fight is going to allow them to push their agenda further. There are places that whites are getting killed, but the news won't cover that. It's still really bad, but most blacks don't want to treat people like they were treated. They want to be better people. But much respect for you bringing that up, because black or white people that talk about South Africa situation are always really ridiculed. Yeah, I wasn't going to bring up South Africa, but it just literally came to me. And I know so much of it because even to this day, my ex still talks to me since she still works over there. She still talks to me every day about what's going on. So I felt like, okay, let me just share that we're not the only ones. There are many others, but at the moment, until the government wants to release it, until the media wants to release it, there's nothing we can do. Like, you can go to South Africa and attempt to help them. The government will not allow you to help them. They're forcing that all the stuff to happen in South Africa to happen. Even their president, he's allowing it to all to happen. So there's nothing we can do. That's why I don't really bring it up, because then people are going to use that as an example and push their own racist agenda. And I don't want that to be twisted. No. See, this country has a chance. The media is allowed to share what they want to share. So this country has a chance. We're not forced to keep things to ourselves. We are able to, get all of that out there. So we still have a chance. So that's what I'm just talking about, our country, our home, our people as much as possible. At the end of the day, guys, come on. This is our home. This is where we're stuck with the rest of our lives. We can't do anything else but fight for our home. I want my home to be a safe place where my kids can grow up and be happy. And I know you guys want that for your kids as well. That's why, like, seriously, the moment I have my kids, I am going to talk to them about racism. I'm going to talk to them about loving. I'm going to talk to them about how amazing it is to love someone regardless of who they are. There's a reason there's a reason why I would rather adopt kids than have my own. Adopting my kids mean I can just mix so many races of kids under the same household and teach them all to love one another and hope that when they grow and become adults, they will be able to love everyone just the same and continue to push what their fathers taught them to the rest of the world. They will be part of a movement that destroys all discrimination and hatred, period. That would be amazing. Milk, thank you for the follow. That would be amazing to experience. Whisper, if definitely, you'll just have to give me time. People are raised in some small towns and taught to hate. Yep. Definitely true. Definitely true. Definitely true. And which is why I said, like earlier, your environment also influences your growth as a person. There are not my position to speak up, but I feel someone shouldn't bring life into this world if they haven't figured their own stuff out. And even more so, they are children already born without homes. Instead of making another life, grant those kids an opportunity. I'm gonna have to disagree. Reason why I would disagree with that is because you are given a life. Okay? You're given a life. What experience you've been thrown with, you cannot change. Everyone gone through life differently, and it was to help them become a better person that they are yesterday. If you feel like that person shouldn't bring life if they haven't figured out their own stuff, I'm an adult and I still don't have my stuff figured out. There are many, many, many other adults who will say they still don't have their life figured out yet. Everything you do in life is constantly changing. You as an adult, you have to learn to adapt quickly. If you notice, every single person who's given birth when they were not ready, who's had kids when they're not ready, they became one of the most strongest individuals mentally, emotionally, physically, spiritually. They have become the most strongest, mature individuals. My mom had me at 17 years old. A week after she turned 17, she had to spend her birthday in the hospital. A week after she turned 17, she had me. And now she's a successful nurse. And look who she raised. Look who she's raised. So everybody is giving a specific life experience because it's needed. But that's what I'm saying. You can't say that because everybody's going to go through something that allows them to reach the next level in life. If I didn't experience hatred, if I wasn't the person that was spreading that hatred like I mentioned earlier, when I spread that hatred, if I wasn't the one who experienced it, I would have never been the person that's advocating and teaching everybody what I know now. Our life experience makes us who we are. Everything we are as individuals, that came from life. That came from life. Everybody, we, and this is an amazing moment right here because we're
snap!
all able
hi.
to connect. We're all able to share our thoughts and just, okay, we don't always agree with one another, but we can still understand where each of us are coming from. Like, I appreciate every single one of you that disagreed with me. I don't need you guys to agree with everything I said, but I appreciate you guys for speaking up about what you think I'm saying is wrong. Because at the same time, you guys are teaching me. You're holding me accountable as I will hold you guys accountable. Yo, Awesome Autumn, thank you for the 50 embers. I appreciate that. You guys are holding me accountable. So it's tough. Let me tell you guys. It is really, really tough. I don't know what to say as far as like we just got to do better, to be honest. Like, I appreciate every single one of you. Like, DJ Motions, Gamey DZ, Awesome Autumn, Monster Within. I appreciate every single one of you guys. Old Fable, I appreciate every single one of you guys. Because you are all strong individuals. Every single one of you, you're strong as hell. You guys don't know it, but you are leaders. Hang on to that knowledge, hang on to that love, hang on to this feeling that you want to make a change. Yeah, Whisper, of course I'm down. I got you no matter what. Just let me know when. Mav, thank you for the 40 embers. I appreciate that. You guys have no idea. And it's not an easy subject to get into, especially coming from a black man. It's not an easy subject to get into. I mean, just earlier today, I've already had somebody come into the stream with a racist agenda. I was already called ugly. I was called a monkey, an ape, but it didn't hurt me. It allowed me the opportunity to help that individual with why they felt it was necessary to share that level of hate. I'm not sure if the person is still here, but it definitely opened up the floor for me to teach him how he should treat another human. It doesn't affect me, but you never know who's going to affect. Somebody might already be at a tipping point, and you go in and show hatred, and it'll immediately cause them to want to kill themselves because they already felt that no one loved them, and you just came into their chat and you just confirmed that they're not loved. So it opened up the platform for me to talk to them. And hopefully they got the message. If not, at least I did my part. But if you guys see it, don't give that person another opportunity to hurt anyone. Like, guys, would you ever allow me to hurt anyone you cared about on Mixer? Think about the leader, think about the community you're in and how much you love that streamer. Would you ever allow me to verbally harm that streamer? I don't think any of you would. So apply that to actual people. Don't give them any room to hurt. Take care of your friends. Take care of your family. Even if it was justified, it should not even, justification should not affect anything. Even if it was a war criminal, okay? A criminal. I've already told everyone this earlier. You can be a bad person. I still will not give anyone room to attack that criminal. They are still human. They are still human. You can be a terrorist, locked up, and I'm going to go to federal prison to visit you and at least give you a friend to talk to. You know? We all deserve that. We all literally deserve that in order to progress. Lack of love is the issue. So why deny anyone the right to feel human, to feel loved, to feel respected at all? Do you have a go-to escape? Games, music, books from the real world, talking all the time, not just the current hostility going on in this world. Mav, yes, I have music. I write my own music. I play my own music. I have my friends. I talk to my friends. More importantly, I use my music and friends. That's it. Every morning since this issue started, I've been finding new ways to help myself cope. So I'm like good enough for you guys. Yeah, we all deserve due process when it comes to justice. Yep. But I've been finding new ways. Every morning when I wake up, I immediately go to one of my friends' streams who stream. It doesn't matter who, but I immediately go to them and I just chill in their stream. I whisper them like, hey, this is exactly what I'm going through. This is exactly what I'm feeling. Can you think of something that can help me get into a better mindset, a better space that will allow me to cope? And immediately they start doing certain things in games, or they will sing me a song or whatever, and I'm good. So I rely on my friends on Mixer to bring me out of a dark space whenever I feel like I just can't take it, or I just work on my own music whenever I feel like I just can't take it. Music overall, just writing. I also do poetry writing to help me. Anything creative of that sort, that allows you to channel all of your emotions simultaneously. That helps. Like, for instance, people look at a black man carrying himself in a strong manner and it might scare some folks, but sometimes they feel they have to carry themselves in a hard way to protect themselves, looking over their shoulders. And am I going to get stopped or go to jail because I'm trying to better myself and or work and make a living? It's rough. Dude, that's hard. That was actually something I talked about earlier today. It's not easy. That's literally hard. Wait, you know what? Hold that thought. Let me take care of everyone else and I'll get back to that topic. Where can I find your music? My music is not posted anywhere. I haven't published it. I'm not ready to publish it. That's something that I am continuously working on. When the time is right, then you guys will see it. But for now, I've just been working on it in private. I want to perfect it and make sure that it's like, something that everybody can listen to. Blue Phoenix, thank you for the follow. Mav, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you guys so much. Epic, thank you for the love. Okay, so DJ, let me get back to that. People look at a black man carrying himself in a strong manner and it might scare some folks, but sometimes they feel they have to carry themselves in a hard way to protect themselves, looking over their shoulders. Okay. All right. So, yes. I'll share this story again. There was a point in time years ago when the Obama campaign was happening, when he was getting elected for president. Ooh, wait, before I get into that, let me see if I missed anything. This is gonna be tough. Okay, all right. So let me sip some water because this one is definitely gonna be. All right. There was a point in time. This happened back in 2008 when Obama was running for president. My friends and I, we were so excited. We got so happy that we were finally getting a black president in office, and we didn't think anything of it. We were just hype, okay? That night when the presidency campaign was happening, we decided to go to Kroger. We went to the store to get some like popcorn and stuff like that. And it was like, yo, Obama's he's gonna be president and all that stuff. And we're just listening to the radio, trying to keep track of everything while we rush into the store, get some popcorn, get some chips, get whatever we can, get some juice, and just speed right back home so we can watch the rest. And in the midst of it all, people heard us hype and happy as hell, saying Obama away and all that stuff, and they didn't like it. I live in Georgia. Okay, I live in Georgia. They didn't like it. So it got us in a car chase with 20 cars loaded with white people. Oh man. We spent hours and hours and hours and hours and hours just driving, trying to escape them, trying to hide wherever we can. And we finally found a place, a small little subdivision. I quickly pulled in the subdivision, turned off the lights. I'm driving slow, looking for houses with lights on and all that stuff, right? I immediately stepped out of the car and I was like, guys, I found a house. One of them was like, we're not gonna let you go alone, just in case. So he steps out and his sister steps out. My brother and their sister are still in the car. We didn't want all of us to get out of the car just in case we might need somebody to quickly provide a getaway. So there's 5 of us. 3 of us are walking out of the car. 2 of us are inside the car. I'm running to the house, banging on the door, knocking on the door, screaming, help, 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 help. Somebody's trying to kill us. Can you do something? Call the cops. Do anything. He opens the door. He sees 3 black kids. We were only literally in the 10th grade and fresh out of high school. 2 of us graduated. 1 of us is now entering 11th grade. You know, he sees us and he pulls out a shotgun in front of us and cocks it. And he said, I don't want you, N-word, anywhere near my property. And our jaws dropped. Our eyes turned pale. We felt this chill in our skin. My heart dropped. And he said, I'm going to give you to a count of 3 to get off my lawn and never come back here again. We left with such a hurry. Got in the car, sped off, and just left. And as soon as we left the subdivision, the same people that got into a car chase with us, they found us again. Now they had their guns out too. And they said, get ready to die tonight. And I just witnessed my life flash before my eyes. And I've truly felt the fear. First time I felt fear in such, I don't know how to explain it. But he took out the gun, cocked it, and shot at us. He missed. Immediately, I didn't care. I just turned on the high beams. I floored it. I pressed so hard on the gas and I just bolted. I started taking stop signs and red lights. I was purposely breaking every single traffic violation, hoping that maybe the police will find me and we will feel protected. We were so afraid that we rather get caught by the police than them. I'm in Georgia, Mav. So all that happened and they were still pursuing us. We couldn't find the police at all. Because guess what? The police were all over the bars and clubs since everybody was celebrating the fact that Obama made president. So police were making sure people weren't driving drunk. They didn't care about people who were going to be breaking traffic violations in private residential areas. No, they were not. So I sped, then finally turned off the lights to the car, driving around without lights on, speeding all over the city, just looking to see if I can lose the people, and I finally lose them. And we waited in the corner for as long as we can. We all ducked, so they would think that, you know, the car didn't have anybody, turned off the car, all that stuff. We just hid. We waited an hour. We waited an hour. And then finally drove to their house. Finally drove to their house. We got there. We went to bed. We were afraid. Few days later, you know, my mentor, he heard about what happened and all that stuff, and he was like, "This is the reason why white people are afraid of you. I'm gonna show you." And I was like, "Show us what?" He said, "The way look at how you're dressed." And this is where everything kicks in. Look at how you're dressed. Look at how you talk. Look how you carry yourself. You want them to love you, but you look exactly what they see you as, an animal. So I'm gonna need you to do a change because I love you. You're like a son to me, and I want to see you live. You're going to have to change yourself. You're gonna have to change yourself. So I had to stop cursing entirely. Not a single swear word has ever fallen from my lips since 2008. I had to stop saying the N-word. I had to dress up everywhere I go. Especially if I was going to the store, I dressed up like I still dressed up like damn nice. I had to learn how to articulate my language, learn how to talk the way people will receive me. I had to learn how to carry out my body language and walk with confidence rather than walk like a thug or whatever. Because I was always walking with a little hop. He was like, "Nah, I want you to walk like a successful black man. Look at Michael Jordan. I want you to walk like him. I want you to smile like him. Fix your hair. Dress up nice. Talk successful. I want you to talk like him. I want you to be him. You're not rich. You're not wealthy. You're not successful as him, but I want you to be like him from now on, just so you can stay alive for another day." So I had to change up my posture completely. And it wasn't easy. Having to reorganize my entire dictionary was not easy. So I just changed up everything, and that moment on I became a new man. And ever since then, I still felt the level of hatred, but it wasn't as close to nearly losing my life like I did that night. I still felt it, but it wasn't to the point that it gave them any room to attempt to take my life, because they knew if they took my life in public, in private, anywhere, they're going to receive the repercussions of it because, well, he was a well-dressed, articulated man, and he had education. He had the knowledge behind him. He walked the walk just as he talked the talk. If I do something to him, I'm going to get in trouble. I use that as my greatest survival skill for the past, oh my gosh, how long has it been? 2008, for the past 12 years. I've changed. So yes, having to walk big and confidently and strong really comes a long way, because if I continue to remain the person I was when all of this was happening,
Oh, snap!
I would not be alive right now. I literally took his advice. I took everything he said, and I just made it into my life. I made it me. And I am so thankful for him, because if he had not said that, I was still sagging my jeans. I was still rocking these sneakers. I was still wearing a do-rag. I got the do-rag off, threw it away in the trash, started going to the barber, did my hair and stuff like that. It used to be slick backs, so it was like, you know, 50 style when the black men had their hair slicked back and all that stuff. I wore a suit, I wore sweaters, I wore jeans, I wore shoes. I was always dressed up everywhere. And people would be like, yo, why are you always trying to show off? I'm trying to show off because I want people to see that I'm a good guy. I want people to look at me and not judge me how I'm dressed and think of me as a thug. I want them to see a successful black man. I started talking about random things that people didn't know about. I started absorbing knowledge of everything so I could spit it right back at people and they wouldn't even look at me as another dumb black man. I started walking with confidence so people wouldn't look at me like, yo, that's another thug walking around. That's another thug walking around. I started smiling at people because I didn't want them to see that I was an angry black man and give them any room. I spoke with a little octave in my voice than what you guys hear. What you guys hear, this is how I was talking, right? But when I came up to them, I was like, hey guys, how you doing? Hopefully life is great. I changed my voice so that they can accept me. All of this I had to do just to stay alive. And here we are, repeating the same thing, but this time the entire nation has to repeat it. No, not the entire nation has to repeat it. This time the entire nation has to practice it. And that's not right. That's not right. So here I am, alive and well today, and just sharing that story with you guys. So who was it so motions, there you go. It is not wrong for you to want to feel that way. It's not wrong for you to want to walk and talk that way. Be a confident black man. Be the most confident, successful black man you can possibly imagine. Show people you're not an animal like they call you out to be. Show people you're not a savage like they call you out to be. Show people that you can be so damn articulated that you put Obama to shame. Show people that you're smarter than Einstein. Show people that you can love harder than any of their mothers combined. That you have the understanding and the capacity to love harder than any of their mothers combined. If it means keeping you alive another day, do not give them any room to judge. Do not give them any room to look at you any less than who you are and what you are as an individual. That's it. Because at the end of the day, it's your life on the line. It's your life on the line. And yes, it hurts that you cannot be who you want to be. But find who you can be in your own way while still making them all look stupid for judging you before they even got the chance to know who you are. He told me to change who I was. I did that, but I added a little more twist to it. Now here I am. The same person from 2008 that he said you should become. I did that, but I added a little more twist and I still made him who I am. So you can definitely walk with confidence, motions. You can definitely talk with confidence. You can definitely show your intelligence. You can definitely show your happiness. You can definitely help others. You can definitely love. You can definitely understand. You can definitely teach. You can definitely absorb that knowledge and just help others move the way you want to move as well. You got this. And here's the next one I'm going to address. Yes, you have freedom to say what you want. You have freedom to say what you want. You can share your opinions. That's cool. But here's the thing. We cannot go around talking about we are willing to help the Black community. We are willing to help Black lives progress and be better than what they are seen as and treated as if we still live in this world where that every time you see Black Lives Matter, you respond with All Lives Matter. I'm not going to hate you for that. And there's a reason why. It's because not all of us understand truly what is going on. Not all of us understand truly the purpose of this entire situation. I understand why you say it. Okay? You're good. But you can't. But that's not it, Glocks. Here's the reason. I'm Black. Okay? I'm Black. Glocks. I'm a Black man in Georgia, and you just heard my story. How would you have felt just now hearing who I am? Just now hearing who I am, how would you have felt if I was wrongfully killed? Let's say I was your friend. You're white. We're both walking to the store together, and I was wrongfully killed right in front of you, gunshot straight to the head. And they look to you, are you okay? This is why people say Black Lives Matter. It's not because, exactly, you will be mad and upset. That is exactly why Black Lives Matter. It's not because we're trying to shame other lives. It's not that. It's that you and I, we can go to the same club together and I will get pulled over. Hold on. You and I can go to the club together. Okay? We can party it up. We can both get as drunk as we possibly want. Then it's time for us to go home. The police is probably going to stop me and let you go and mistaking me for somebody else. And you're going to be like, no, that's not him. That's not him. He was with me the entire night. Well, he fits the description. No, he does not fit the description. Look at him and look at the person you're trying to arrest. They look nothing alike. That's Black Lives Matter. You and I, we can get into a fight. We can be the best of friends, up to brothers at this point, and we can get into a fight with a whole gang. We're some badasses too. Straight badasses. And we just destroyed this entire gang. Police comes to the scene. They pull me to the side to question me first and ask if you're okay. They're trying to figure out, yo, what's this Black guy doing over here? Hey, did he do anything to you? Can you tell me what happened? Is he dangerous? That's Black Lives Matter. The reason why people say Black Lives Matter is because statistically, if you and I were to walk in the same store, we'll say Louis Vuitton. If we were to walk in the same store, Louis Vuitton, go shopping, I'm most likely to get stopped and checked before you even have the opportunity to walk out. You'll look at me embarrassed as hell. Like, yo, why are you still going through this? That's Black Lives Matter. It's not putting down shame on any race, period. Yes, all lives matter. But at the moment, Black lives are being affected, racially profiled. targeted harder than anything else in this country at the moment. Yes, white people die. Spanish people die. Asian people die.
Oh,
But
snap! Oh, hi.
how many times have you seen a black person shoot up any location and they make it out alive? And how many times have you seen a white person shoot up anything and they have a chance to trial? How many times have you seen a police kick down the doors of a white man's house and put a gun at him and that man dies? And how many times have you seen a black person door gets kicked down and they immediately die? You don't know what happened in the household, but they're dead. How many times have you seen families ripped apart for absolutely no reason at all? How many times have you seen people continuously walking down the street trying to figure out what is going on? Why are they looking at me? Why are they not looking at you? How many times have you seen when you're trying to leave a store with your black friend that you get checked? Your entire bag get checked. That's why Black Lives Matter. That's why we say Black Lives Matter. And Nana, that's wrong, because even if you're blind, you still see shade. I mean, even if you're colorblind, you still see shade. Blind people, they love harder than any person on the world because they don't use their sight to judge you. They use your heart. They use the way you talk, your personality, your characteristics. Blind people have the capacity to love you till the end of time because they don't have to focus on who you look like. They won't even know who you look like to judge you until somebody says, hey, the person you've been talking to this entire time is black. Hey, did you know he's black? No, he's not black. Yes, he is. Oh, well, he sounds like a good man. Okay, but it's not all lives matter right now. It's all Black Lives Matter right now. Because guess what, Shuffle? You know what? Guess what? If you were blind right now and you had a black man and a white man approach you in bandana, do-rag, all that good stuff, and they both spoke to you, you're not going to be able to know who's good or who's bad or anything of that sort. Then you open your eyes and you see a black man dressed like that and you see a white man dressed like that. You're probably going to lean towards talking to the white man first, because society already has broken the image of your understanding of what black men typically look like when they're categorized and labeled as savages. Take a look at all the movies of black thugs. Take a look at the movie. What was the movie that Jamie Kennedy did? Malibu Most Wanted. He tried to play as a white gangster. And you had Tate Diggs acting like a true black gangster. And guess what? In that movie, they showed B-Rad. They showed him as the joke, and they were all afraid of Tate Diggs. Tate Diggs was getting pulled over. Tate Diggs was getting more looks. He was actually being treated as one of the gangsters by the gangsters themselves in the movie. And you have a black man and a white man both dressed as thugs, and they all took the white man for a joke. That's where Black Lives Matter. Because regardless of how you and I dress, we should both be treated accordingly. Regardless of how you and I look, we should both be treated equally. I bet if you and I were to get into an argument, I would sound more articulated than you. I'm not even giving you guys the full 100% of me, but if we got into an argument and a debate about something, I would sound more articulated than you, but as soon as that person opened their eyes, they're going to think it's you. That's Black Lives Matter. It's discrediting an entire race based on their look because the system, the government has already in place in you the knowledge that all black are savages and animals, that they are stupid as hell, that they talk a certain way, that they walk with a limp, that they're this, that they're that, and then they paint the entire white community as angels from above. That's Black Lives Matter. They see how I talk. I talk with love. And you guys probably take that as me talking with frustration. That's Black Lives Matter. And anybody can vouch. I am an individual who practiced talking with love more than hatred and frustration ever. You will never hear me act out of anger, act out of any form of emotion besides love. But I'm pretty sure everybody that's listening now who doesn't know me, you probably think that's frustration. That's Black Lives Matter. Already painting an image of me in a way because you don't know me. You don't know who I am. You don't know how I talk to people. You don't know how I help people. You don't know the kind of knowledge I possess and the amount of love that I have for you, that I'm willing to teach you and show you the way. That's Black Lives Matter. So no, you guys are not wrong. All lives do matter. Yes, all lives do matter. But at this current state and age we are in, Black Lives Matter. And in order for all lives to matter, we have to help Black people. Standing up for Black people. Giving Black people a voice. You be their voice. If they cannot talk, let them whisper into your ear. You be their boy. Their boy. You be their voice. Be their liaison between the police and them. Be their liaison between the government and them. Be their liaison to anybody that's not Black and them. Oh, I don't like how you talk to my friend right there. He's by far the smartest man I know. He's helped me through everything. If you actually want to know who helped me with my resume that got me this job, it's him. So before you try to talk down to my friend, he's the reason I'm here and he's the reason why I'm working for you. And you thought I was a smart one? This guy has taught me everything I know to get where I'm at with your company. Black Lives Matter. That's what I'm talking about, guys. And to the individuals that were spamming Black Lives Don't Matter because we're stupid, Black Lives Don't Matter, calm your tits, Black Lives Don't Matter, Black Lives Don't Matter, Black Lives Don't Matter, all lives matter, screw Black people, white power. I don't care. That is your perception of reality. And you're forever going to grow alone. You're going to wonder why the entire world is progressing to greatness while you are sitting back on the sidelines wondering why nobody will ever give you the chance to love you. We will never put down any race. I will never put down any race. You know, Shuffle, between you and Motions, if Motions was capable of hurting you, right? Because you were being racist, I would stand up to him. You want to know why? Because you're not strong enough to handle him. And the last thing I would want to do is for him to kill you. So at that moment, your life matters to him. I mean, to me over him. Because I want you to live and learn and get to understand why you should love and why you deserve to be loved, because I believe that love will take you far in life. Love will give you the chance to undo your wrongs and fix your mistakes and actually become a better person. So I would literally stand up to Motions and be like, you're going to back off. Do not touch him. Allow him the opportunity to grow and be a better person. At that moment between you and motions, if you were at risk, life and death scenario, your life mattered. Even if you were the person that was being racist towards him, hating him, your life matters, because I don't want you to die. I don't want you to get hurt. Your life matters. That is what I want everyone to understand. I can hate you, but I can still respect your life over his. In the same way, if the roles were reversed, if you, Shuffle, had the opportunity to hurt emotions, I would stand up for him up against you. Because at that moment, his life is at risk. Therefore, his life matters. Every single one of you matter. Every single one of you in this chat matter. Which is why I am going to keep talking about this. Because I want all of you to walk out being the best version you can possibly be before you entered the stream. DJ Motions, thank you for the follow. Yo, Fable, have a good night if you're the one going to bed. Oh, Motions, have an amazing night, man. Thank you for stopping by, and I hope that this conversation will, help you. Don't ever feel comfortable being who you are. Proudly show it and show the best version you can possibly be. Have a good one, Glocks. Hopefully this talk helped you as well. Don't worry, I don't hate you for saying all lives matter. It does. But hopefully you get a better understanding why we say it, and hopefully the message that I've been giving you, you'll feel empowered and inspired enough to help your peers understand, and maybe you might be able to lead the community along with us. I appreciate all the love, guys. So just know this is us. We're a family. We are a family. We don't have to know each other, but if one of us hurt, we all hurt. So therefore we are a family. And family has to do what they do best to protect one another and show us the way. I will continue to love you guys despite opinions, but I will never give up on giving up on you guys. I will continue to keep being there with whatever you guys need. Feel free to ask questions. Feel free to open up if you don't understand, because misunderstanding is what led us here to begin with. You all have a chance to be heard. You all have a chance to speak up, and I can share you things from my point of view. So Glock, Nano, you guys are amazing people. And I'm not sure if anybody ever told you that, but you guys are amazing and intelligent people. Intelligence comes from understanding. Intelligence comes from taking the wisdom of one and making it your own. No, you got it right, Fable. You got it right. Like, if there's at any point in time, if there was anything that you guys saw, you know, that another race has done, you guys never understood, it's okay to actually ask them. Let them know that you're curious and you want to learn, you want to be able to see the world in their eyes. Hey, why do you guys talk like this? Why do you guys walk like this? Why do you guys, dress like this? Why do y'all have your music like this? I want to learn the world through your eyes. Trust me, if everybody carried that approach, this world would be so much better. It's just we don't have an understanding of each other. Yo, have a good one, Gaming DZ. It's just the world is so used to seeing us as animals. You guys probably came into the stream the first time and heard me ranting and thought, I was angry until you guys finally understood, and it's the complete opposite. So I'm glad that is actually helping you guys. And I definitely agree with that, Monster. Like, the perception of everything just has to stop. It's like what I said earlier, guys. Like, have you guys ever understood why a baby... Have you guys ever understood why a baby find it so easy to approach certain people and then find it so easy to step away from certain people? Babies are pure. So they're able to sense goodness and evil within people. You won't know that. But children are really good when it comes to sensing evil and goodness within people. Yes, I do stream every day, Glocks. Tomorrow we'll get back into gaming. I'm not sure if we're going to make it tonight. But I wanted to make sure I take the day away from gaming. As much as I would love to play video games, I'd rather help you guys more. But there's a reason why babies avoid and lean towards certain people. We all give off a vibe. They're really good at sensing your energy. Better than us. Better than adults. Because there's a certain warmth to you that you have. There's a certain coldness to you that you have that really puts off a baby. So if babies can really see you for who you are, don't lie to other people about who you are. Don't lie to people about who you are. Be true to yourself. If you're racist, be racist. Don't try to fake it. Don't try to hide it. Because that will only allow you to be racist. Now, being racist, being openly racist and accepting it is the only way you'll actually ever change. Is the only way you'll ever accept that you have done anything wrong and finally change your ways. Like I said, and I didn't like myself and how I treated people, and I stopped. The only thing necessary for the triumph of evil is that good men should do nothing. No, 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 no. Good men should not do nothing. Doing nothing is saying that you are allowing a situation. Buzzard, you probably have a girlfriend or a wife. You're a good man. Would you allow another man to beat your wife and just sit there and do nothing because you're a good man and you're facing evil? No. You would not sit there idle and watch your lady get pummeled. So in case, or maybe I read that wrong. Actually, yes, I did read that wrong. So yeah, you're right. The only way evil wins is if good men actually do nothing. You want to do something. You don't want to just sit there and just accept the world, accept the problems for what they are. You want to actually be active and just push everything out there and just call it out. Hold every single individual accountable. Every single individual accountable. My watch child goes to school where what she wants and stay a child as long as possible. Black children have to be instilled with
Oh,
faith and
snap!
how the world works.
Oh,
It's
hi.
disgusting. Yep. And it's crazy because black kids, they're always seen as an adult for some odd reason. White kids, they're always seen as kids. And up till they're 25. It's crazy. And hopefully we can do something to change that age is age. You're a certain age, you categorize as this person. You have every opportunity to be just like that person. Do not change a kid to an adult or just because of their skin. Nope, that's not how it works. Be fair. I'm back to K. Just got home and now I'm just sitting in the gym trying with the GF. All right then. As a baby, I just enjoy my life. I got a little older, but I was told Emily was made to see blacks in a bad way, but see, yeah, that's another example that I actually stated earlier. Yeah, Buzzard, I completely misread what you say. But yes, Glocks, that's exactly how everything is looked upon. Yo, have a good night, Aiden. That's exactly how everything is looked upon. Society and our family teaches us how they generalize an entire population and teach us how a certain population is when that's completely false. Everything changes. People change. Just because you met some Asian who's a serial killer, are you going to think every single Asian are serial killers? No. It's just that Asian, that one messed up Asian, the one that just can't handle being a decent human being and value other people's lives. So because of that, everybody's going to start generalizing this culture, this group a certain way, and they're not. We've been taught to hate each other from birth. That's why I use babies as an example. I can definitely give my black baby to Monster, and I'm pretty sure that baby's going to hang on tight to her as if Monster's her mother. And I can give that black baby to another white woman, and that baby's just gonna feel uncomfortable and cry. It doesn't matter your skin, it matters your heart. Kids read your heart so well. It's just us who perverse the kid's mind and make them think, well, anything you see that's dark, they're evil. That's the devil. Stay away from that. That Scar from Lion King. Everything kids see, we're the ones who are teaching them to hate. Not all of us, but where kids grew up racist within a prejudiced home, we are the ones teaching them to hate one another, to treat one another a certain way based on our skin. But it shouldn't even be that. I'm a man who believes how you treat me is how you should be treated. I will always tell my kids, if someone hates you, love them back. Now, if someone hates you enough to hurt them, protect yourself. But if someone hates you, love them back. Do not give them what they want. Do not hate them in return, because it's going to get you in trouble. Love them. See, you make me upset all the time. And you say you hate me. I hate you, Dad. I hate you. I can't stand you. I just want you to go away. Leave me alone. I wish you never existed. But here I am. I'm still protecting you because I love you. And that love is never going to go away. And I'm going to keep loving you until you see how much I love you. And I hope that you will love me as your father in the future. I hope. I hate you, Dad. Just die. Just go away. Will turn, I love you, Dad. Please don't ever leave me. You've taught me so much. That's what I want my love to become. And with that, I want my love to teach you to love others, so that way your love is strong enough to just destroy every ounce of hatred in that person, and it will open their eyes and teach them how to love someone else, and that will continue to cause a ripple. And Buzzard, I definitely agree. Any form of involvement in action is very important. It's really important. You don't know who's watching that is afraid. How maybe I might go to a party and I see somebody getting attacked by racists and I'm afraid to stand up, and then I see somebody else launching themselves in. I'm not going to stay back. I'm going to be like, oh, snap. Somebody's brave enough. You know what? I'm going to join you two in this fight. Everybody, we have to stand together. Let's help him. You know? Getting involved will inspire other people to get involved too. Look what's happening around the world. Australia is standing up. Witches are standing up. Amish are standing up. People in Germany are standing up. People are standing up and speaking out against what's happening here all around the world, because someone finally decided to take a stand. They said, hey, we're not going to allow this to happen. Let's stand up. And now others are standing up too. That's just how humans work. We won't move until we see one move. And that's where leadership comes in. You are all leaders. You are all leaders, but are you strong enough to endure the hatred and strength that comes along being a leader? That will separate you from the weaks, from those who stay silent, who are the sheep. You're the wolf, okay? You're the wolf, and they are sheep. Do you want to follow the shepherd, or do you want to lead the pack as the alpha wolf? That's where it comes to. Living in a racist home is never an excuse. Parents are wrong too. My mother was a drug addict and went to prison for murder. My child was a lesson in what not to do. My childhood was a lesson in what not to do. Oh my gosh, yeah, exactly. And there's actually an exception with that one, Monster. Thank you for sharing that, because not all of us grow up to be, lights. Sometimes it takes one of us to go through something in order to, teach us how wrong everything was when it first presented itself. So the fact that Monster used what happened in her childhood to be a better person for her family and her daughter says a lot. And that right there is humanity. Because there's still some people out there who choose to see and choose to continue to be the same person. They see everything that's going on, but they still continue to be the exact same person. They are the ones that you should watch out for. Because they will never stand up for you. They will never protect you unless their life is on the line. That's how I feel. You don't have to be exactly like your family. Generations upon generations, it's all being taught. Yo, Monster, have an amazing night. Thank you for being here. Generations upon generations, we're all being taught something. There's a family, all they know is how to trap, sell drugs, do this, do that. That's what they grew up with. And then that one son said, I want to be a doctor. I don't want to live this life. I don't want to bring any more danger to my family. I want to provide an honest living for my family. And they break the chain. They stop that generational curse of just continuously being drug dealers and trappers. You have the power to actually end the cycle. And just because it's just you out of a million people ending the cycle, it does not mean it's a loss of hope. Because if you end, you've already broken that curse for generations upon generations for your bloodline. You have to give other people time. Soon, every single bloodline is going to end their generational curses of hatred, and soon we'll have a time where our kids can actually enjoy life without being attacked, without hating one another. I'm sorry if I'm missing a lot, guys. I'm just trying to get through the chat. Okay, go. I'm really praying that this all helped you guys. I'm seriously hoping this all helped you guys. Just a few days ago, I was actually talking about how I don't provide a safe space for anyone. That I didn't believe anyone can provide a safe space. That we can provide a comfortable space to our community. But it definitely taught me today that I was wrong. You can still make your community feel comfortable. But after today, with just the level of hatred going on and still being able to advocate everything, it's come to my attention that you guys are in a safe space. You guys feel comfortable and you guys feel safe to share whatever is in your heart, whatever's on your mind, and you know that no one will judge you, that people will still accept you and your opinions and still love you the same, still teach you a better way of thinking. And that right there is good enough on its own. That right there is good enough on its own. So I am happy to have provided such a positive and amazing space for you all. And I hope that one day, when all this ends, even if it means that we all die, I just hope that one day we will continue to grow and be better people, that we will actually have a better society and a better system and a better home. I love you guys. I don't know you, but I love you. And I really mean that wholeheartedly. I love you guys. Don't ever change. Continue to be great. Continue to empower. Continue to see the good in everything. Hey, Bad Dad, how you doing, man? Continue to see the good in everything. Don't falter. I love you guys. And if you ever feel like you're giving up, let me know. I will do everything in my power to restore that confidence. I will do everything in my power to restore that motivation to get you fired up again. I will do everything in my power to continuously inspire you to do better, because I love you guys.
Oh, snap! Oh, hi.
It's going to be difficult. It's going to be hard. And it's something that I've told to everyone earlier today when this stream just started, when the stream first started. It's going to get a whole lot worse before it gets any better. All right? It's going to get a whole lot worse before it gets any better. But I don't want you guys to feel that it will never get better. If I am doing everything in my power for you guys, then I know you guys can do the same. It's really rare, Fable. You can ask my community. They rarely see me at a weak point. I do my best because a leader who could show that they fail and that they're not strong enough is a good leader. Hey, Greenman, what's going on? A leader that can fail and show that they're not good enough is a good leader. Because you want to see a leader who has their moments. But I hardly show that. It takes a lot for me to finally show my weakness, because I'd rather focus on making sure everyone is okay until there's nothing left in me. Once I've reached a point that I just can't do it anymore, then I start reaching out to everybody. But I don't want to lose the momentum of helping the community. So I will literally keep pushing even if I end up being exhausted. I will keep pushing till my exhaustion just takes over completely, and even then I will do my best to keep pushing. I never give up, but it does happen to me occasionally, maybe like once every 4 months, every 5 months, that I actually start feeling like I can't do this. I need somebody. But I try to do my best to provide for you guys before you guys ever feel like you need to provide for me. Because I'd rather build you up. I'd rather build every single individual up and make them feel ready. And then when that time comes, I can count on you guys. I can definitely count on you guys. You guys have been amazing. No worry, Nano. I have enough. It'll be a very, very long time. But if I wasn't okay, then I still believe in the show must go on. I will still try to keep pushing, keep fighting to make sure all of you are okay. And then give you guys what I feel you deserve. Give you guys everything that I feel you deserve as a leader. I would never burden anybody with my troubles until I know you guys can actually stand on your own 2 feet while helping me. So, yeah. But I do appreciate that you guys feel like you can be there for me. That means a lot. That means a lot more than anything in the world. More than streaming, more than Mixer, more just literally, it means a lot more than anything in the world. But I promise you guys, I will continue to push as much love and positivity and knowledge into all of you until you guys are okay. I won't stop. Even if I become weak, I will not stop. I don't want to give anybody any time, any opportunity to destroy what I work so hard on. And that's you guys. So I will continue to keep pushing and continue to keep being better for every single one of you in hopes that one day you guys can carry out yourself. So you guys are amazing. I love you guys. And hey, Bossy, how are you doing? It's been a minute. Hopefully you're doing okay and having a good day. More importantly, guys, I hope this conversation has made you strong. It's scary, it's tough, but I hope this conversation has made you strong. And Bossy, if you ever want, I all throughout today I've just been allowing all content creators to speak up. So if you ever want to share anything, you can feel free to hop into my Discord server, get in a call, and just introduce yourself, talk about your experiences and things like that, and just allow everybody to understand you. All day, literally for the past 8 hours, I've just been letting people come in to speak up and share their story to help everybody understand that even though we look different, we have different sexualities, we are different genders, we're still good people inside, and that there's nothing to be afraid of. There's nothing you should judge, nothing you should fear, nothing you should hate. And just listen to our story and understand that we are actually amazing people just like yourself, and trying to help break the barrier bit by bit and give people a chance to actually judge one another based on our character rather than our looks. I will listen. It is late. No, you're okay. You're okay. No worries. It's been a long conversation and topic today, but I feel like we're reaching a breakthrough, bit by bit. I think. Oof. Ouch. I know your husband is military, I think, bossy. So why are you waking up that early? I can understand him, but why are you waking up that early? Let yourself feel a thought. Don't push it away. Instead of trying to see things the opposite way, maybe try to see it both ways and understand it to the fullest. Exactly. Yep. I practice that all the time. It is so difficult to live a life and just see things from only your perspective. Because living in only your perspective is what births ignorance. Because at that point, you just tell everybody you don't care about their opinions, you don't care about what they think, what they feel, because everything you say, everything you do is right. You have to learn to see things from both ends in order to help build a community where people can actually protect one another and love one another. I cannot preach to any of you guys if I keep telling you guys that you're all wrong and I'm right. Just like earlier today, we had people come in.
Oh,
everybody.
snap!
Sonic, what's going on, man? Oof, your husband wakes up at 4. Yeah, I used to be military, so I know about waking up at 4 a.m. But it's like what I talked about earlier today. We had multiple individuals come into the stream talking about all lives matter. And I said, that is okay. I see it from your point of view too. But I want you to see it from my point of view if you want to be a better human being to those around you. I am not knocking all lives. I'm not disrespecting. I'm not discrediting any of your lives. But I'm going to show you more than just that point of view in hopes that it helps you to become a better person. Never have I ever used anything against anyone and say I'm better. No, that's not how I operate. It's not what I'm about. Because you guys actually taught me a lot. You guys shown me a lot. You guys show me the capacity to understand, the capacity to love and be there for one another, protect one another, guide one another. And that is amazing. So there's no such thing as it's all about me. Screw you guys. This is my platform. This is my stream. No, it's not. This is our platform. We all have a chance to be vocal about something. We all have a chance to listen to one another, to support one another, to understand one another. And we all have a chance to grow right now. We all do bleed red. We all bleed red. But bleeding is not what matters. It's not what matters right now. We all hurt. We all face some form of discrimination. We all face some form of pain. We all face some form of hurt. We all face some form of just emotional abuse that lead us into wanting to be in that would lead us into wanting to go through suicide. We all face that. It's just that, are you willing to put away your own personal beliefs to protect someone else? For example, that, are you willing to step aside to protect Bossy from sexism across all platforms? Sonic, are you willing to step up for Bad Dad if he faces any form of abuse within his home? Bossy, are you willing to protect Shuffle when his friends attack him for believing in something that he feels is necessary? We all do go through the same experiences, but right now, are you guys willing to fight for one another to make sure that person makes it out alive? So yeah, we all bleed red. But saying we all bleed red is the same way of saying all blue lives matter and all lives matter. And it just takes away from the notion that we are in trouble. Help me. I'm hurting, guys. Help me. I spent so many mornings crying. I spent so many mornings angry, frustrated, pain in my heart. I spent so many mornings unable to go to sleep, just chilling in all of my friends' stream because I don't know how to sleep well, knowing that I don't deserve a life anymore. Help me. And that's where your humility kicks in. That's where you come in to help that broken person, to help that broken soul. Hey, what's going on, Jake? To help that broken individual and give them a chance to really be heard. Give them a chance to really, feel listened to for the first time ever. I say that saying that we need to not discriminate. We need to stand united. We all bleed red for those that this is not my fight. I say it is your fight. Yeah, I understand what you're saying now, Dad. Bad Dad. I definitely understand what you're saying. And Jake, I appreciate. Thank you for the 30 embers. I appreciate that. If you guys haven't, there are a few people, Bossy, Sonic, and Bad Dad. These are some amazing people. If you guys haven't had the chance to know them, you should definitely at some point. I know it's going to be tough trying to get through like everybody, but these are amazing people, and I would definitely love for you guys to get to know them when you get a chance. The Mixer community is loaded with a lot of loving individuals, and I definitely want to bring them to light as much as possible. What's going on, CJ? How you doing, man? And Jay, I gave you that shout out for just the love, man. Thank you for the embers. I truly do appreciate that. But what I was saying, guys, yeah, we all bleed red. We do. And that's something that most people don't understand. Did you guys know that all around the world, society actually believed that Black people do not feel pain, that we have no feelings, that we feel nothing at all? And it goes all the way back to the 1870s. It dates all the way back to the 1870s when they used to do live human testing on African American men and women. They would literally cut you up without giving you any proper medicine, without any proper procedure, because they assumed that we actually did not feel pain. And it grew and grew and evolved into something like we're animals, we're savages, we're demons, we're devils. If you guys go back to the early 1900s up until the civil rights, which was in like 1960s. Like, people actually believe that. Yeah, 1961. People actually believe that still to this day, that we don't feel pain. So you can beat us as much as you want. We don't feel pain, so you can beat us as much as we want. We don't feel emotions, so you can show your hatred towards us and we're not going to react. But that's not true. That's not true. It's just a reality that people create for themselves to justify their own actions and everything that they do and make everything feel like they're doing things for the greater good, but it's not. We're not. And I'm glad that you guys know. I'm glad that regardless, you guys know your own people. You know your own friends. You know your own platform. You know everything, regardless of what the world tells you. You know. How many of you actually believe if you can actually go around and hurt people and then find a way to justify your action, it makes you a monster? Because I believe that. I believe that. There were people that I accidentally hurt in my life, and I immediately tried to apologize to them, and they never took me back. But I still felt that remorse and that regret every single day. Every single day. It's impossible to hurt anybody without...
Jake_I_92_ I sent sad panda worth 100. Good man, lots of love for you.
Jake, thank you for the embers. I appreciate that, man. You're a good man. Thank you. But there are a lot of people who think that way, and I don't know how people can actually feel that way, but no, that's not it. As the saying goes, guys, that's not it, Chief. No. It's not what you do. It's not what you do. To me, if it's somehow justified, you're confused. Causing pain to another person is never okay. Even if they did something to deserve the pain, as a human, they deserve for others to believe they can change. Simply evil people make this a hard line to draw. Yep. Definitely, definitely, definitely. But that's why we have the opportunity to actually make the attempt to change those mindsets. You should never justify anything unless that justification is worth it. I will never justify my actions for hurting you guys if I hurt you guys. I will never justify anything unless it's something that I know truly requires being justified. Anything you do always has a consequence. For example, if I lied to you guys about who I am, okay, yes, I will definitely justify that. Because there might be something about me that I want to protect you guys from. Maybe there's some information. Maybe I work for the government. I don't want you guys to get caught up with me. You know, there's definitely reasons to justify certain things if it's a reason of matter. If it's a reason of life and death, a matter of life and death. There's a reason. But just to hurt somebody, no, not without reason. You can't justify without reason. You can never without reason. Wish there was a time machine to go back and undo all of the hurtful things I've done probably about 20 years ago. I woke up down like since then. Try to be better. But Buzzard, if we went back in time and just did everything and healed, like if we did everything to fix and undo the things that we've done in the past, we wouldn't be who we are today. You might end up doing something far more worse, you know? Yo, Jake, thank you for the embers again, for the embers. I appreciate that. But the man you are today is something that you are meant to become. You're meant to be who you are right now. That's my point. Imagine if you've never experienced any of those stuff. Would you still find yourself to be a work in progress, or will you still find yourself to continue to be maybe the ignorant person you were back then? If you've never felt, if you've never felt enough regret that you want to go back in time, then it means you don't feel that you deserve to be a better person in the future. That means you're just going to continue the same action, but you don't want to go back in time because you don't know what you're going to do to yourself that will make you the person you're not today. So you deserve the experience you have right now. All right, Jake, you deserve the experience you have right now because it turned you into a knowledgeable person. You're an individual who knows the difference. You're an individual who sees the difference. You guys, you deserve it. You deserve to be a better version of you. So therefore, don't even wish to go back in time. I don't ever want to go back in time because right now, being able to talk to you guys like this, if I went back in time and changed something, I don't know if I would ever be able to just share any of this with you, I don't know if I will still live. It's a scary thought right there. Yeah, welcome back, man. Yeah, I'm actually multitasking between Twitter and you guys and Discord because I have messages coming from all over the place. People want to speak up and they want to know when they could come in to talk and stuff like that. So I've just been like scrambling all over the place, letting them know. Trying my best to keep up with everything. This is literally what I've been doing for the past 8.5 hours, just multitasking all over the place. Literally. But an honest question for you guys. How do you all feel? Are you all okay? It's okay to say no or yes. Just want to make sure every single one of you are okay. Nah. This is actually less than what I usually stream. And this is why people usually say I'm like the most hype person on Mixer. I have a lot of energy when I'm not being serious. Well, the times are messed up. So you're not happy right now broadcasting? Chef, I didn't misunderstand you. I just wanted you to see things from a bigger aspect than what you were seeing it from. I didn't misunderstand you. Your head's in a good space, yo. That's a good thing then. That's a good thing. And is your coworkers, your peers, are they affected by what's going on right now, Buzzard? Because I mean, you guys work construction, so I hope you guys don't have to go through defending yourself against riots and loots, the looters and stuff like that. Broadcasting, I'm happy. Regardless of what goes on. I still try to be as happy as I can be every single day and still try to put out as much positivity every single day, because if I'm unhappy, if I'm angry, it's going to make you guys all angry and unhappy as well. So I stay as happy as I can be in hopes that you guys will continue to feel that same happiness and feel happy for yourself too. The world can be in trouble, but you can still be happy. Not that you won't. Being happy doesn't show that you don't care. Happiness takes a lot of strength in times of turmoil and complete destruction and chaos. A lot of people will die. I served in military. I served in the military. So even then, I was still happy enough knowing I signed my life away for death. You just have to find your strength to continue smiling, to continue being that beacon of hope for everyone so that they can find solace and comfort within you. Can you ever expect to lean on someone at a time like this if they weren't happy? You would want to find somebody who is really positive and you want to know why they're so happy, and you would lean towards them. So I try not to be upset. And if I do get upset, I don't show it to anyone. I just wait until the stream ends, and then I let all my frustration out. Or I wait, or I get all my frustration out before stream even starts. So that way I can actually show you guys the positivity you need. Yeah, Fable, I definitely agree with you there, but for me, I did what I felt I had to do. It sucks. Trust me, it's not easy to take another life. It will follow you everywhere you go, but I just did what I had to do. I had to do what I had to do. I'm in northern Vermont along the Canadian border, pretty low-key chill up here. Oh yeah, actually you're safe because there's not much going on in Vermont as far as the rioting and the looting goes. I'm glad you're actually in a safe place. Really glad. I see what you're saying there, broadcasting. But I'm that type of person, I don't even care. I'm going to be who I'm meant to be. I'm going to be with who I'm meant to be with. I'm going to hang out who I want to hang out. That's the only way we can grow. That's the only way we can actually be happy doing what we want. The good stuff though. Only the good ones, not the bad, disgusting ones. No writing. There are vigils, protests, but none of the imported violence. Okay, that's a good thing then. I'm glad that you guys are actually, not dealing with it, because here I'm in Georgia once again. It was fine at first. The first night. When was this? Today is Wednesday. It was that Saturday, everybody gathered around in Atlanta to support the Black Lives Movement. And that Sunday, it got worse. Sunday, riots started happening in Atlanta. People were burning down police cars. That's when you saw people throwing fireworks at the police officers. The Atlanta police headquarters was actually in the CNN building, so people were ready to destroy CNN building just to get back at the police. It was disgusting. There were people protesting at malls. They got multiple malls shut down because the malls, they were afraid they were going to get hit with looters, so they all shut down. And then there was a shootout right down the street from my house. A cop pulled over a black man. Well, he was attempting to pull over a black man because the black man had expired tags and he was speeding, and he pulled the police on a speed chase. And he finally stopped his car, stepped out of the car, and he pulled out a gun and actually opened fire on them. And they got into a full-blown shootout, and the police killed him. And yeah, so it's getting really rough over here as well. It's getting really rough. And you know what? The police killing him was actually justified. I actually supported that because he was willing to kill every single one of them. He definitely had an intent to kill. He was not going to stop. And there was no other way. It was complete darkness, guys. Just letting you know. It was 3 a.m. So there was no way the police could have seen anything. All they saw was the muzzle flash and fires being shot. And you can't see where the gun is being pointed at. You cannot see a bullet in complete darkness like that. So they fire shots back to protect themselves. And he's dead. So that I stand behind, because they had no other ways to protect themselves, and they had to take drastic action. Oh, what branch did you serve in, Buzzard? I seen the police tase black people in their own. Yeah, that was here in Atlanta Broadcasting. They're both college students. The woman is a college student from Spelman University, and her boyfriend, the guy that was in the car with her, he's also a college student from Morehouse University. And it kind of sucked, but the police actually got dealt with. Two of the police who fired the taser at the man and woman, they both lost their job. They had to turn in their badge. They were fired. And the 3 other police who were involved with it, they have been reassigned to work desk jobs because they are currently under investigation. So the chief of police they got internal affairs, everything on those other 3 police. So they're all being investigated, and they're going to see what exactly were they doing. And depending on how the investigation goes, those 3 will also be losing their job too. Army National Guard? Oh, nice. I was in the Air Force, bro. I was in the Air Force. And yeah, I definitely saw the video of police running people over in New York, which was messed up as hell. Now, see, and it's just so much going on. We literally have Black Lives Matter going on, and then we have police brutality to deal with on top of that. So things are just getting worse and worse. And police brutality did happen.
Oh, snap! Oh, hi.
Police brutality did happen in the same magnitude as Black Lives Matter. But I guess people are now starting to realize how bad police brutality has escalated into, how badly it has evolved into. There's a lot. There's literally a whole lot. And
oh, snap! Oh, hi.
We are going to see a whole lot worse before it gets better. I mean, freaking Trump is already attempting to deploy the military, not the National Guard, but the military. We're talking Army, Navy, Marines, Air Force. He's attempted to deploy the military on U.S. ground. And as a president, you only have the right to deploy the National Guard. So things are going to get freaking crazy very, very soon. Real crazy. So be careful, guys. Regardless of your race, please be careful. Whatever curfew time you have, be home an hour before that curfew. Make sure you stock up. Whatever you need for the day, make sure you stock up on it the night prior, the day prior. Try your best to stay at home as much as possible. Do not go out unless it's really, really important. Be careful who you approach. Be careful who you hang around. Just be careful overall. I don't want this to be like the last time I see you guys at all. Jake, thank you for the host. Police brutality is going towards pretty much anyone broadcasting, but because there was actually before Black Lives Matter even revived itself, police actually had killed a white woman for no absolute reason. Amongst the other 36, between 36 to 54 that have been killed, 193. Damn it, I can't remember the number. But amongst all of the Black people who have been killed from police brutality, a white woman was also killed from police brutality too. And the police, it doesn't even matter if they're Black or white, they're hurting everyone. They're hurting everyone. But they are currently using Black Lives Matter protest movement, all of that stuff to further the pain and damage. They are painting everybody under the same light. I've never seen the F-35s. I've seen the F-15s and the F-16s. I worked around them. Wait, was it F-15s or F-16s? I think it was the F-15s. I can't remember which jet I worked around. I worked around the fighter jet base in Europe. TightKidd, my wife was a medic in the Air Force. Was she? Oh, nice. I was in ammo troops, so I built bombs. I was the reason why a lot of people die. Yep. Proud and not proud to share that at the same time. In all ways, this is irrelevant, but please, all of you, look into lucid dreaming. It's the realization you are dreaming as you're dreaming. It grants you the ability to consciously control your dreams. It's been used by many renowned people: Einstein, Da Vinci, Mozart, Ben Franklin. Yeah, I know about lucid dreaming. I try not to get into it because lucid dreaming opens up a door to another. I'm trying to do that one. Yeah, I've actually went through some lucid dreaming in the past, and no way, Jose. I'm good on that one. It's truly an opportunity to grasp the fuller potential of the human mind, as extreme as that may sound. Is our oath been rescinded, or do we live by that now? Honestly, Buzzard, I don't even know. I don't know. I don't know what our rights are anymore. I don't know whether we have an oath to follow. I don't know. The Constitution is so broken from this that I just don't know what is what. I don't know what is right, what is wrong. I just do my best to not even do anything that will break the law. Because at this moment, we're living in a time where everything goes. When people say you're living in an age of tyrant, this is it. This is it. So I just don't know what is right or wrong anymore. There's more white people killed, just not exposed. Police kill all. Yeah, well, it's not that there's more white people killed. The the way the percentages and the statistic works is that due to the country being made up of white people, it feels like there are more white people being killed, but it's more black people. It's more of the other races being killed. Because if you think about it, you can have, there are like what, 20 million, we're just going to give a number, 20 million white people living in the United States. And there are about 5 million black people living in the United States. 100,000 white people killed by police, as opposed to 100,000 black people killed by police. There's 20 million white, there's 5 million black. That's what they mean. That's what they mean by there are more black people being killed, because technically, black people are heading towards extinction in the United States, whereas white people, they flourish, they continue to grow. So that's why they've been saying stuff like that. That more white people are being killed, but it's technically not, because the percentages being affected is much greater within the black community than the white community, due to the fact that the country is overpopulated with white people, if that makes sense. So it's like saying half of black is nowhere near, is more effective than half of white. Yeah, that we are. We literally are. We freaking are. And I don't know what we can do about it anymore. Everything is coming to truth. The sicknesses, the poverty, the war, the violence, everything is coming true. But we have the power to make a change. We have the power to continue to be the eyes and ears and mouth for those who cannot see, speak, or hear. And I literally just hope that everything we do will be good enough. I literally hope that every little thing that we do will be good enough.